Breaking through to Absolute Saint at this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be in a universe of stars. He moved about in the universe like lightning. At the same time, he pointed out with his fingers. Huge chaos fingers of tribulation formed and pointed at the stars in the distance. The chaotic finger was bigger than a star. Every time it touched a star, the star would explode like fireworks in the universe. It was a magnificent sight. After a moment, Lu Ming stopped. Primal Chaos Ring, 90% complete. Lu Ming smiled slightly, very satisfied. And NBSP during this period of time, he had used the Great Emperor's Tao lecture to focus more on the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. The Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger's level of mastery had increased from 80% to 90%. The higher the level of a sacred art, the more difficult it would be to improve it. The difficulty would continue to double. If he were to cultivate normally, it would take a long time to raise it from 80% to 90%. However, this time, with the help of the Great Emperor's enlightenment, Lu Ming overcame it in one fell swoop. The power of the Finger of Tribulation of Chaos had increased by a large margin. Of course, it would be even more difficult to raise it from 90% to 100% completion. Every increase would require a lot of energy and effort. My cultivation base is about to break through. Lu Ming's heart stirred. His cultivation base had already reached the limit of the great sage perfection. He was just short of an opportunity to make a breakthrough. And NBSP, although he had focused on comprehending the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger, his cultivation had also increased, finally reaching the critical point. On the 4th month of his enlightenment, Lu Ming's body burst out with a shocking aura. Lu Ming is about to break through. He's about to reach Absolute Saint. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming's combat strength was already amazing when he was in the Great Sage Perfection realm. He could suppress Luo Pokong, who was in the initial Absolute Saint realm. How powerful would his combat strength be after he broke through to the Absolute Saint realm? Many people were looking forward to it. Lu Ming is finally going to break through. The eyes of Feng Ling, Qiu Yu, and Long Chen lit up. Humph, so what if you've broken through? It's more interesting to kill like this. Luo Xiangxiang sneered, and his killing intent grew stronger. As time passed, the aura on Lu Ming's body grew stronger. He waved his hand and a large number of raw gemstones appeared. The devouring power burst out and these raw gemstones turned into rolling raw gemstones. They were devoured and absorbed by him, turning into saint power. After a few days, Lu Ming's aura was completely retracted. His cultivation had officially entered the Absolute Saint realm. At this moment, Emperor Formless, who had been sitting cross-legged this entire time, opened his eyes. All right, this time's Tao enlightenment has come to an end. The next Tao lecture will be held 3 years later. At that time, another great emperor will come to give a Tao lecture. With that, Emperor Formless figure disappeared. No one saw how the emperor's figure disappeared. It was as if he had never been there. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared where Qiu Yu, Huang Ling, and the rest were. He swept his gaze across the room and smiled. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Huang Yuan, congratulations on your breakthrough to the Absolute Saint realm. He realized that it was not only Huang Ling and Long Chen who had broken through. A few members of the Desolate race had also broken through, entering the Absolute Saint realm. Most of the 9 youths from the Desolate race who had followed Lu Ming out were at the perfected Great Saint realm. Furthermore, they had stayed there for quite some time. This time, with the help of the Great Emperor's lecture, their cultivation levels had all broken through. Although these people did not have king physiques, the Desolate race's combat strength was strong to begin with. Furthermore, they also had high-tier heavenly spiritual bodies, so their combat strength was not weak. This way, they had quite a number of absolute saints on their side. Lu Ming, you've broken through too. One really don't know how strong you are now. Long Chen said with a smile. The others laughed as well. Indeed, Lu Ming's combat power was already so strong when he was a supreme saint. Now that he had broken through to the absolute saint realm, how strong would he be? They were all very curious. Boom! At this time, a terrifying aura enveloped them, causing everyone's expression to change as they looked in one direction. Luo Xiangxiang stepped forward. Your terrifying aura came from Luo Xiangxiang. Behind him, Luo Pokong and the other paragons of the Daoyuo Heaven sect followed. Qiuyue, come here, come to my side. Luo Xiangxiang looked at Qiu Yu and said. His tone was very domineering, as if he was giving an order. Luo Xiangxiang, you don't have to bother me anymore. I've told you that I have no feelings for you. Qiu Yu said. Come here. Luo cangqiong's voice became more serious and overbearing. Qiuyue, let's go. Lu Ming held Qiu Yu's hand and ignored Luo Xiangxiang. Stop right there, Lu Ming. You dare to touch my woman? I'll exterminate your entire family. Luo cangqiong's voice was like a thunderclap, ringing in Lu Ming's ears. In the surroundings, many Heaven's favorites who were about to leave stopped in their tracks and looked over curiously. He had just finished comprehending the Tao, and a conflict was about to erupt. And it was Luo Xiangxiang and Lu Ming. Many people were looking forward to it. Your woman. Hee, what a joke. Qiu Yu grew up with me since young, when did she become your woman? And Qiuyue herself said that she has no feelings for you and told you to stop pestering her. You really are shameless. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Luo Xiangxiang coldly. Do you know who you're talking to? Because of what you said, you will drag your family and friends down with you. They will all die because of you. Luo Xiangxiang said. His eyes were extremely cold as he glanced at Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the others. He did not hide his killing intent at all. Who do you think you are? If you want to kill me, I'll kill you first. Desolate Li shouted, revealing a malevolent killing intent. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He hated it the most when people threatened him with his family. Luo Xiangxiang, let me tell you this. Lu Ming is my young master. One once said that I would serve him for the rest of my life. I have no feelings for you. What's the point of you pestering me? Qiu Yu said. Bitch, shut up. If one say you're mine, you're mine. No one can take you away from me. Do you understand? Luo Xiangxiang shouted coldly. His grandfather was a great emperor, a top expert in the world. Since he was young, he had gotten everything he wanted. Women were the same. Hee, what a joke. Qiu Yu doesn't like you, so you used the law of deprivation to deprive her of her memories. What a pity that Qiu Yu still has no feelings for you. Such a laughable and despicable person still has the face to stay in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and be called a Heaven's Chosen. What a joke. Lu Ming sneered and his voice spread throughout the entire venue. Many people were enlightened. So that was how it was. Luo Xiangxiang couldn't win Qiu Yu's heart, so he used the law of deprivation to deprive Qiu Yu's memory. It was indeed shameless. So what? Luo Xiangxiang opened his mouth, and his eyes became even colder. It seems that you've recovered your memory, you bitch. 111 strip you of it again. This time, 111 strip you of all your memories. Lu Ming, I'll cripple your cultivation, make you watch Qiu Yu become my woman. Boom. 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 Luo Xiangxiang continued to take steps forward. With each step, the sky would shake violently. The great battle with Luo Xiangxiang was incomparably overbearing and could not be considered as the heavens. So what if others knew that he had taken Qiu Yu away? He was the great emperor's grandson. Who dared to speak ill of him in front of him? In front of him, all of them still wanted to curry favor with him. And now, he was going to take Qiu Yu's memory again in front of everyone and get her. Luo Xiangxiang stepped toward Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. The sky and earth rumbled. He raised a palm and clenched it in the air. Endless energy between the sky and earth gathered in Luo Cangqiong's palm. No, it couldn't be said that they were all gathered together. They were completely deprived by him. The origin qi of heaven and earth, as well as all kinds of elemental energy in the world, were seized by Luo Xiangqiong. They were compressed together to form a huge palm, which pressed down on Lu Ming and Qiu Yu. At this moment, the laws of yin and yang circulated around Qiu Yu's body. Two curved blades flew out, intending to take Luo Xiangqiong head-on. "Qiu Yu, let me do it." Lu Ming's voice rang out as he took a step forward. Light spots lit up on his body. There were more than 200 light spots, and a holy weapon flew out from each light spot. On the way back to the Heavenly Emperor city, Lu Ming cultivated the 10,000 soldiers' art and sealed a large number of holy weapons in his acupuncture points. Among them, there were 18 absolute saint weapons, 108 great saint weapons, and 108 bright saint weapons. In total, there were 234 of them. With so many holy weapons floating around Lu Ming, he stepped on them and walked forward. He casually picked up an absolute holy sword, and the qi of the holy weapon gathered. He slashed out, and a vast sword qi cut through the void, cutting Luo Cangqiong's big hand in half. "Let's see how many moves you can block." Luo Xiangqiong shouted and waved his hands continuously. The law of deprivation was activated and deprived the energy between heaven and earth. It formed a terrifying attack and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the middle of the holy weapon and walked on it. His combat sword kept slashing out, breaking the other party's attacks. The attacks of the two were extremely violent and powerful. The surrounding people were forced to retreat. Qiu Yu stood behind Lu Ming, her two curved daggers dancing in the air. She did not retreat at all. If the situation changed, she would not hesitate to take action. Back in the Blazing Sun Empire, she was weak and could not help Lu Ming. Now that she had the ability, she would stay by Lu Ming's side and protect him. The cry of a phoenix was heard. Huang Ling was bathed in the unperishable flame. She stepped forward and stood beside Qiu Yu. Qiu Yu looked at Huang Ling and smiled kindly. Huang Ling was stunned for a moment, but she returned the smile. After that, Long Chen and Desolate Li both stepped forward. Lu Ming and Luo Xiangqiong have started a war. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Lu Ming has just broken through to the absolute saint realm, but Luo Cangqiong's cultivation has already reached the complete absolute saint realm. Although Lu Ming was able to suppress Luo Pokong, who was in the initial absolute saint realm, when he was only a great saint, and his combat strength was amazing, Luo Xiangqiong is not Luo Pokong. That's right. Even the king body has different strengths. Luo Cangqiong's combat power is extremely terrifying, and his law of deprivation is extremely powerful. Even if it's not as powerful as the 10 strongest laws, it's still one of the top few among the king path laws. The son of chaos cannot be measured with common sense. This battle is hard to say. The surrounding spectators were all guessing who would win, but no one could say for sure. Some people thought that Luo Xiangqiong was stronger. After all, Luo Cangqiong's cultivation was 2 levels higher, and the law of deprivation was very terrifying. His combat strength must be above Lu Ming's. However, some people deduced that Lu Ming might not be weaker than Luo Xiangqiong based on his previous battle results. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves, and neither of them had a clear winner. The Blade of Deprivation. Luo Xiangqiong did not continue to deprive the energy between heaven and earth. Instead, he formed a huge saber with the law of deprivation and slashed it at Lu Ming. Go! With a single thought, Lu Ming gathered the holy weapons together. The qi of combat weapons burst forth and blasted toward Luo Xiangqiong. However, when it collided with Luo Cangqiong's saber, his expression changed slightly. This was because he felt that there was a terrifying power of deprivation in Luo Cangqiong's saber. It was going to deprive the combat weapon Qi, and even the spiritual consciousness attached to Lu Ming's holy weapon. Even the spirituality of the holy weapon itself was going to be deprived and turned into scrap iron. After taking away the energy from Lu Ming's saint weapon, Luo Cangqiong's saber was much more powerful. With a shake, all the saint weapons were knocked back. Whoosh! 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 More than 200 holy weapons gathered behind Lu Ming, forming a pair of huge wings. The qi of the holy weapons gathered on the combat sword in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming took a step in the air and charged at Luo Xiangxiang, his sword slashing out. Boom! The combat sword collided with Luo Cangqiong's combat blade. Strip him of his power. Luo Xiangxiang operated the law of deprivation, trying to deprive Lu Ming of his power of law and even his saint energy. However, the next moment, Luo Cangqiong's expression changed drastically. His body trembled and he couldn't help but retreat several thousand meters in the void. Can you take away the laws of chaos? Lu Ming said coldly as he continued to charge at Luo Xiangxiang. Just now, he had covered the sword with a layer of chaotic law. The chaos law was one of the 10 supreme laws. Although the law of deprivation was domineering, it could not deprive the chaos law. The blade of deprivation. Luo Cangqiong's face was gloomy. He waved his hands and kept forming 9 sabers. They rushed toward Lu Ming from different directions. Lu Ming simply put away all his holy weapons and used the prison-suppressing heaven technique to resist. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw 9 punches in a row and the 9 shadows of the prison-suppressing steels appeared, clashing with the 9 blades of deprivation. Strip, strip! Luo Xiangxiang shouted and wanted to strip Lu Ming of his saint energy. However, the prison-suppressing heavenly technique was reinforced by the laws of chaos and he could not strip it away. Moreover, the power of the prison-suppressing heavenly art was very strange. Lu Ming had a feeling that even without the chaos law, the other party would not be able to strip the power of the prison-suppressing heavenly art. The prison-suppressing steel's shadow suppressed the heaven and earth, knocking Luo Cangqiong's 9 blades of deprivation away. Luo Cangqiong's nomological laws have been restrained, the law of chaos is the king of all laws. The law of deprivation can't affect it at all. The advantage of the law of deprivation can't be exerted at all. Luo Xiangxiang is in danger in this battle. Some people were discussing and expressing their opinions. Luo Cangqiong's law of deprivation was extremely overbearing. It could deprive everything, even other laws. An ordinary king body would be restricted by Luo Cangqiong's deprivation law. However, against Lu Ming, Luo Cangqiong's law of deprivation could not exert its advantage at all. If I can't take it away from you, then I'll use absolute power to crush you and take away your divine seal. Luo Xiangxiang waved his hand, and the 9 blades of deprivation collapsed. Then, Luo Xiangxiang formed a seal with his palm and turned it into a big seal. This huge seal was pitch black, and when it appeared in the sky, endless heaven and earth energy poured into it. The huge seal emitted a terrifying aura. Where do you get your confidence from? The divine seal of deprivation was Luo Cangqiong's superpower. It could deprive all the energy in the world, even the power of other laws. It could be gathered together to form a terrible attack. All the energy around the deprivation divine seal seemed to have been deprived, forming an empty space. Zzzzzzzzz. Various types of energy gathered on the divine seal of deprivation. With an ear-piercing sound, it turned into the size of a mountain and blasted toward Lu Ming. Die! Luo Xiangxiang shouted with a thick killing intent. Since he could not take away Lu Ming's chaos laws, he would use absolute power to suppress Lu Ming. His sacred art had already reached 90% maturity, and its might was terrifying. Furthermore, it was a magical power formed by stripping laws, and its power far exceeded ordinary laws. He was very confident in his sacred art. At his age, it was rare to be able to cultivate a sacred art to 90%. So what if Lu Ming's chaos laws were powerful? Under the situation where the mastery of the divine power was far lower than his, he would still be crushed. What a terrifying superpower technique. I'm afraid Luo Cangqiong has already cultivated it to 90%. To be able to cultivate a technique to 90% completion at such a young age, he's truly a peerless genius. His rank as 10th on the Saint King rankings is well deserved. As soon as Luo Cangqiong used his superpower, many Heaven's Pride experts were shocked. More people looked serious as they felt the powerful pressure. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming's expression did not change. The laws of chaos burst forth and he pointed his finger. A finger, incomparably huge and surrounded by the color of chaos, struck at the divine seal of deprivation. Boom! And NBSP, the divine seal of deprivation and the chaos finger of tribulation clashed in the air, creating a massive shockwave. And NBSP hoo-hoo. The terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Some of the weaker cultivators couldn't even stand still and were forced to retreat. The divine seal of deprivation and the chaotic finger of tribulation were locked in a stalemate. Strip. Luo Cangqiong let out a long roar and circulated all the power in his body. The law of deprivation burst out crazily. It deprived the energy of heaven and earth and strengthened the power of the divine seal of deprivation. Luo Cangqiong, is this all your power? You're nothing more than this. Lu Ming sneered. The laws of chaos circulated wildly, tangling with the saint energy and surging toward the chaos finger of tribulation. Boom! And NBSP, the primal chaos tribulation finger trembled, its power growing even stronger. The terrifying power caused the divine seal of deprivation to tremble. Luo Cangqiong's expression changed drastically. He felt that the divine seal of deprivation could not hold on any longer. How was this possible? His divine seal of deprivation had already reached 90% completion. Furthermore, it was a divine ability condensed from the law of deprivation. How could Lu Ming's divine ability be stronger than his? Lu Ming had just made a breakthrough to the saint realm and he was cultivating the chaos laws. How could he be as good as him in terms of the mastery of superpower? Not only him, but the people around him also found it hard to believe. Luo Cangqiong's superpower technique was so terrifying, but in the confrontation of superpower technique, Luo Cangqiong was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming's power was beyond everyone's imagination. Luo Cangqiong, I really can't figure out where your confidence comes from. With your strength, you're still acting so high and mighty. Lu Ming continued, and the power of the chaos finger of tribulation erupted. Gotcha! Bang! The divine seal of deprivation cracked and exploded with a bang. Luo Cangqiong groaned and retreated madly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although Luo Cangqiong's superpower had reached 90%, Lu Ming's chaotic finger of tribulation had also reached 90%. For magical powers of the same level, unless they were also in the top 10 nomological laws, they were invincible. Many people were shocked. Luo Cangqiong was injured and he was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped on the air and approached Luo Cangqiong. His voice continued, "Didn't you want to cripple me? Come on, this bit of strength is not enough." Having said that, Lu Ming pointed his finger again. A chaotic finger of tribulation shot toward Luo Cangqiong. Luo Cangqiong's face turned ghastly pale. He roared and launched the divine seal of deprivation again. However, he was injured and it was even more difficult for him to resist Lu Ming's attack. In an instant, the divine seal of deprivation was destroyed. Under the attack of the chaotic finger of tribulation, Luo Cangqiong screamed in pain and was sent flying more than 10,000 meters away. He vomited blood. His injuries were even more serious. Not far away, Luo Pokong and the other talents of the Daoyuo Heaven sect were pale. Even Luo Cangqiong was no match for Lu Ming. They wanted to help but did not dare to step forward. They were afraid that they would be crushed by Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming did not stop. He stepped on the void and walked toward Luo Xiangxiang. Lu Ming, they'll make you die without a burial place sooner or later. I mean what I say. Luo Xiangxiang roared. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. Rely on you, or rely on the power behind you. That's right, trash like you can only rely on the power behind you. Lu Ming sneered, full of sarcasm. In other words, Luo Xiangxiang was no match for Lu Ming with his own strength. He had to rely on the power behind him. Also, you've forgotten one thing. Now that the power behind you is no longer here, I have the advantage. You shouldn't have threatened me. Lu Ming said coldly. He did not hide his killing intent at all. He took a step forward and flew towards Luo Xiangxiang like lightning. Kill, die. Lu Ming shouted and activated his divine sword technique. Two pitch-black sword lights shot out from his eyes and rushed toward Luo Xiangxiang. At the same time, he pointed with his right hand. The terrifying finger of primal chaos tribulation crushed toward Luo Xiangxiang. Lu Ming is going to kill Luo Xiangxiang, how audacious. He's simply lawless. Many people gasped. No killing was allowed in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. This was the rule set by the great emperor. But now, Lu Ming's killing intent was unconcealed. His eyes were cold and he showed no mercy. He clearly wanted to kill Luo Xiangxiang. Luo Xiangxiang was said to be lawless and reckless, but he did not dare to disobey the orders of the great emperor. However, Lu Ming wanted to kill Luo Xiangxiang in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. This was the real lawless. You dare. Luo Xiangxiang bellowed. He did not expect that Lu Ming would dare to kill him here. He fought back but was undoubtedly sent flying by Lu Ming once again. Half of his body was almost shattered. His aura was weak and he was severely injured. Die, die. Lu Ming shouted coldly and launched another finger of tribulation. Luo cangqiong's eyes finally revealed a look of fear. Lu Ming had gone mad. He actually wanted to kill him. Was he not afraid of being punished by the great emperor? He wanted to die together with him. He retreated frantically, but he could not escape Lu Ming's lock. The terrifying aura of the finger of calamity of chaos enveloped him firmly. No, help! Luo Xiangxiang roared in fear. He was completely different from his previous arrogant look. Whoosh! At that moment, a palm print cut through the sky and crashed toward Lu Ming's finger of tribulation at an alarming speed. With a boom, the chaos finger of tribulation exploded and the remaining power of the palm print continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched out with all his might. The Star River takes action. Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched with all his might. The illusionary image of the prison-suppressing steel appeared and blocked in front of him. However, when the palm print came, the prison-suppressing steel's shadow exploded. Lu Ming's body was sent flying back tens of thousands of meters before he stopped in the air, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. A young man with snow-white skin and long black hair came to Luo Xiangxiang. The Star River. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. Many people were shocked. It was Xiangxiang, the number one on the Saint King ranking, who had sent Lu Ming flying and injured him with one move. Was he going to make a move against Lu Ming? Brother Heng, Luo Xiangxiang was overjoyed. At the same time, he stuffed pills into his mouth and started to heal his wounds. You want to interfere? Lu Ming stared at the galaxy. Luo Xiangxiang is the great emperor's grandson, how can he be humiliated by you? Said the Xiangxiang River. Lu Ming sneered. According to the Eternal Star River, could it be that the grandson of the great emperor could bully others and others could not resist or suppress him? It was laughable. At that moment, Xiangxiang continued, "Furthermore, I'm looking for you for another reason. You were the one who pulled out the Celestial Emperor's sword, right? That belongs to the Heng family. Now, hand it over to me." Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. As expected, the galaxy had taken action because of this matter. The hearts of the surrounding paragons trembled. It turned out that the true purpose of the Xiangxiang River's attack was to obtain the Celestial Emperor's sword. Saving Luo cangqiong was just a passing act. The news that Lu Ming had pulled out the celestial Thearch sword had long caused an uproar in the Heavenly Emperor city. Now that Lu Ming had returned, the Heng family was indeed looking for him. How should Lu Ming face it? Should he hand it over or not? Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. Legend has it that the sword was left behind by the Heavenly Emperor. However, it's only a legend and might not be true. You said that the sword belongs to the Heng family, but do you have any evidence? Perhaps it was left behind by some other unparalleled expert. Lu Ming responded. Although it was said that the sword was the Heavenly Emperor's sword and was left behind by the Heavenly Emperor who founded Heavenly Emperor City, it was only a legend. Could the Heng family produce any evidence? Xinghe placed his hands behind his back and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Everyone in Heavenly Emperor City knows that the sword was left behind by the Heavenly Emperor, and the Heng family is the descendant of the Heavenly Emperor. Why do we need to prove this? Since you are the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, why can't you pull out that sword? Lu Ming's voice was sonorous and powerful, spreading throughout the entire venue. Xing Chen's face darkened instantly. Lu Ming was mocking him for not being able to pull out the Celestial Emperor's sword. I will pull out the Celestial Emperor's sword sooner or later. Xing he said coldly. He, could it be that drawing the sword is related to cultivation? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Many people's eyes flickered. Lu Ming was mocking the galaxy. Everyone knew that pulling out the Celestial Emperor's sword had nothing to do with one's cultivation. There was once a martial emperor who could not even pull it out by 1 foot, but there was someone who had just started cultivating who could pull it out 5 feet. He had once pulled the sword out of the stellar river by 9 feet, but he would probably only be able to pull it out by 9 feet in his entire life. The chances of pulling it out would not increase with the improvement of his cultivation. Yet, the galaxy said that he would pull it out sooner or later. Lu Ming's rhetorical question was clearly mocking the galaxy. Xing's expression turned even uglier. The light in his eyes became even sharper, like 2 divine swords. Besides, even if that sword was really left behind by the Celestial Emperor, and the Heng family is the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, why didn't the Celestial Emperor leave the sword to the Heng family? Instead, he stuck it on the platform and sealed it for thousands of years. It's obvious that the Celestial Emperor wants to find someone who can pull out the sword. Only the person who can pull out the sword is qualified to hold the sword. This is what the Celestial Emperor wants. If the Heng family is really the descendant of the Heavenly Emperor, you should respect the Heavenly Emperor's will and not go against the will of your ancestors. Lu Ming continued to speak. His sonorous and powerful voice made many people look thoughtful. That's right. If that sword was really left behind by the Celestial Emperor, why didn't he just leave it to the Heng family? Instead, he stuck it on the platform and let others pull it out. In other words, only the one who pulled it out had the right to wield the Celestial Emperor's sword. This was the true meaning of the Celestial Emperor. You've got a glib tongue and you're twisting the truth. Lu Ming, one didn't want to bully you with your cultivation base. But since you're asking for death today, I'll fulfill your wish. The galaxy shouted and took a step forward. Boom! A terrifying aura bloomed from his body. A mysterious and terrifying law surrounded his body. It was one of the 10 ultimate maxims, the eternal maxim. Eternal, eternal, eternal. The eternal law was similar to Huang Ling's law of unperishable flame, but its power was much stronger than the unperishable flame. The eternal law not only gave the user an extremely strong life force, but it also had terrifying offensive power. Boom! Xiangxiang River took a step forward and approached Lu Ming rapidly. Then, he struck out with his palm and a palm print blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils constricted and he felt a terrifying pressure. Xing Chen's cultivation was too strong, and the power of his palm had the power to destroy the world. Chaos Finger. Lu Ming let out a long roar and circulated his cultivation to the extreme. He then pointed out a chaos tribulation finger that was at 90% maturity. At the same time, his body lit up with spots of light. More than 200 holy weapons flew out and hovered around Lu Ming, forming a defensive force. Boom! And NBSP, the primal chaos finger of tribulation, collided with the palm print of the Star River. Bang! The 90% completed finger of tribulation of chaos did not even manage to block a few attacks before it exploded. The terrifying power surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to punch out, and at the same time, more than 200 saint weapons blocked in front of him. However, when the palm print came, Lu Ming's body trembled. The 200 saint weapons buzzed, and his body was sent flying far away. Lu Ming was no match for the Xiangxiang River. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great. They are both children of God, but Xing Chen's cultivation level is much higher. Lu Ming is no match for him at all. That's natural. As children of God, they usually fight at the same level. If there's a difference in cultivation, there's no point in fighting. I'm afraid Lu Ming won't be able to keep the Celestial Emperor's sword today. Some people in the surrounding side. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, Xing Chen was the eternal sun. His combat strength was not weak either. With a much higher cultivation, Lu Ming was no match for him. Lu Ming, hand over the Celestial Emperor's sword and he'll spare your life. With his hands behind his back, the Star River stepped toward Lu Ming with an invincible aura. Boom! The Star River took a step forward. A huge foot descended from the sky and stomped toward Lu Ming. Don't even think about hurting the young master. Qiu Yu. A voice sounded and a figure rushed into the sky. It was Qiu Yu. At this moment, Qiu Yu's glabella glowed, and the monarch weapon, the yin-yang wheel, appeared and struck at the giant foot. At the same time, a phoenix's cry was heard. Huang Ling also rushed into the sky. She was bathed in the unperishable flame, almost turning into a phoenix. At the same time, a pair of phoenix wings flapped out from her back and attacked the giant foot. 6 princes and 1 son versus the eternal, not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Qiu Yu and Feng Ling to suddenly rush out. With Qiu Yu and Feng Ling's combat strength, even with monarch weapons, they were no match for the Star River. As expected, Qiu Yu and Feng Ling's bodies trembled as the giant foot landed. They groaned and flew back, landing beside Lu Ming. Their faces were pale and blood was flowing out of their mouths. Qiu Yu, Feng Ling, are you guys alright? Lu Ming asked worriedly. Young master, it's fine. One want to fight alongside you. Qiu Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She stood beside Lu Ming with a determined look in her eyes. On the other side, Huang Ling didn't speak, but the imperishable flame on her body burned even more fiercely. Hee, how can you stop me with just 2 girls? Xing Chen sneered and continued to walk forward. The aura on his body became more and more terrifying. I'm the one who's cursing. A burly figure appeared beside Huang Ling. It was desolate power. The muscles on his body bulged as he circulated his laws. He wore a pair of pitch-black gloves on his hands, which were also sovereign weapons. Buzz! Another figure flashed by. Long Chen appeared beside Qiu Yu. His arms were bulging, and his aura was terrifying. Qiu Yu, Feng Ling, Long Chen, Huang Li, and Lu Ming, 4 king physiques and 1 son of chaos stood side by side. All of them were at the initial success stage of the Absolute Saint realm. Their auras combined to resist the aura of the Eternal Star River. Add us in. Behind them, the other elites of the Desolate race, as well as Mu Qingxue and company, also wanted to step forward. Don't come up. Lu Ming waved his hand and asked the Desolate Land and the rest to stop. When facing an opponent like the Stellar River, numbers did not mean anything. If one's combat power was insufficient, it would be useless no matter how many people they had. You want to bully me with your numbers? Do you think we don't have people? Another genius of the Hung family shouted and stepped forward. The other geniuses of the Hung family also followed. All of you, back off. You don't need to interfere in this matter. Xiangxiang waved his hand and said to the other geniuses of the Hung family. He was a proud person. With his cultivation, he did nor need the help of others to deal with Lu Ming and the others. Il's gaze swept across Lu Ming's group of 5 and he said indifferently, "You think that you can contend with me with just the 5 of you? How naive." Around them, the others also sighed. The lineup of Lu Ming's team could be said to be luxurious. The 4 king bodies and the Son of Chaos had all reached the Absolute Saint realm. However, they were facing the Eternal Sun, Xiangxiang, who was ranked first on the Saint King rankings. No one had any objections. He was publicly acknowledged as the strongest expert of the younger generation in Yuan Mountain. Even the Death Blade, the Son of Death, was unable to shake the position of the galaxy. Although Lu Ming's team of 5 was grand, their cultivation was weaker. Could they really fight against the Eternal Star River? What if him included? At this time, a deep voice rang out. A tall and slender figure stepped out from the crowd. It's Ouyang Wushuang. Someone recognized the person. Ouyang Wushuang came to Lu Ming's side and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Absolute Saint. Obviously, Ouyang Wushuang had also reached the Absolute Saint realm. Then let's add little sister. At this time, another voice sounded. A graceful figure stepped through the void and landed beside Lu Ming and the rest. Luo Tianyi. Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Tianyi both helped Lu Ming. Are they familiar with him? 6 king physiques and 1 son of chaos. This lineup is truly astonishing. Many people gasped and found it hard to calm down. Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wushuang were actually familiar with Lu Ming. They attacked at this time and wanted to fight against the Star River with Lu Ming and the others. Very good, very good. Then you'll see how strong you are. Xiangqiang's eyes were filled with battle intent. He took a step forward and the void space under his feet trembled. Heavenly illusion. Luo Tianyi shouted. Her eyes turned into 2 black vortexes. She cast the sky illusion technique and enveloped the Eternal Star River, trying to make the Eternal Star River fall into an illusion. At this time, Luo Tianyi's cultivation was revealed. She had reached the Absolute Saint realm and seemed to have reached the limit of the Absolute Saint realm. She was not far from the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. As expected, Xing's body trembled slightly, and he stopped. The moment Luo Tianyi made her move, Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, Huang Ling, Huang Li, Long Chen, and Ouyang Wushuang also made their moves. 6 terrifying superpowers exploded at the same time and blasted towards the Star River. The shockwaves created by the 6 of them were earth-shaking and shook people's minds. A mere illusion can't stop me. Break! Xiangqiang's indifferent voice rang out. His eyes were as bright as the stars. 2 terrifying sword lights burst out from his eyes and slashed at the void. Luo Tianyi cried out. Her body trembled and she retreated. Her face turned pale and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her illusion had been broken by the galaxy and suffered a backlash, causing her to be injured. At the same time, a sword light condensed in Xiangqiang's hand and he slashed out. Buzz! This sword radiance was like a fairy from beyond the heavens. It cut through the void and turned into eternity. It was unparalleled and breathtaking. Boom! 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 The sword radiance slashed across and the attacks of Lu Ming and the other 5 were all shattered in the air. Not good, retreat! Lu Ming shouted. The 6 of them retreated rapidly to avoid the aftermath of the sword light. So strong! Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. The combat power of the galaxy was indeed terrifying and unrivaled. The main reason was that their cultivation level was too low, far inferior to that of the Eternal Star River. What's the use of having so many people? The galaxy's palm clenched into a fist and the Eternal Law condensed into a sword beam, pressing toward Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and the Tai Chi formation disc floated out. Xiao Yu and the others also took out their monarch weapons Chaos Finger. This time, Lu Ming took the lead in attacking. He used all his might to launch a chaotic finger of tribulation. At the same time, he moved and rushed toward the galaxy at top speed. Countless runes filled his left hand and formed a sealing force that spread toward the galaxy. At the same time, the Tai Chi Yin and Yang pattern appeared on the Tai Chi formation disc and turned into 2 yin-yang fish swords, slashing toward the Star River. The series of attacks was like a storm. Even an ordinary absolute saint in the perfection stage would be killed by Lu Ming's wave of attacks. At the same time as Lu Ming launched his attack, the others also launched their attacks. It's both real and illusionary, die! Luo Tianyi shouted. Butterflies appeared in the sky, flapping their wings and flying toward the Star River. These butterflies were formed by an illusion. They could be real or fake, and their power was astonishing. The attacks of Qiao Yu and the others also headed towards the galaxy. What a terrifying attack! The surrounding geniuses were all shocked. With so many people joining forces, no one else was confident that they could stop them, not even the geniuses who were ranked high on the Saint King ranking. Small tricks. Xing Chen's expression did not change. Lai slashed out the sword gleam in his hand. In an instant, 9 sword gleams slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. 3 of the sword gleams slashed toward Lu Ming. The other 7 people each had 1 Dao. Chapter 1907 Death Blade Attacks and NBSP. The Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger was the first to be cut apart. Then, the yin-yang fish sword and the sealing power of the array Dao laws were also broken one by one. Luo Tianyi, Qiao Yu, and the others' attacks were the same. The sword light slashed, and everyone retreated quickly. So strong. The hearts of the surrounding people trembled. The galaxy was too powerful. Even when Lu Ming and the other 7 experts joined forces, they were still no match for it. The cultivation of Xiangxiang River is at least at the peak of the absolute saint realm. With the eternal body, his combat power is too strong. Long Chen said to the others. That was indeed the case. Their cultivation levels were too much weaker, and they were simply no match for him. He was the eternal sun, an invincible existence at the same level as them. Not to mention, his cultivation base was much higher than theirs. Lu Ming, hand over the Celestial Emperor's sword. You're not qualified to wield it, said Xing Chen coldly. Heng Xinghe, your cultivation level is just slightly higher. If we were to fight at the same level, I would still defeat you. Lu Ming said. Defeat me? Lu Ming, let me tell you, even if you have mastered the laws of chaos, you are no match for me in a battle of the same level. However, you don't have to provoke me into fighting you at the same level. Having a high cultivation is also a kind of strength. As Xiangxiang River spoke, he stepped forward. A terrifying sword will burst out of his body, piercing through the sky. The sword power spread out in all directions, forming a terrifying pressure. He had overwhelming abilities. Why did he have to fight with Lu Ming at the same level? This kind of goading had no effect on him. Lu Ming, since you don't want to hand over the Celestial Emperor's sword, I'll have to take it myself. Xiangxiang said coldly. He raised the sword light in his hand high and his aura became stronger and stronger. However, at this moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared on the galaxy and enveloped him. Spacetime law. Xing's expression changed and he shouted in anger. Do it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that Bubbles had made a move. Moreover, from the fluctuations of the spacetime law, it was extremely powerful. Clearly, Bubbles had also broken through to the absolute saint realm. Once again, Lu Ming and the other 7 joined forces and launched a terrifying attack. Break! A terrifying sword radiance burst forth from the body of the Star River, breaking the transparent bubble in one go. However, the surrounding space kept on rippling and distorting like water waves, trying to trap the Star River in the void. At the same time, the power of time also acted on the galaxy, causing his movements to slow down. Xing's expression finally changed a little. The spacetime law was also one of the 10 strongest laws. It had endless changes and was best at trapping enemies. With the spacetime law in coordination with Lu Ming and the rest, they would be able to unleash their abilities to a greater extent. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming's group's attack arrived. It looked like the galaxy was about to be drowned in it. Boom! At this moment, an even more powerful and terrifying aura burst out from the body of the eternal Star River. A terrifying divine light burst out and the spacetime law that enveloped his body collapsed instantly. The attacks of Lu Ming and the others were also crushed by the light. It's the eternal light. Also, Xiangxiang River's cultivation level is in the great circle of the absolute saint stage. Around them, many people shouted. Is this the true cultivation level of the galaxy? Lu Ming and the rest looked extremely solemn. In the battle just now, Xinghe had not used his full strength at all. His cultivation had already reached the perfected absolute saint realm. How terrifying was he at this age? As long as his eternal law was perfected and he reached the perfection realm, he would be able to step into the Emperor-to-be realm and start to break through to the martial emperor realm. There were not many people who could reach the martial emperor realm before the age of 50, and they could be compared to the ancient mighty figures. Whoosh! A figure flashed and bubbles appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. That person is so strong. The bubbles can't trap him. Chirp chirp. Very good, you're not bad. You're able to force me to use my full strength. Then, you'll have to suffer my wrath. Xiangqiang spoke with a cold voice, revealing a cold killing intent. A real combat sword appeared in his hand. It was a monarch weapon, and its sword chi soared into the sky. At that moment, Xiangqiang's cultivation in the great circle of the absolute saint realm was completely unleashed. His aura was truly shocking. It's over. Lu Ming and the rest are finished. Although they are strong, they are no match for the galaxy. Indeed, but Lu Ming's lineup is too terrifying. There's actually someone who has mastered the spacetime law. How shocking will they be when they grow up? Will the Eternal Star River kill them and get rid of them here? It's hard to say. Today's scene had far exceeded everyone's expectations, making them so nervous that they found it hard to breathe. In the beginning, Xiangxiang came to find trouble with Lu Ming but was defeated by him. After that, the Xiangxiang River made their move and the number of experts on Lu Ming's side continued to increase. Up until now, there were already 6 king physiques and 2 sons of God. What kind of luxurious lineup was this? This made many of the powerful heaven's favorites look very serious. If these people's cultivation were to increase, who would be their match? Damn it, I hope the galaxy can kill these people. Xiangxiang was also shocked. He had never expected that there would be so many terrifying geniuses gathered around Lu Ming. Swish! He took a step forward and his figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a terrifying sword light slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. The hearts of Lu Ming and the rest thumped rapidly. They could sense a terrifying danger from the sword light. Let's join hands. Lu Ming shouted. They could only block this attack by gathering all their strength. The Dian elixir furnace flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows. In his dantian, the two saint hearts were working at full force. Majestic saint power poured into the Dian elixir furnace, making it the size of a mountain. However, just as Lu Ming and the rest were about to go all out and fight, a pitch-black saber light cut through the void in the distance and slashed violently. This blade light was filled with the aura of death, as if it wanted to kill all the living beings in the world. Buzz! The sword light and the saber light collided heavily and exploded. The terrifying sword chi and saber light swept in all directions. Buzz! A figure flashed. It was a young man in a black robe. He stepped forward and appeared in front of the Star River. He was holding a saber in his arms, and his body was filled with a strong aura of death. It's the Death Blade. The Death Blade actually attacked the galaxy. Could it be that the Death Blade is also familiar with Lu Ming and the rest? Many people were shocked to see this young man. The Death Blade, the Son of Death, had also attacked the galaxy. Death Blade, you're going to help Lu Ming and the rest too? Xing's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp glint flashed through them. No, no. The Death Blade shook his head. The reason I attacked was because I didn't like you. These words made many people speechless. The Death Blade attacked because he didn't like the galaxy. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Lu Ming was a gold-tier inheritor of the Hunyuan sect while the Death Blade was a silver-tier inheritor. Naturally, he would not attack just because he did not like the Eternal Star River. Chapter 1908 Draw. However, the Death Blade was a proud man. He was the son of death. He would not admit it. He had to listen to Lu Ming's orders now. Since the Death Blade did not mention it, Lu Ming naturally would not say it either. Death Blade, it's still too early for you to stop me with your current cultivation, said Xiangxiang coldly. Death Blade's cultivation was at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm, while he was in the perfected Absolute Saint realm. The Death Blade was no match for him. How would we know if we don't fight? The Death Blade said, and the death energy around him became even thicker. If you want to fight, I'll grant you your wish. Xiangxiang shouted coldly. The eternal divine light became more and more brilliant. The peerless sword radiance was incomparably sharp. It was flickering and could erupt into a terrifying attack at any time. Stellar River, our battle isn't over yet. Lu Ming took a step forward. At this moment, his black hair and eyes turned blood red, and a bone-chilling murderous intent emanated from his body. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a god of death. This was the power of the third bloodline. It had been a long time since Lu Ming had used the power of the third bloodline. The power of the third bloodline was too strange, and Lu Ming had been using it less and less. But today, he had no choice but to use it. After borrowing the power of the third bloodline, Lu Ming's aura rose sharply. After a few steps, Lu Ming stood side by side with the Death Blade. Attack! Hit this guy! Chirp chirp! Pow Pow mumbled. She strode forward with her small feet and followed Lu Ming. As her figure walked past, the void distorted like water ripples. It was as if her body was not here but in another space-time. In addition, Qiu Yu, Luo Tianyi, and the others also stepped forward, exuding a shocking aura. Kill! The Blade of Death was the first to attack. The Blade of Death slashed toward the Star River. Wherever the blade light passed, the world became silent. It was deathly still. Boom! Lu Ming was the second to make a move. He lifted the Dian elixir furnace, and a majestic force continuously surged into the furnace, smashing it toward the galaxy. Then, Bubbles, Qiu Yu, and the rest attacked at the same time. The attack this time was truly shocking. Today, they'll let you all understand what it means to be the strongest. The eternal star river howled and the sword beams kept slashing out. Hundreds of sword beams were slashing toward Lu Ming and the rest. The death blade's blade of death kept shaking, and more blade lights appeared. He managed to block a small part of the sword light. The Dian elixir furnace in Lu Ming's hand was as huge as a mountain. Every time it fell, a large area of sword radiance was destroyed. Bubbles, Qiu Yu, and the rest worked together to block the remaining sword light. Boom! 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 A terrifying battle erupted. The 10 geniuses fought with all their might. This entire region was filled with terrifying rumbling sounds. The entire Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was shocked. However, after Lu Ming used his third bloodline and the Death Blade joined in, they could finally fight against the Eternal Star River and not be at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves, but there was still no clear winner. Xiangxiang unleashed his terrifying combat strength to the extreme, but he could not do anything to Lu Ming and the rest. The advantage of the galaxy was cultivation. His cultivation was on the higher side. On the other hand, Lu Ming's group had more people. The combination of various different laws was extremely powerful. Swallow. In the midst of the battle, Lu Ming opened the lid of the Dian elixir furnace. A powerful devouring force erupted from the furnace, trying to swallow the Star River. The eternal Star River howled and eternal divine light burst forth, tearing apart the pill furnace's devouring force. However, the next moment, it was enveloped by the bubble space-time law and its body froze. Whoosh! The Death Blade's blade of death slashed over and almost hit the eternal Star River. He dodged it by a hair's breadth and broke through the attacks of Qiu Yu and the others at the same time. He slashed out a few terrifying sword lights at Qiu Yu, Feng Ling, and the others. However, the bubble's space-time law enveloped Qiu Yu and the rest. Their bodies trembled and they dodged the sword radiance of the Xiangxiang River. Bubble's space-time law had great support abilities in a battle. Furthermore, its attack power was also very terrifying, making it impossible to guard against. As time passed, the battle became even more intense. On the battlefield, all kinds of dazzling lights burst out, colliding with each other and causing continuous rumbles. After about 100 moves, there was still no clear winner. Boom! Heng Xinghe, Lu Ming, and the Death Blade collided with each other and their bodies flew far away. His face was particularly gloomy. Today's matter seemed to be out of his control. He was only dealing with one Lu Ming, but he was besieged by so many people. Every one of them was a terrifying genius. Lu Ming, I'm telling you, the Heng family is determined to get the Celestial Emperor's sword. You can't protect it with just your people, said Xiangqiang coldly. That's right. The Heng family must obtain the Celestial Emperor's sword. As the voice of the Xiangxiang River faded, another voice rang out from outside the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Following that, a suffocating pressure spread out from that direction. Then, the crowd saw 3 old men walking in the air. The 3 elders were surrounded by a divine light. Many people's pupils contracted. This was the world god light, which meant that the 3 elders were all true emperor-level experts. The 3 elders stood in the air, surrounded by the world's divine light. They were like 3 gods, and a terrifying pressure constantly spread out. All the geniuses present felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. Elder. Xiangqiang cupped his fists at the 3 old men. Lu Ming, hand over the Celestial Emperor's sword to us. It's the Celestial Emperor's sword. You're not qualified to control it. The elder in the middle spoke and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a strong pressure on his body, and he could not help but step back. If the younger one can't do it, then the older one will. This is indeed the style of a great power. Lu Ming spoke with a hint of mockery. That's right. You true emperors want to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. It's too embarrassing. At this moment, a voice came from the depths of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. As the voice faded, a few figures appeared in the void. These figures were all surrounded by world divine light and were all at the true emperor level. This was a teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Many of the teachers in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy didn't come from any major powers. Most of them were lone wolves or lived in seclusion. In the end, they were invited by the three great emperors to become teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and manage it together. The expressions of the Han family's true emperors turned ugly. Initially, they had asked the Star River to take the Celestial Emperor's sword from Lu Ming's hands. However, they did not expect that the Star River would not succeed. They had no choice but to step in. They had also thought that the teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy would definitely interfere in this matter. This is the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. You guys can go ahead. A teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy directly asked him to leave. The Celestial Emperor's sword, we must take it away. A true emperor from the Han clan spoke. The Celestial Emperor's sword was pulled out by Lu Ming, so it naturally belongs to him. You guys don't have the ability to pull it out, but you want to gain something for nothing. Isn't that ridiculous? To think that you guys call yourselves the descendants of the Celestial Emperor. An old man said in disdain, not giving the Han family any face at all. The great emperor made his move. The Han family's true emperors had dark expressions. If it was someone from any other power who dared to speak to them like this, they would have destroyed him. However, the other party was a teacher of the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy, which was founded by three great emperors. Although the Han family was powerful, they did not dare to go against the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. The eyes of the Han family's true emperors turned and they started to discuss this matter. After a while, a true emperor from the Han clan said, Lu Ming, you can keep the Celestial Emperor's sword, but you must hand over the cultivation technique in the sword to the Han family. A sharp glint flashed across Xiangxiang's eyes. He had once declared that the celestial Thearch sword would be his personal sword. Now, he was letting Lu Ming stay. This made him very unhappy. The eyes of the teachers from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy flickered. It was obvious that the Han family had given in. They looked at Lu Ming and one of them said, Lu Ming, what do you think? There's no cultivation technique in the sword. How am one supposed to hand it over? Lu Ming said. After he pulled out the Celestial Emperor's sword, he did not notice any abnormalities at all. It was just like an ordinary stone sword. It only appeared in the sword tomb of its own accord and saved Lu Ming once. Moreover, it also absorbed a large amount of sword source. Lu Ming, don't push your luck. The Han family has already given in. If you're too greedy, you'll only be digging your own grave. He shouted coldly. The eyes of the Han family's true emperors also flashed with cold light. In their opinion, they had already given in, but Lu Ming was insatiable and was not even willing to hand over the celestial Thearch sword technique. Lu Ming, the cultivation technique in the celestial emperor's sword is very important to the Han family. He said. That's right. Young people should know when to stop. You are very talented. It would be a pity if you die halfway. The few true emperors from the Han family spoke one after another. Their threat was obvious. I said, there is no cultivation technique in the sword. Lu Ming repeated. You still dare to deny it? One of the Han family's true emperors shouted. It was like a thunderclap. The sound of rolling thunder formed a terrifying storm that pressed toward Lu Ming. A teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy frowned. He took a step forward and a wave of power rushed out, destroying the thunderous sound of the other party. The true emperor has made his move. He's gone too far. The teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy frowned and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you really didn't get any cultivation technique from the sword? No, after one got that sword, there was nothing unusual about it. It was just like an ordinary stone sword. Lu Ming said. You're lying. There are records in the Han family's ancient books that the Celestial Emperor's sword has cultivation techniques left behind by the Celestial Emperor. How can it not be there? A true emperor from the Han clan shouted. It looks like that sword really doesn't belong to the Han family. Or perhaps, the Han family isn't the descendant of the Celestial Emperor at all. Lu Ming sneered. How dare you insult my Han family? Kill without mercy. The Han clan's true emperor was enraged, and a terrifying aura erupted from him as he stepped forward. The Han family had always been proud of being the descendants of the heavenly emperor. Now that Lu Ming actually said that the Han family was not the descendant of the heavenly emperor, it was the greatest insult to the Han family. If he didn't kill them, it would be hard to establish his prestige. Enough. At this time, an old voice came from the depths of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. This voice was extremely gentle to the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. However, to the true emperors of the Han clan, it was like thunder. The Han clan's true emperor's body trembled as he retreated frantically. His expression changed drastically, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Great Emperor! The Han clan's true emperor said in shock. It's Emperor Formless. When Lu Ming and the others heard this, they immediately knew that it was the Great Emperor Notionless. When the Great Emperor Notionless had lectured them earlier, they had naturally recognized his voice. This matter had actually drawn the attention of Emperor Formless. This is the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. You guys can leave. Emperor Formless' voice rang out once more. Although he didn't use any harsh words, it still gave off a supreme dignity and unquestionable authority. The three true emperors from the Han clan had ugly expressions. But this was the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, and since Emperor Wuxiang had spoken, how could they not retreat? A true emperor might be high and mighty in the eyes of other cultivators, but in front of a great emperor, they were like babies, trembling in fear. Wuxiang. At this moment, outside the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, an old voice came from an unknown distance. Hearing this voice, the three true emperors of the Han clan were overjoyed. They couldn't help but shout, "Forefather!" Many people were shocked. The three true emperors of the Han clan addressed him as Old Ancestor, and since he dared to call Emperor Formless by his name, there was only one possibility: he was also a great emperor. There had always been rumors that the Han family had a great emperor. It seemed like it was true. Wuxiang, the Celestial Emperor's sword, is related to an important legacy technique of the Han family. Are you really going to interfere? Outside the Sacred Institute, the voice rang out again. No matter what the reason is, since this is the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and Lu Ming is a disciple of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, one will protect him. If it were any other disciple of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, I would do the same. If someone touches the Eternal Star River in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, I will do the same. Emperor Formless' voice was firm and unquestionable. As long as they were in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and were disciples of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, he would protect them no matter who they were. He. The emperor of the Han family sneered and said, "Wuxiang, you and one haven't seen each other for many years. I don't know how much progress you've made. Why don't we exchange some pointers?" That's what I was thinking. One also want to see how much you've improved. Emperor Formless retorted. The hearts of many trembled. The two great sovereigns were about to fight. This was a rare event. Boom! Boom! From the direction of the Han family and the depths of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, a terrifying pressure spread out at the same time. Then, two rays of light flashed and rushed into the sky. Wherever the light passed, the space would crack open and two figures would rush into the void crack. Boom! Then, a terrifying vibration came out of the spatial crack. The entire sky seemed to be shaking crazily. A heavy pressure came from the sky, making people feel that the world was about to collapse and be destroyed. The great emperors were fighting in the void. If the great emperors fought directly in Heavenly Emperor City, the world would be turned upside down. Heavenly Emperor City would suffer a destructive disaster and countless people would be affected. Boom! Boom! In the void, there was a constant rumble, and the space fluctuated like water. Then, a series of ferocious spatial cracks appeared in the void, like a spider web, densely covering the entire void. How terrifying! Many people felt their hearts beat faster and their muscles tighten. They were extremely nervous. It was too terrifying. Even though they were fighting in the void, the scene was still earth-shaking. Everyone had a feeling that a great disaster was coming. A great emperor's little world could give birth to living beings and control great Daos. It was simply too powerful. In front of it, true emperors were as weak as babies. In this era where there were no heavenly emperors, great emperors were the peak existences of the world and no one could defeat them. Every person's appearance would attract the attention of the world. Chapter 1910 Chaos. The battle between the great emperors didn't last for long. After a few minutes, the fluctuations in the void suddenly stopped. The spatial cracks also disappeared. He stopped. Who won? Was it the great emperor of the Han clan or Emperor Formless? Withdraw from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and send people to guard the area outside the academy. If Lu Ming goes out, capture him immediately. The voice of the emperor came from the Han family. The Han clan was going to leave the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Many people's eyes flashed. Could it be that the emperor of the Han family had been defeated? It was very possible. If the Han clan emperor won, he wouldn't leave the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy so easily. Yes. The three true emperors from the Han clan acknowledged the order and cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. Then, they stepped out and left the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Xing Chen's eyes were filled with unwillingness. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Emperor Formless. Greetings, Great Emperor. Everyone bowed and paid their respects to Emperor Formless. Now, I have an announcement to make. Emperor Formless' eyes were no longer gentle. Instead, they were filled with a sharp light. Anyone who met his gaze would feel their hearts race. From tomorrow onwards, the rules of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy will change. From now on, there will be no prohibition of killing in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. In other words, there will be no rules in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Emperor Formless' voice rang out. The hearts of many trembled. From tomorrow onwards, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy would no longer prohibit killing. There would no longer be any rules. This would definitely cause a huge change in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. In the past, killing was forbidden in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. It was forbidden to cripple the cultivation of others. If one wanted to determine life and death, they had to fight on the life and death battle stage. If they didn't step onto the life and death battle stage, they would be safe in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about their lives. But all of this would change. In the future, the teachers of the Sacred Institute won't care about your affairs. Of course, all of this is the internal affairs of the Sacred Institute. If any external forces interfere, we will strike them with lightning. Also, I've placed 4 sets of formation discs in the holy battlefield. Each formation disc can cover an area of 100 miles. Only martial sovereigns can break it. After saying this, Emperor Formless' figure blurred like a phantom and then disappeared without a trace. Little guys, take care. The teachers of the Sacred Academy glanced at the crowd and left one after another, disappearing into the depths of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. As soon as the teachers of the Saint Academy left, the atmosphere became extremely heavy. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with solemnness and wariness. From tomorrow onwards, there would be no ban on killing. Those who had grudges with each other would look at each other with cold killing intent. Luo cangqiong, Xiangxiang, and the rest swept their gazes over Lu Ming and the others. They did not even bother to conceal their undisguised killing intent. Lu Ming, let's wait and see, let's go. Qian said coldly. Then, his body flickered and he was the first to leave. After the Star River left, the death blade turned into a blade light and disappeared. This made the eyes of some powerful heaven's favorites light up. It seemed that the death blade was not on Lu Ming's side. Just like what the death blade had said, he attacked Lu Ming purely because he found the galaxy unpleasant to the eye. Some of the more powerful heaven's favorites let out a long sigh of relief. If the death blade was also in Lu Ming's group, then the strength of Lu Ming's group was too shocking. If they could fight against the Eternal Star River when they joined forces, they would be almost invincible in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. However, without the death blade, the strength of Lu Ming's group was greatly reduced. That death blade guy left without even saying goodbye. Huang Ling muttered unhappily. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not mind. As the son of death, Death Blade naturally had his pride. He was not convinced by Lu Ming at all. He most likely wanted to wait for 20 years to challenge Lu Ming and replace him as the Golden Inheritor. However, Lu Ming was confident that he would definitely make the Death Blade convinced within 20 years. Let's go back. Lu Ming said. He, Qiu Yu, Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the rest stepped into the air and left. After that, the others also left. From tomorrow onwards, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy would no longer prohibit killing. They naturally had to make early preparations. In Lu Ming's residence, everyone gathered in a courtyard to discuss some matters. From tomorrow on, the situation of the Sacred Institute will definitely change greatly. How should we face it? Someone asked. It's best for us to gather together and concentrate our strength to avoid being defeated one by one. Lu Ming said. Then, he looked at Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Qian and said, Ouyang, Qian, bring all the people you can bring here. Well, gather together. All right. Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Qian nodded and agreed without hesitation. Other than Feng Ling and Long Chen, the others were shocked. Luo Qian and Ouyang Wushuang seemed to be very obedient to Lu Ming, which shocked them. During this period of time, we'd better not go to those cultivation places to cultivate. We'll make plans after the situation has stabilized. Lu Ming suggested. Everyone nodded. This was the best choice now. This mountain peak was very large, and everyone chose to stay in a courtyard. A day passed in the blink of an eye. From the second day onwards, the atmosphere of the entire Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy became tense and everyone was on guard. It has already been almost a year since the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy convened. Many people had grudges with each other. In the past, they couldn't kill each other. At most, they could teach each other a lesson to vent their anger. But now, things were different. As expected, the massacre began a few days later. Some heaven's favorites were killed on the spot. This also opened the prologue of chaos in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The tragic battle began. Boom! Not far from the mountain where Lu Ming and the rest lived, a shocking fluctuation burst out on a mountain peak. Two figures rushed out from the mountain peak and engaged in a fierce battle. However, the battle didn't last for long. A terrifying sword light flashed by, and a young heaven's favorite was cut in half, dying here. The other elite took the storage ring and turned into a beam of sword light, disappearing. I wonder how many heaven's favorites will die. A few figures stood in the air and watched. They were Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Luo Qian, and the others. Huang Ling sighed slightly. Perhaps this is the great emperor's strategy. Only by facing danger at all times can one tap into one's potential faster and more thoroughly, and break into a higher realm. Luo Qian said. The few of them nodded. However, the price to pay for this method was huge. I wonder why the great emperors are holding a meeting at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy to nurture so many geniuses. Lu Ming opened his mouth and asked. The others were silent. This was actually what everyone had in mind. Why did the emperors spend so much effort to gather so many geniuses and nurture them? Most of the heaven's favorites here came from the major forces. If they were successful in the future, they would definitely return to their forces. What good would that do for the emperors? Fighting for a cultivation place in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. As time passed, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy became even more chaotic. Every day, there would be battles and killings. Every day, there would be geniuses dying. However, Lu Ming and the rest did not have any trouble. Lu Ming and the rest had many geniuses. They were very terrifying when they gathered together. Naturally, no one would have any ideas about them for the time being. As time passed, many people began to gather and form groups. They joined forces to fight against the strong enemy. Even so, there were still powerful heaven's favorites who killed their way into a certain group and killed them all. The atmosphere in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was extremely depressing. Under such circumstances, there were some geniuses who left the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. However, only a small number of people left. The various cultivation grounds of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy were too attractive. Furthermore, there were great emperors giving Tao lectures. Where could he find such cultivation conditions? In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, although it was dangerous, one's improvement was the fastest. If he left the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, his cultivation speed would definitely not be able to keep up with his cultivation in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Everyone was a heaven's pride expert. Once the gap between them widened, it would be difficult to catch up. The path of cultivation was like going against the current. If you didn't advance, you would fall behind. Once you fell behind, it was likely that you would never be able to catch up with the other heaven's pride experts in the future. Even your own achievements would be affected. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, he might be able to continuously tap on his potential and break through. His future achievements were hard to predict. But after leaving, that might not be the case. Therefore, only a small number of people left. Most of them stayed. Qian was a genius of the Phoenix Palace. He had once fought with Feng Ling for the heart of the Wudong tree, but they had made up. On this day, he met up with the Phoenix Palace. A few geniuses of the Divine Elephant sect came to the Divine Power Purgatory Valley and planned to cultivate their divine powers there. However, they were stopped outside the valley. Stop! The Divine Purgatory Valley has been fully occupied by the Sky Saber Alliance. No one else is allowed to enter. Outside the Sacred Art Purgatory Valley, a few young men stopped Qian and the rest. Sky Blade Alliance. You've reserved it? Qian and the others were stunned. That's right. Now, get lost. One of the young men on the other side berated him arrogantly. How dare you? The Purgatory Valley was created by the great emperor of the Sacred Academy. Anyone who enters the Sacred Academy can go in and cultivate. What right do you have to occupy it and not allow others to enter? An elite of the Divine Elephant sect was furious. That's right, you should be the ones to get lost. A disciple of Phoenix Palace berated. Since they don't want to get lost, then behead them. A cold voice came from the Purgatory Valley. A young man in a long golden robe with a cold face stepped out with a few other young men. The faces of Qian and the others turned ugly. If you want to fight, we're not afraid. Let's go, said Qian. He wanted to retreat and report this to Lu Ming and the others. Did one say you could leave? Do it. Kill them all. The golden-robed young man was overbearing. A golden saber appeared in his hand and he slashed at Qian and the others. This person's cultivation was very strong, at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. As for Huang Kong and the others, he had the highest cultivation. He was only a supreme saint. Not good, retreat, kill them. Huang Kong shouted. He had not expected the other party to be so overbearing. He had attacked them directly to kill them. However, the other party had more people. Their figures flashed and they surrounded them. Puchi. The golden-robed young man's saber fell and a disciple of Phoenix Palace was killed. Huang Kong's eyes turned red and he shouted, "You've killed a disciple of Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming and the others will never let you off." What? A disciple of the Phoenix Palace? The golden-robed youth and the others were shocked. He had not expected the other party to be a disciple of Phoenix Palace. The Phoenix Palace represented Lu Ming and the group of experts on his side. At the thought of Lu Ming and the rest's combat strength, the golden-robed young man broke out in a cold sweat. But now that he had already killed one of the other party's people, it was already impossible to ease the tension. Kill them all, don't let a single one escape. The gold-robed youth roared. Since they couldn't ease the tension, they would kill them all. This way, no one would know that they were the ones behind it. The terrifying attacks continued to attack Huang Kong and the others. Huang Kong and the others were few in number and their cultivation was weaker than Fang's. They could not resist at all and were killed one by one. Soon, only Huang Kong was left. Kill. The golden-robed young man's blade light continued to slash at Huang Kong. Soon, a long wound appeared on Huang Kong's body, and his body was almost cut in half. If not for the fact that he had the Phoenix battle body, the Phoenix's ability to rise from the ashes, and his strong life force, he would not have been able to fight anymore. A Phoenix's cry was heard. A pair of Phoenix wings appeared on Huang Kong's back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the blood landed on the Phoenix wings, causing the flames on the wings to burn and emit a bright light. Whoosh! Huang Kong rushed out of the encirclement despite his serious injuries and flew toward the place where Lu Ming and the others were gathered. Not good, chase. The golden-robed young man and the others' expressions changed drastically. They chased after Huang Kong, but he had used a secret skill that would put his life on the line. His speed was astonishing, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The gold-robed youth's face was ashen. If Lu Ming and the rest knew that Huang Kong had escaped, what would they do? His eyes flashed with fear as he said, "Quickly report to the Alliance Master that Lu Ming and the others are here to fight for the divine power, Purgatory Valley." On the mountain where Lu Ming and the others lived, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and the others were discussing some matters when someone suddenly rushed in to report. "Not good, one of our people has been killed." The person who made the report was a genius of the Phoenix Palace. His face was filled with anger. What? Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed. In a flash, they appeared outside the courtyard. They saw Huang Kong sitting cross-legged on the ground, covered in phoenix flames and blood. Huang Ling's face darkened. With a wave of her hand, the undying flame enveloped Huang Kong. With the help of the undying flame, Huang Kong's injuries recovered quickly. After a while, he was fully recovered. "Huang Kong, what's going on?" Huang Ling asked. "Our people have been killed," Huang Kong immediately told him what had happened. "Sky Blade Alliance, you're courting death." Huang Ling's body exploded with cold killing intent. "It seems that some people have already begun to fight for a cultivation place. Gather our people and let's go." Lu Ming shouted. Not long after, Lu Ming, Chiu Yu, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, Long Chen, Desolate Li, and the rest made their way towards the sacred art, Purgatory Valley. He had killed their people, so he must take revenge. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived at the divine Purgatory Valley, there were already hundreds of people gathered outside. "It's them. They killed our people without any explanation." Huang Kong pointed at the golden-robed young man in the crowd. "Come out and die." Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he looked at the golden-robed young man. He shouted, causing the golden-robed young man's face to turn pale. Chapter 1912 Life for Life. Lu Ming, what's the matter that made you so angry? A burly young man stepped out. He was holding a saber, and his eyes were as sharp as blades. Wei Tiandao. Huang Ling muttered. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He had heard of Wei Tiandao, the fourth-ranked Saint King. He had a terrifying king body and an unfathomable cultivation base. He was even stronger than Luo Cangqiong. It seemed that the Sky Blade Alliance was established by Wei Tiandao. Your people killed our people for no reason. A life for a life, they must die. Lu Ming said coldly. They attacked us first, and we were forced to fight back. The golden-robed youth called out. Nonsense, we came to the Mystic Ability Purgatory Valley to cultivate, but you stopped us and said that the Mystic Ability Purgatory Valley was already occupied by you. You attacked us and killed our people without any explanation. If one didn't risk my life to break out, one would have died. Huang Kong roared. You're slandering me. The golden-robed youth said. Lu Ming, it seems like there's a misunderstanding here. How about this? I'll give you half of the usage rights of the Purgatory Valley and well let this matter go. What do you think? Wei Tiandao said. You killed our people and you think you can let it go so easily. Is there something wrong with your brain? Lu Ming berated him directly, a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Wei Tiandao's face darkened. He was ranked 4th on the Saint King ranking, but Lu Ming did not give him any face at all. This made him feel murderous. However, when he glanced at Luo Qian, Qiu Yu, and Huang Ling, he suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Lu Ming, what do you want? Wei Tiandao said. It's very simple. All those who attacked us will pay with their lives. Also, the Purgatory Valley will be ours from now on. Lu Ming said coldly. The golden-robed young man's expression changed and he shouted, Alliance Master, don't agree to it. We're only doing this for the Alliance. Wei Tiandao's expression was dark as he said, Lu Ming, your condition is too much. Too much. Don't you have to pay the price for killing our people? Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, one suggests that we minimize the issue. Once the two sides start a war, it's not good for either of us. This time, you don't have the death blade to help you. Wei Tiandao spoke with a hint of threat. In other words, without the death blade's help, you won't gain any benefits from fighting me. Hehe, you really know how to put gold on your face. Why do one need the help of the blade of death to deal with you? Since you want to fight, then let's fight. With that, Lu Ming took a step forward. A violent aura burst forth and pressed down on Wei Tiandao. At the same time, Luo Qian, Qiu Yu, and the others also released their auras. Whoosh! Wei Tiandao's body exploded with a terrifying blade light that pierced through the sky. Absolute Saint in the Great Circle. Wei Tiandao's cultivation had actually reached the Absolute Saint in the Great Circle. No wonder he was ranked 4th on the Saint King ranking. The people behind Wei Tiandao also released their auras. 2 of them were also extremely terrifying. They actually also had king physiques. The terrifying auras of the two sides clashed in the air, constantly colliding. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted and pointed his finger. And NBSP, a chaos finger of tribulation, formed and shot toward Wei Tiandao. Wei Tiandao unsheathed his saber and was about to attack when a transparent bubble suddenly appeared around him, enveloping him. His body froze. Break, break! Wei Tiandao roared and unleashed a dazzling saber light, trying to break the bubble's space-time laws. However, he was not Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang had an eternal body, with eternal divine light and the eternal laws, which could easily break the space-time laws of the bubble. He only had a king physique. Although his cultivation level was similar to that of the Xiangxiang River, there was a huge difference in combat strength. How could he break through the space-time laws in a short time? Heavenly illusion, let's go. Luo Tianyi said and cast the sky illusion law. Wei Tiandao was immediately trapped in an illusion. Break! Break! Break, break! Wei Tiandao roared as saber light burst forth from his body, trying to break through the illusion and space-time laws. At this moment, Lu Ming's attack had already arrived. Boom! And NBSP, the primal chaos tribulation finger, landed on Wei Tiandao's body. Even though Wei Tiandao used a blade light to block it, his body still trembled and he was forced back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, as soon as he stepped back, another transparent bubble enveloped him. Then, Luo Tianyi's illusion shook his soul again. Although Luo Tianyi's cultivation was at the absolute saint late stage, her soul was very strong, far beyond her own realm. Coupled with her sky illusion law, she had a huge influence on Wei Tiandao. Despite Wei Tiandao's strength, it was difficult for him to display it in such a short time. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and the Dian elixir furnace appeared in his palm. It grew in size rapidly and smashed toward Wei Tiandao. Bang! Wei Tiandao was smashed into a daze. His body crashed heavily onto the ground and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The other members of the Sky Blade Alliance were shocked. The golden-robed young man and the others who had attacked him earlier all turned pale. Wait, stop! Wei Tiandao roared. What do you want to say? Lu Ming stood high in the sky and looked at Wei Tiandao coldly. Wei Tiandao's eyes were filled with shock. It was only now that he truly understood how terrifying Lu Ming and the rest were when they joined forces. Back then, when Lu Ming and the rest joined forces, they were suppressed by the galaxy. It was not that Lu Ming and the rest were not strong, but the galaxy was too strong. Wei Tiandao only realized how terrifying Lu Ming and the others were after they exchanged blows. With so many people working together, he couldn't use his full strength at all and could only take the beating. Furthermore, there were still other king physiques that had yet to make a move. If they really started a battle, they would lose without a doubt. Lu Ming, I agree to your conditions. Wei Tiandao said helplessly. He felt extremely humiliated, but there was nothing he could do in this situation. No, no, President, you have to save us, you have to save us. The golden-robed young man screamed in fear. If Wei Tiandao did not save them, they would be dead for sure. He has to bear the consequences of his own actions. Let's go. Wei Tiandao shouted and turned to leave. The other members of the Sky Saber Alliance looked at the golden-robed young man and his group with pity. Of all people to offend, they had to offend Lu Ming and his group of fiends. After that, the other members of the Sky Blade Alliance also stepped into the air and left. Don't! The golden-robed young man and the others chased after the Sky Blade Alliance members in a frenzy. However, Long Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of them. His eyes were cold as he threw a punch. Bang! The golden-robed young man screamed as his body was torn apart. The rest of the people had even lower cultivation levels, and were all killed by Long Chen in a few moves. The people who had attacked him before were all killed. The divine ability, Purgatory Valley, was also under Lu Ming and the rest's control. The Absolute Saint battlefield. After that, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy became even more chaotic. All the large groups fought and killed each other for those cultivation places. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, the cultivation land was the most important cultivation resource. It was of great help to one's cultivation. Naturally, the competition was very intense. And all of this, the teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy didn't interfere. Ever since that day, the teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy seemed to have disappeared. Only a few people were left to maintain the operation of the cultivation places. After that, some small groups began to form alliances and congregate into large groups. One alliance after another began to appear. The leaders of those alliances were all experts on the Saint King ranking. 2 months after the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy did not prohibit killing, dozens of alliances appeared in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. At the mountain peak where Lu Ming and the rest lived, the crowd gathered again. Lu Ming, should we form an alliance? Huan Ling suggested. One also think that it's a good idea to form an alliance. Once we do so, we'll have a legitimate reason to do so, and other people will come to join us and increase our strength. Ouyang Wushuang suggested. That's right. There will be people coming to join the alliance. It'll be of great use in the future to get to know more people. Luo Tianyi also said. Following that, the others also spoke up, feeling that an alliance needed to be established. However, everyone was waiting for Lu Ming's opinion. During this period of time, Lu Ming was the leader of the group. At this moment, a piece of news came. In the Eternal Star River, he had successfully obtained a set of formation discs in the Holy Saint battlefield, which covered 100 miles of his residence. At the same time, he had established the Heaven Emperor Alliance, and many people from small alliances had joined it. The Stellar River has acquired a formation plate set. Many people's expressions changed. We've sent people to find out more about the formation plate on the Holy Saint battlefield. How's it going? Lu Ming asked. During this period of time, they had also been asking around for information about formation discs. At this time, the effect of a set of formation discs was too great. A set of formation discs could cover a radius of 100 miles and could only be broken by martial sovereigns. This was equivalent to having a base and not being afraid of being attacked. This was very important to an alliance. This meant that his safety was guaranteed. Normally, he could cultivate in the cultivation land, but he couldn't stay in the cultivation land all the time. After cultivating for a period of time, he would have to leave the cultivation land and find a place to digest. There was no need to worry about one's own safety when living in the area covered by the formation plate. However, there were only 4 sets of formation discs in total. Once someone obtained one set, there would definitely be many people who would join them. Lu Ming sighed. It was obvious that Emperor Formless had already expected this outcome. That was why he had left 4 sets of array discs in the holy battlefield. However, the absolute saint battlefield was very large. During this period of time, many people had been looking for news of formation discs. Unexpectedly, the Star River was one step ahead and obtained a set of formation discs. During this period of time, we've been sending people to investigate, and we've already found some clues. Ouyang Wushuang said. Alright, then we'll wait until we get the formation discs before we form an alliance. Lu Ming said. The others nodded in agreement. It would be most effective to establish an alliance after obtaining the formation plate. Following that, they continued to send people to search for information on the formation discs. On the other hand, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance in the Eternal Star River was getting stronger and stronger. The Eternal Star River was the number 1 on the Saint King ranking and had astonishing strength. Now that he was the first to obtain a formation plate, naturally, there would be many who would come to seek refuge. It was said that Luo Cangqiong, Luo Pokong, and Feng Wuchen of the Feng clan had all sought refuge in the Star River and joined the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. The Heaven Emperor Alliance had become a giant existence. However, the galaxy did not cause trouble for Lu Ming and the rest because he could not figure out the Death Blade's intentions. Lu Ming, on the other hand, went to look for Luo Xiang alone. He planned to use the Dian Elixir Furnace to help Luo Xiang temper his spirit body. With Luo Xiang's potential, he would definitely be able to temper his spirit body to the upper-class heavenly spirit body. When Luo Xiang found out about the effects of the Dian Elixir Furnace, he was also extremely shocked. After that, Luo Xiang entered the Dian elixir furnace to temper. Just half a month after the Eternal Star River obtained the formation disk, the second formation disk appeared. It was obtained by the Divine Fire Alliance led by a prodigy ranked second on the Saint King ranking. The second on the Saint King ranking was called the Fire Emperor. He was a genius of the fire race, an ancient race. After he obtained the array disk, many people turned to him. In an instant, the Divine Fire Alliance became a force second only to the Celestial Emperor Alliance. After half a month of continuous tempering, Luo Xiang's spiritual body had also evolved into a superior grade heavenly spiritual body. When Luo Xiang's spirit body evolved, it actually drove his cultivation and entered the Absolute Saint realm. Luo Xiang's cultivation base had already reached the limit of Supreme Saint, so it was normal for him to break through this time. Luo Xiang had a king body and could control one of the king path laws, the fast and slow laws. Now that he had become an absolute saint, Lu Ming and the others' strength had increased. At this moment, a piece of good news arrived. They finally found the location of the formation plate. Lu Ming immediately gathered all the people and headed to the holy battlefield. The Holy Ji battlefield was actually a huge world of formations. It was built by the great emperor himself. When the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute first opened, only absolute saints could enter to fight and cultivate. But now, the absolute saint battlefield had been adjusted, and even bright saints could enter. The entrance to the holy battlefield was guarded by teachers of the Saint Academy. They had to pay a large number of raw stones to enter. Lu Ming and the rest, a total of dozens of people, paid the raw stones and entered a spacious secret room. This secret room could be considered to have been reserved by them, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Entering the absolute saint battlefield meant that one's mind would enter, and their physical body would remain outside. This was to prevent them from being ambushed after entering the absolute saint battlefield. Everyone sat cross-legged, and in the secret chamber, inscriptions appeared and covered their bodies. The next moment, they found that their spirits had escaped into a strange space. Then, they found that they had appeared on a grassland. It's so real. The cultivation level is exactly the same as the outside world. Even the laws are the same. Lu Ming sensed for a while and realized that the conditions were the same as the outside world. There was really no difference. Lu Ming was shocked. This array world was indeed extraordinary. Back in the Divine Yuan Empire, when he had helped Ouyang Wushuang with the battle for the Crown Prince, the first stage was also to enter a world of formations. However, those who entered the world of formations would condense a body of a LV1 martial emperor. Their own cultivation and the power of laws could not be used inside. But here, he could use it as he wished. The level of profoundness was on a completely different level. The others who had never entered the absolute saint battlefield also felt it and were amazed. It was built by the great emperor himself, and it was indeed extraordinary. There are many beasts formed by formations on the holy battlefield. I heard that one of the formation discs might be in the Violent Ape Mountain. Ouyang Wushuang said. As the crown prince of the Xinyuan Empire, he could naturally mobilize many of the empire's geniuses. The information he had gathered during this period of time had all been arranged by Ouyang Wushuang. Attacking the Violent Ape Mountain. Violent Ape Mountain. How's his strength? Lu Ming asked. The Violent Ape Mountain is inhabited by a type of ancient violent ape. They are warlike by nature, have infinite strength, and are extremely powerful in battle. The most powerful violent ape in the Violent Ape Mountain is at the Quasi-Emperor realm. There are many violent apes at the Absolute Saint realm below it. Some time ago, several alliances tried to explore the Violent Ape Mountain, but they were all killed by the violent ape. Ouyang Wushuang explained. A violent ape at the Emperor-to-be realm? Many people's eyes narrowed. With the protection of the Emperor-to-be violent ape, it was indeed not easy to obtain a formation disc. But fortunately, this was the battlefield of the saints, the world of formations. Even if he died in this world, his real body would be fine. Ouyang, you lead the way. Lu Ming told Ouyang Wushuang. Ouyang Wushuang nodded and led the way, followed by the rest. The absolute saint battlefield was vast and boundless. They flew for a few hours before a mountain that pierced through the clouds appeared in front of them. Roar! Roar! Even from far away, one could hear the roars and howls, which were filled with brutal intent. They had arrived at the violent ape mountain. Wait a moment. Those with weak cultivation will stay outside and attract some of the violent ape's attention. Those with strong cultivation will follow me and charge up the mountain. Lu Ming assigned tasks to everyone. In the absolute saint battlefield, if one died in battle, they wouldn't really die. Thus, using people with weaker cultivation to attract a portion of the violent apes was the best strategy. No one had any objections, and they all headed towards the mountain together. Someone's coming. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed and he looked in another direction. In that direction, a group of people was flying over. The group flying at the very front were all young men and women in white robes, and they were extremely handsome. Thank you, nianjun. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect to see Xiangxiang here. It's the ancient saint clan. Luo Tianyi said softly. The ancient saint clan was a powerful ancient clan. Those extremely handsome men and women in white robes were the members of the ancient saint clan. And the people behind the ancient saint clan should be the elites of the alliance with the ancient saint clan. It was obvious that the ancient saint tribe also wanted to go up the mountain and take the array disc. Lu Ming. Xiangxiang looked at Lu Ming in surprise. It's Lu Ming and the rest. The other ancient saint clans, as well as the geniuses who were not from the ancient saint clans, all looked serious. The combat strength of Lu Ming's group had left a deep impression on them. Now that they were together, it would be difficult for them to seize the array disc. Hehe, Lu Ming, I didn't expect to meet you at the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy. What a coincidence. Xiangxiang smiled. What a coincidence. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Xiangxiang had helped him once in the Tsang region and revealed the deity's cultivation level and secrets before the battle. However, Lu Ming still had a bad impression of Xiangxiang. Back in the Divine Wilderness continent, the two of them were mortal enemies. Many people looked at Lu Ming and then at Xiangxiang in surprise. Lu Ming and Xiangxiang knew each other. I'm really impressed. How does Lu Ming know so many beautiful women? Logically speaking, I'm quite handsome too. Why don't I know so many beautiful women? Desolate Li touched his head and muttered. Xiao Yu, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, and the other women all had a strange look on their faces. As for the other big guys from the desolate race, they looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Xiangxiang smiled, seemingly unconcerned with Lu Ming's attitude. Lu Ming, you're here to take the array disc too. I've naturally come here to seize the formation plate. Lu Ming said. What a coincidence, we're also here for the formation plate. Since I helped you once before, how about you give me the formation plate? Xiangxiang smiled. Give it to you. There are emperor-to-be violent apes on the violent ape mountain. Even if I give them to you, I'm afraid you won't be able to take them down. Let's just rely on our own abilities. Lu Ming smiled and stopped talking to Xiangxiang. They flew to the other side of the violent ape mountain. If the ancient saint clan wanted to take the array disc, then so be it. The two parties would attack the mountain from different directions. Whoever could get it would be the one who had the ability. They went to the other side of the mountain and acted according to their original plan. Some of the weaker ones rushed towards the mountain. Not long after, a series of angry roars could be heard from the violent ape mountain. A group of violent apes chased after those people and disappeared into the distance. Bubble. Lu Ming took the opportunity to send a voice transmission to Bubbles. Chirping, Bubbles waved her small hands and a space-time tunnel formed, extending to the peak of the mountain. And NBSP everyone charged into the space-time tunnel. Roar! At this time, a terrifying roar came from the top of the mountain. A huge violent ape appeared. It was at least 100 meters tall. It held a huge stick in its hand and swept it toward the space-time tunnel. Boom! 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 And NBSP as the giant stick swept through, the world rumbled, and the space-time tunnel shattered. Lu Ming and the group had just stepped into the space-time tunnel and had not crossed half the distance when they were forcefully thrown out of the space-time tunnel. Sure enough, it doesn't work. The strength of an emperor-to-be is really amazing. Lu Ming thought to himself. An emperor-to-be was indeed powerful. The moment Bubbles opened the space-time tunnel, he was discovered and the space-time tunnel was destroyed in one fell swoop. His plan of using the space-time tunnel to reach the mountaintop in one go was ruined. Roar! The emperor-to-be giant ape stood on the peak of the mountain and roared. Roar! Roar! The entire violent ape mountain was in an uproar. Loud roars could be heard as violent apes appeared one after another. Some were unarmed, some were holding metal rods, and some were grabbing huge rocks as they charged towards Lu Ming and the others. From a distance away, huge rocks the size of houses were smashing toward Lu Ming and the rest. Charge! Lu Ming shouted and everyone rushed to the mountain peak at top speed. While they were attacking, Bubbles pressed her small hand gently. The space in front of her rippled, and those giant rocks were crushed into pieces by the space power. Then, the violent apes rushed over. Bubbles spat out a bunch of bubbles from her small mouth and enveloped the giant apes. Lu Ming and the rest took action one after another and killed the giant apes. The moment these giant apes died, they turned into energy and disappeared. Those who followed Lu Ming were Qiu Yu, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, Long Chen, Desolate Li, Ouyang Wushuang, Luo Xiang, Lu Ming, and Bubbles. There were a total of 9 people, and they were all absolute saints. They were all above the king body, and with their cooperation, their speed was shocking. No matter if it was a lower-tier absolute saint or a perfected absolute saint, they were all killed instantly. They were like a sharp knife, rushing to the peak of the mountain. On the other side of the mountain, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. Clearly, the ancient saint clan had also begun their attack. It's good that the ancient saint tribe is here. They can help us attract a group of violent apes. Ouyang Wushuang said with a smile. The others also smiled. That was indeed the case. With the ancient saint tribe attacking the mountain, the violent ape on the other side had been attracted, and the pressure on them had been reduced by a lot. Within a few minutes, Lu Ming and the rest were approaching the peak of the mountain. The New Dragon Alliance roar. At the peak of the mountain, the emperor-to-be violent ape roared at the sky. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stomped heavily. Suddenly, the mountain rocks exploded and the entire mountain shook violently. The violent ape's huge body rushed toward Lu Ming and the others like a cannonball. The huge rod in its hand smashed toward Lu Ming and the others with unstoppable momentum. Chaos Finger. And NBSP Lu Ming pointed with his finger, forming the Chaos Finger of Tribulation. He charged at Bao Yuan and clashed with his giant staff. Boom! And NBSP in the next moment, the primal Chaos Tribulation finger was shattered, but Bao Yuan had also been stopped. When Lu Ming was a great saint in the Great Perfection Realm, he could cross realms and kill an absolute saint in the Great Perfection Realm. Although an emperor-to-be was much stronger than an absolute saint in the Great Circle, after breaking through to the absolute saint realm, his fighting power had also increased by a large margin. He could fight against an emperor-to-be expert. Chirping, Pow Pow stood on Lu Ming's shoulder. It opened its mouth and a transparent bubble formed, enveloping the violent ape within. Roar! Break! Bao Yuan roared and tried to break the transparent bubble with all his strength. However, the bubble's strength was enough to fight against an emperor-to-be, so how could the other party break it so easily? Roar! Roar! In the surroundings, roars could be heard as one giant ape after another charged over. You guys block those violent apes. Leave this to me and Bubble. Lu Ming shouted. Xiao Yu, Luo Tianyi, and the others flashed and rushed to the surrounding violent apes to block them. Lu Ming took the opportunity to charge at the emperor-to-be violent ape. He pointed his finger again and a huge finger crushed the other party. Lu Ming had wanted to take out the Dian elixir furnace to refine the giant ape, but he realized that there was no Dian elixir furnace in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming came to a realization. Although this world of formations was mysterious, it was not omnipotent. It was impossible to condense treasures above the sovereign weapon. Sovereign weapons were forged by martial emperor powerhouses with all kinds of precious materials. If the formation world could be condensed into one, it would be too terrifying. And NBSP, the primal chaos tribulation finger pressed down, and Bao Yuan roared as he struggled with all his strength to resist. And NBSP, but it was suppressed by the spacetime dimension laws, and the power it could use was less than 50% of its normal power. It was struck by the chaos finger of tribulation and sent flying, crashing into the mountain. The mountain peak shook, gravel flew, and smoke and dust filled the air. Space cutting. Time stop. Pow Pow flew out and circulated the spacetime law with all her might. The space turned into a terrifying cutting force that slashed towards Bao Yuan. At the same time, she used the power of spacetime stop to restrict Bao Yuan's movements. Lu Ming stepped forward and launched a chaotic finger of tribulation with all his might. With the two of them working together, the laws of chaos and the laws of time and space worked together. Their combat power was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but it was multiplied by several times. And NBSP Bao Yuan had almost no power to resist. When the two attacks landed on his body, he roared and his body exploded. And NBSP, after Bao Yuan's body exploded, it began to exude a dazzling light. In the light, 9 array discs actually appeared. So this set of formation discs is in the body of this violent ape. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He waved his hand and put away the 9 array discs. The formation plate is in our hands, retreat, break. Lu Ming shouted and used the prison-suppressing heavenly art. 9 illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared and sent the 9 violent apes flying. Xiao Yu and the rest took the opportunity to retreat and join Lu Ming's group to break out of the encirclement. Behind them, the other violent apes roared angrily and chased after Lu Ming and the rest. However, they were not good at speed and were soon left behind by Lu Ming and the rest. Nianjun looked into the distance and said, "It seems that the array disc has been obtained by Lu Ming and the rest. Let's retreat." After that, the people of the ancient Saint clan broke out of the encirclement and left the place. Not long after, Lu Ming and the rest retreated from the absolute Saint battlefield and returned to the mountain peak where they lived. Lu Ming stood in the sky above the mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, 9 array discs appeared and emitted a dazzling radiance. And NBSP, one of the array boards, floated in the air above the mountain, while the other 8 flew in all directions, forming a light screen that covered a 100-mile radius. Below, the paragons of the Phoenix Palace, the Divine Elephant Sect, the Thunder God Sect, and other forces burst into cheers. With the protection of this array plate, they could cultivate in peace in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Usually, they could go to those cultivation places in groups. After they finished cultivating, they would return here and would not have to worry about being attacked. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chen, and the others flew to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming, now that we have the array disc, it's time to form an alliance. Ouyang Wushuang said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. in pushing Lu Ming to be the alliance leader. You guys won't have any objections, right? Huang Li was the first to speak. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ouyang Wushuang and the others. I naturally have no objections. Huang Ling smiled. I also have no objections. I don't have any either. Following that, Long Chen, Qiu Yu, and Luo Xiang spoke up respectively. They naturally supported Lu Ming as the alliance leader. Finally, everyone looked at Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Tianyi. Of course, I support Lu Ming. Me too. Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wushuang both nodded. They were silver inheritors and had to listen to Lu Ming's orders. Why would they fight for the position of alliance leader with him? Okay, then our alliance will be called the Dragon Alliance. Let the Sacred Institute know that the Dragon Alliance will be officially established in 3 days. At that time, all parties are welcome to join us. Lu Ming spoke and made a decision. His eyes shone with anticipation. He had an idea. He wanted to make the Dragon Alliance flourish in the Yuan continent and become an overlord force. Then, everything would start now. The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was filled with top geniuses from all over the world. If these people were absorbed into the Dragon Alliance now, they would definitely play a very important role in the future development of the Dragon Alliance. Yes, Alliance Master. Ouyang Wushuang immediately cupped his fists. We pay our respects to the Alliance Master. Following that, Luo Tianyi, Desolate Li, Long Chen, and the others also cupped their fists. After that, it was Phoenix Palace's turn. The Divine Elephant Sex Paragons saluted Lu Ming one after another. Then, everyone got busy, spreading the news and preparing for the banquet 3 days later. When the news spread, the entire Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was in an uproar. The third array disc had landed in the hands of Lu Ming and the others. It was indeed shocking. Lu Ming and the others' strength was obvious to all. This was definitely a powerful force in the valley. Some of the small groups that had not joined the Heavenly Emperor Alliance or the Divine Fire Alliance began to consider whether they should join Lu Ming and the rest. It's better to join the Heavenly Emperor Alliance than the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming has offended the Star River. He will be killed by the Star River sooner or later. That's right. The Heng family is guarding outside the Sacred Institute. Lu Ming can't even leave the Sacred Institute. If he joins the Dragon Alliance, I'm afraid he'll be implicated by Lu Ming. The Heng family might also target him. That would be terrible. This was the opinion of some small groups. They felt that Lu Ming and the rest would be defeated at the hands of the Xiangxiang River sooner or later. If they joined the Dragon Alliance, they might be implicated. However, there were also some small groups that had opposite opinions. They felt that Lu Ming and the rest had endless potential. Although their cultivation level was still low, they would be very terrifying in the future. Putting everything else aside, Lu Ming even had 2 sons of God. If his cultivation level increased, would he be afraid of the Eternal Star River? Therefore, a portion of them chose to join the Dragon Alliance. Xian Yinjuan joins the Alliance 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the Dragon Alliance's establishment had arrived. On this day, dozens of tables were set up on the mountain where they lived. Early in the morning, someone had arrived to pay a visit to Lu Ming and was willing to join the Dragon Alliance. At noon, the number of people slowly increased, but it was still far from the day when the Heaven Emperor Alliance was established. Obviously, there were very few people who were optimistic about Lu Ming and the rest. However, what made Lu Ming and the rest happy was that 2 small groups had joined them. The leaders of these 2 small groups were all geniuses with king physique. After that, all the elites of the Purple Flame Villa from the ancient Yang Sacred Land joined the Dragon Alliance. Some of the supreme talents in the Purple Flame Villa had made a bet that they would serve Lu Ming for 50 years. Now that the Dragon Alliance had been established, they naturally joined it. After the people from the Purple Flame Villa arrived, another group of people arrived, attracting everyone's attention. "It's the Ancient Saint clan!" someone exclaimed. The Ancient Saint tribe was an alliance as well. There were more than 100 of them. At this moment, all of them had arrived. However, they were blocked out by the light screen formed by the formation plate. If Lu Ming was not willing to let them in, they could not enter. "Lu Ming, what's wrong? You won't let us in?" Xiangxiang walked in front and smiled. "Are you here to congratulate me?" Lu Ming's voice was heard. "No." Xiangxiang shook his head, a meaningful smile on his face. "We are here to join the Dragon Alliance." "What?" Many people were shocked. The Ancient Saint clan had come to join the Dragon Alliance. Some people revealed looks of joy. The strength of the ancient divine tribe was already shocking. In addition, there were several king physiques in the alliance with the ancient divine tribe. If the ancient divine tribe joined the Dragon Alliance, the Dragon Alliance would be very powerful. It might even surpass the Divine Fire Alliance and be second only to the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. Lu Ming was stunned as well. He did not expect Xiangxiang to bring the Ancient Saint clan back to join the Dragon Alliance and rely on him. Back in the Divine Wilderness continent, Xiangxiang and he were mortal enemies. He still remembered Xiangxiang's resentful expression. "What's wrong? Don't you welcome us?" "Lu Ming, we are a family." Xiangxiang smiled. "What?" Everyone was stunned. Xiao Yu, Feng Ling, Luo Tianyi, and the others looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming and Xiangxiang were a family. Could it be that Lu Ming and Xiangxiang had a secret relationship? Many people couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. Xiangxiang chuckled. "Lu Ming, you're my brother-in-law. Don't you want me to join you?" These words made many people's hearts tremble even more. Especially Huang Ling, Qiu Yu, Luo Tianyi, and a few other women, their faces were a little strange. "Young master, are you married to Miss Nianjun?" It's normal for them to be married after so many years. But why don't I see Miss Nianjun? Qiu Yu's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts, and she felt a little bitter in her heart. Then, Qiu Yu shook her head and thought, "Qiu Yue, what are you thinking about? Young master and Miss Nianjun are a match made in heaven. You only need to stay by young master's side and serve him well. How can you be worthy of young master? It turns out that Lu Ming already has a wife. But why didn't he tell me?" Huang Ling thought to herself and felt a little disappointed. Luo Tianyi's eyes were also a little strange. Long Chen was the only one who remained calm. He was Xiangxiang's real brother-in-law. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, but he could not refute Xiangxiang's words. Given his relationship with Xiangxiang, it was only a matter of time before they got married. Xiangxiang was Xiangxiang's elder sister, so it wasn't wrong to call him brother-in-law. "Are you guys really here to join the Dragon Alliance?" Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and asked. "That's only natural. Currently, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy is split up by many powerful individuals. You are my relative and are the most familiar with you. I would naturally come to seek refuge with you," Xiangxiang said with a smile. "Don't try to get close to me. You wanted to kill me back then. I really doubt your intentions." Lu Ming said coldly. People change. Back then, one was too short-sighted in that corner of the world. Now, I naturally have to look at the long term. There is no eternal enemy in this world, Xiangxiang said with a smile on his face. Compared to his cold and arrogant self, he was indeed very different. You can join the Dragon Alliance, but the Dragon Alliance has its own rules. If you break any of the rules, I won't show you any mercy, Lu Ming said. Naturally. Xiangxiang chuckled. Her position in the ancient Saint clan seemed to be extraordinary. The other members of the ancient saint clan seemed to listen to her. Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate Xiangxiang. Ever since he met this woman in the Yuan continent, Lu Ming had always felt that she was dangerous and mysterious. In her body, Lu Ming seemed to sense a terrifying power that was dormant. Once it exploded, it would be earth-shattering. He had the same feeling when he saw Xiangxiang. After that, Lu Ming controlled the array disc and let the ancient sacred clan members in. Alright, let's start the alliance. Lu Ming waved his hand. However, this was the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute after all. The conditions were limited. The process of establishing an alliance was very simple. Everyone paid their respects to Lu Ming, and then the banquet was held to celebrate. While everyone was eating and drinking, someone else descended outside the area covered by the formation plate. The one and only holy temple. Lu Ming's gaze swept across. A few heaven's favorites from the sacred hall stood outside the light screen. The one in the lead was Yu Shu. Yu Shu, you've joined the Heaven Emperor Alliance for a long time. What's the matter with you here today? Ouyang Wushuang's voice was heard. Could it be that you want to switch sides and join my Dragon Alliance? The Dragon Alliance doesn't dare to accept people who change sides at will. One of the geniuses from the Purple Flame Villa laughed. Humph, we're here today for my junior sister. Yu Shu snorted and looked at Qiu Yu. Junior sister Qiu Yue, come with us and join the Heavenly Emperor Alliance. If you stay in the Dragon Alliance, you'll get into trouble sooner or later. Did Luo cangqiong send you here? Qiu Yu said indifferently. That's right, Luo cangqiong asked us to come here, but it was also our own idea. There is no benefit for you to stay in the Dragon Alliance. Yu Shu said. Get lost. Qiu Yu scolded coldly. Yu Shu's expression changed, and she said gloomily, Qiu Yue, don't be so selfish. Luo cangqiong is the grandson of the great sovereign. If you go against him like this, you will only implicate the only sacred palace and even your master. Hehe, you sure know how to talk nonsense. The matter between a few juniors actually involved the only sacred temple and the true emperor. Isn't that funny? Lu Ming spoke indifferently. Yu Shu, don't make it sound so high and mighty. You're doing this for yourself, right? If you can bring me to the Heaven Emperor Alliance, I'm afraid Luo cangqiong will reward you handsomely. Qiu Yu said sarcastically. You guys, Yu Shu's face turned red. You don't want to get lost? Then come in and have a drink. Desolate Power stepped into the air, his eyes flashing with a ferocious light. A year and a half, Lu Xiangxiang, Yu Shu and the few heaven's favorites from the only sacred hall turned around and ran. Their voices came from afar, you guys, just you wait. Hee, a few clowns. Desolate Li grinned and returned to his meal. After 3 rounds of drinking, the banquet finally ended. Those who joined the Dragon Alliance all lived within the area covered by the array disk. The formation of the Dragon Alliance and the appearance of the third formation plate made the atmosphere in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy even more tense. This was because 3 out of the 4 sets of formation discs had already appeared. There was still one more set left. The competition in the remaining small alliances became even more intense. There were fights every day on the absolute Saint battlefield. After more than 10 days of competition, the 4th set of formation discs was finally obtained by an alliance, the Knights Association. The leader of this alliance was the 3rd-ranked genius on the Saint King ranking. He was very powerful. With that, all 4 sets of formation discs were obtained, forming 4 alliances. The remaining small groups and alliances all joined the 4 alliances to seek protection. Because without the protection of the array disk, they would be in danger in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and could be attacked at any time. There were very few people who didn't join the 4 alliances. There were only a few powerful lone wolves, such as the Son of Death, Death Blade. He was a lone wolf. However, none of the forces dared to offend him. No matter which cultivation place he went to, no force would dare to stop him. He was too powerful. Now, no one could say that they could defeat the Death Blade, except for the Xiangxiang River. However, this also proved that the Death Blade had nothing to do with the Dragon Alliance. However, the number of people who joined the Heaven Emperor Alliance was still the most. The Heaven Emperor Alliance was undoubtedly the most powerful. Some people ranked the 4 alliances based on their strength. Heaven Emperor Alliance, number 1. The Dragon League was second. The Divine Fire Alliance and the Knights Association were in 3rd and 4th place respectively. In the following period of time, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy became even more chaotic. The 4 alliances started to fight for the cultivation grounds, killing each other continuously. It was only after a few months that the killing finally stopped. The 4 alliances each occupied a cultivation ground, and Mount Yuan entered a period of peace. The heavens' favorites from the 4 alliances each took a spot and started to cultivate. During this period, Lu Ming would also choose some reliable people and use the Dian Elixir Furnace to help them temper their spirit bodies and upgrade their spirit bodies levels. For example, with the help of the Dian Elixir Furnace, the 4 elites of the Desolate race with medium-grade heavenly spiritual bodies had all evolved their spiritual bodies to become high-grade heavenly spiritual bodies, greatly increasing their strength. And Xiangxiang, with the help of the Dian Elixir Furnace, had also reached the upper-class heavenly spiritual body. Xiangxiang was a true dragon and had enough talent. With the help of the Dian Elixir Furnace, her spirit body improved rapidly. The strength of the entire Dragon Alliance was constantly improving. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. It had been a year and a half since the Great Emperor had announced the new rules. During this period of time, although Lu Ming often helped others to temper their spirit bodies, he did not neglect his own cultivation. The place where he stayed the most was the Absolute Saint battlefield. There, he fought with powerful ferocious beasts and used the battle to stimulate his own potential. Lu Ming's cultivation base had also successfully broken through and entered the Mastery Absolute Saint realm. The other king bodies, such as Qiu Yu, Huang Ling, Huang Li, and Long Chen, had also broken through and entered the upper tier of the Absolute Saint realm. Luo Tianyi had even reached the pinnacle of the Absolute Saint realm. The higher one's cultivation was, the harder it would be to break through. It was already very fast to be able to break through one level in just over a year. This was also because of the good cultivation conditions in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. If he were to cultivate normally, he would definitely not be able to achieve such a speed. As for the Divine Ability Art, ever since Lu Ming's Divine Ability Art had reached 90% mastery, the speed of improvement had become even slower. After a year and a half, Lu Ming's Divine Power technique had only improved to 93%. Every step forward was extremely difficult. The closer one got to the perfect 100%, the more difficult it was. The galaxy had reached the Absolute Saint perfection a year and a half ago. However, it would not be easy for him to cross this step and enter the Emperor-to-be realm. Heaven Emperor City was the leader of the 9 sacred lands of Yuan Mountain. Its overall strength was much, much stronger than the ancient Moon Sacred Land. In the Heavenly Emperor City, there were a few of the biggest ancient aristocratic families that had been passed down for countless years. They were powerful and had a deep foundation. The Han family was one of them, and they were known as the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor. The He clan was one of them. They were as powerful as the Han clan and had a feud with the Han clan. 1,000 years ago, the two clans had a terrible war that resulted in countless deaths and injuries. It was only in the recent hundreds of years that the situation had stabilized. The mansion of the He family was extremely vast and boundless. In the He family's mansion, there were not only endless palaces, pavilions, and towers, but also mountain peaks that reached into the clouds and a winding river. It was like a country. Several figures were standing on a mountain peak of the He family. One of them was a white-haired old man with a kind expression. Beside the old man was a burly young man. These two people were actually the Ice Dragon Valley Master and Tian Chui. Not far from the two of them, there was an old man. The old man was wearing a brocade robe embroidered with the different scenery of the four seasons. However, he was very old, much older than Ice Dragon Valley Master. His face was full of wrinkles, and his hair was almost all gone. However, from the flash of a terrifying light in his eyes, one could tell that this person must be a very terrifying master. However, all three of them were looking at a young girl who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the mountain. This young lady was Lu Ming's first true disciple, Lu Xiangxiang. At this moment, Lu Xiangxiang's body emitted a mysterious light. The mountain was filled with endless vitality. Countless flowers and trees grew wildly. Small trees turned into towering ancient trees. Even some ordinary grass turned into spiritual grass. Boom! After a moment, the aura on Lu Xiangxiang's body suddenly soared. I've broken through. And NBSP on the side, the eyes of the withered elder, Ice Dragon Valley Master, and Tian Chui lit up in shock. Lu Xiangxiang had broken through to the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm. Especially the Valley Master and Tian Chui, they were truly shocked. Xiangxiang Bella's cultivation had been at the Martial Emperor realm when they had escaped from the Azure continent. Now, after a few years, her cultivation had reached the astonishing peak of the Supreme Saint realm. Xiangxiang, she's not even 15 years old. A few hours later, the aura on Lu Xiangxiang's body receded. She opened her eyes and stood up. A few years had passed, and Xiangxiang was already a slim and beautiful young lady. She was tall and beautiful, and she already had the potential to cause the downfall of cities and countries. Ha ha ha, not bad, Xiangxiang. I didn't expect you to break through so quickly and reach the peak of the Great Saint Realm. Such an achievement is rare even in the entire Yuan Mountain. The skinny old man walked over and smiled. Thank you for the praise, Senior He Qian. Xiangxiang Bella bowed to the skinny old man. Taking Xiangxiang as a disciple. I'm speaking the truth, not a compliment. There are only a few people in the Yuan Mountain who can compare to your achievements. The skinny old man He Qian smiled and then changed the topic. Xiangxiang, what one said before about you acknowledging me as your master, have you considered it? Xiangxiang thanks Senior for your kindness, but Xiangxiang already has a master. Without master's consent, Xiangxiang doesn't dare to take another person as a master. Xiangxiang Bella bowed politely and rejected the other party. He Qian's expression darkened. Xiangxiang, you have to consider this carefully. I'm a true emperor. What's your master's cultivation? Although my master's cultivation is not high now, Xiangxiang Bella believes that my master will definitely become a peak expert in this world in the future. Xiangxiang Bella said with a determined look in her eyes. In her heart, Lu Ming was the strongest. Although his cultivation level was not as high as He Qian's for the time being, he would surpass He Qian sooner or later. Silly girl, it's not that easy to become a top expert of the Yuan continent. Moreover, he can't even protect his own disciple, what achievements can he have? He might have already fallen by now. You're still young, don't be deceived by a few flowery words of others. He Qian said with a smile, thinking that Xiangxiang had the temperament of a child and did not know anything. Xiangxiang Bella's face slightly sank as she said, Senior He Yan, you have saved Xiangxiang Bella, Grandpa Valley Master, and Martial Uncle Tian Chui. Xiangxiang Bella is grateful to you. However, please do not insult my master. Otherwise, Xiangxiang Bella will have to take her leave. Alright, alright, alright. One won't force you. You can take your time to think about it. However, you have to cultivate the 4 seasons technique that I'm going to teach you. It's very compatible with your physique and can stimulate your potential to a greater extent. Your talent is unparalleled, and I really don't want to see you being held back and wasting such talent. He Qian sighed, but no one saw the cold glint that flashed in the depths of his eyes. All right. Xiangxiang Bella nodded her head, and only then did her expression look a little better. Xiangxiang, you and your martial uncle Tian Chui should go back first. I have something to discuss with Grandpa Valley Master. Qian said with a smile. Okay. Goodbye, Senior Qian. Goodbye, Grandpa Valley Master. Xiangxiang Bella obediently nodded her head. After saying goodbye to Qian and Valley Master Ice Dragon, she and Tian Chui soared into the sky and left the place. As soon as Xiangxiang Bella and Tian Chui left, Xiao's face darkened. He coldly looked at Ice Dragon Valley Master, and a terrifying aura pressed down on him. And NBSP, Ice Dragon Valley Master's body trembled, and he couldn't help but retreat, his face deathly pale. Qian was a true emperor expert. In front of him, Ice Dragon Valley Master had no power to resist. I told you to persuade Xiangxiang to acknowledge me as her master, but it seems you didn't. Qian said with a gloomy face. It's Xiangxiang's own choice who she wants to take as her master. What's the use of me persuading her? If she wanted to be your disciple, why would she need my advice? Valley Master Ice Dragon said. Humph. Qian snorted coldly and said, then what if one told you to persuade Xiangxiang to cultivate the 4 seasons technique? Have you persuaded him? A strange light flashed in the eyes of Ice Dragon Valley Master as he stared at Xiao and said, why do you insist on letting Xiangxiang cultivate the 4 seasons technique? You don't have to worry about this, just persuade her to cultivate. Gao said. And NBSP, kill me. Ice Dragon Valley Master sneered, you can kill me. No matter what, one won't force Xiangxiang Bella to do anything she doesn't want to do. You want to court death. It's not that easy. Qian said coldly, a cold light flashing through his eyes. Then, the Ice Dragon Valley Master's body began to tremble, as if he was suffering from endless pain. Roar. After a moment, even with Ice Dragon Valley Master's composure, he couldn't bear it anymore. A painful roar came out of his throat, and his gentle face was completely twisted by the pain. Roar. Roar. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master kept growling, his entire body covered in cold sweat. He reached out with his claws, wanting to grab his body, but an invisible energy covered him, making it difficult for him to move. Soul-devouring insects can constantly tear your soul and make you suffer incomparable pain. It's 10 times or even 100 times more painful than the pain of your physical body. Enjoy it. Qian coldly spoke. You. If Xiangxiang Bella were to find out that you are so despicable, I'm afraid that she would immediately leave, and NBSP kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. If she leaves, it will be the day of your death. Qian said coldly. And NBSP no. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared once more. He felt as if his soul was being continuously bitten by a type of insect, and endless pain drowned him. After a while, Qian waved his hand, controlling the soul-devouring insects to stop their biting. Ice Dragon Valley Master's body fell limply to the ground, gasping for breath. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. I'll give you 2 more months to persuade Xiangxiang. Persuade her to take me as her master and cultivate the 4 seasons technique with me. Otherwise, you'll wish you were dead. Also, don't try to tell Xiangxiang, or you're seeking your own death. Otherwise, Xiangxiang and Tian Chui will both die. Qian said coldly. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master took a few deep breaths, then sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his energy to recover. Half an hour later, he had finally recovered. Yan, why are you so persistent in wanting Xiangxiang to cultivate the 4 seasons technique? This person is sinister and cunning. He definitely isn't doing this for Xiangxiang's good like he said. Now, what should we do? And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master frowned in thought. In front of Xiangxiang, Qian always put on an affable appearance, but after Xiangxiang left, he would reveal his true face. He planted a soul-devouring insect in his body and threatened him to persuade Xiangxiang to be He Xiao's master. The master of Ice Dragon Valley would never allow Xiangxiang Bela to be He Xiao's disciple. However, this place was the He family. There were many experts in the He family. With his cultivation at the initial success stage of the Absolute Saint realm, any one of them could kill him. He wanted to take Xiangxiang and the others away, but he was completely powerless. If he was not careful, he might even implicate Xiangxiang and the others. He returned to his residence with a heavy heart. Their residence was a huge courtyard. There were experts guarding the courtyard, so not even a fly could fly out. Grandpa Valley Master, what did Senior Qian say to you? The moment Ice Dragon Valley Master returned to the courtyard, he saw Xiangxiang Bela and asked curiously. Nothing much. I'm just asking Senior Qian about Lu Ming and the rest's whereabouts. Ice Dragon Valley Master randomly found an excuse, and then his face darkened. Xiangxiang, you didn't cultivate the 4 seasons technique that He Yen gave you, right? Didn't Grandpa Valley Master tell me not to cultivate? That's why I didn't cultivate. Xiangxiang Bela shook her head and said. And, remember, do not cultivate it. Just cultivate the cultivation technique that your master gave you. Ice Dragon Valley Master warned. Yes, Xiangxiang knows. Although Xiangxiang Bela was curious as to why Ice Dragon Valley's master would not allow her to cultivate the 4 seasons technique, she still obediently nodded her head. This was because she knew that Ice Dragon Valley's master would not harm her. He Qian's true purpose and NBSP. In the next few days, Ice Dragon Valley Master kept walking around the courtyard, observing the terrain and looking for flaws, trying to find a way to leave the He family. However, the He family was so powerful and had so many experts. Their spiritual senses covered every corner. It was impossible for him to leave the He family openly without alerting the people of the He family. On this day, Ice Dragon Valley Master arrived at another mansion. This is He Qian's mansion. And NBSP what? Ice Dragon Valley Master was stunned and subconsciously retracted his aura. Then, he saw a middle-aged man walking through He Qian's door with 2 young women. Tell me, why do you think Elder He Qian would often call for people to send young women in? And you even taught them how to cultivate? There were 2 middle-aged men guarding the door. One of them said softly. Hearing this, Ice Dragon Valley Master's heart moved. He restrained his aura to the extreme and circulated his saint energy to his ears so that he could hear more clearly. I've heard some rumors. I'll tell you, but you can't spread it. The other guard said in a low voice. What news? The person from before revealed a curious expression. One heard that these women are Elder He Qian's cultivation vessels. After Elder He Qian transferred the improved 4 seasons cultivation method to these women, He Qian would visit them and devour their primordial yin to improve his cultivation base. One heard that Elder He Qian's tribulation is coming, but he's not confident that he can survive it. That's why he's using this method to raise his cultivation base so that he can resist the tribulation that happens once every 300,000 years. The person behind explained in a low voice. And NBSP hearing this, Ice Dragon Valley Master's heart trembled, and he felt cold sweat seep out of his back. He finally knew why He Qian had always wanted to take Xiangxiang as his disciple and wanted to pass on the Xiangxiang 4 seasons technique. Taking in a disciple was a lie. His real purpose was to let Xiangxiang cultivate He Xiao's 4 seasons technique. Xiangxiang Bela was a living being. If she had cultivated the 4 seasons technique that He Yen had given her, and her primordial yin was devoured by He Yen, it would definitely be of great help to him. This was He Qian's true purpose. And NBSP the Valley Master was terrified. Luckily, He felt that something was wrong and didn't let Xiangxiang cultivate the four seasons technique. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qian, you old fogey, you're simply devoid of conscience. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master gritted his teeth in worry. He had to find a way to escape. It was too dangerous to continue like this. If Xiangxiang didn't cultivate the four seasons technique, who knew if Qian would use other shameless methods to force Xiangxiang. The Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley returned to his courtyard, feeling uneasy. Grandpa Valley Master, what's wrong? Xiangxiang Bella saw that the Ice Dragon Valley Master was uneasy and asked in surprise. I'm fine. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master shook his head. He couldn't tell Xiangxiang about this. If he told Xiangxiang, she would be angry and ask Qian about it. He was afraid that Qian would immediately turn hostile. He had to keep this matter to himself and plan in secret. Xiangxiang, you must not cultivate the four seasons technique. The Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley reminded her again. Seeing Xiangxiang Bella obediently nod her head, the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley finally relaxed. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Xiangxiang, 2 days later, there will be a grand auction in Heavenly Emperor City. Let me bring you there to take a look. Qian found Xiangxiang and showed a kind smile. Good. Xiangxiang Bella cheered. During this period of time, she had been cooped up in the He family's residence to cultivate and had long wanted to go out for a walk. I'll bring Xiangxiang out for a walk. Qian said to Ice Dragon Valley Master and Tian Chui before walking out with Xiangxiang. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master revealed a worried expression, but he was helpless. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute, Lu Ming also planned to go out. During this period, he had helped some people refine their spirit bodies and used up a large amount of saint herbs. Even the saint herbs that Huang Ling and the others brought were running out, so he planned to go out and buy some. Over the past year, the Heng family had sent experts to guard the surroundings of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. As soon as Lu Ming went out, they would attack him. Lu Ming was not afraid of this. He had the divine breath technique, which could change his appearance and aura. With his current cultivation base, even a martial sovereign would not be able to recognize him if he stood in front of him. He didn't go out before because he didn't want to. If he wanted to, he could go out at any time. Lu Ming's appearance changed. He turned into a young man with a fair complexion. At the same time, he changed into a long white robe and held a folding fan. He instantly turned into an elegant young master. Even his aura was different from before. Lu Ming smiled and stepped on the air, flying towards the gate of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. Then, he swaggered out of the gate. 2 martial supremes from the Heng family had been standing guard in the clouds outside the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. When they saw Lu Ming coming out, they scanned him with their spiritual senses. They did not find anything unusual, so they did not bother about him. The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy gathered all the geniuses from all over the Yuan Mountain. There were young people entering and leaving every day. As expected, ordinary martial sovereigns can't tell. Lu Ming smiled and swaggered out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. He arrived at a bustling place. Not long after he arrived, he heard that there would be a grand auction in the Heavenly Emperor City today. At that time, there would be many rare and precious treasures being auctioned. Even martial emperor powerhouses would attend. Lu Ming's interest was piqued and he walked towards the auction house. After paying a certain fee, he walked into the auction house. So many people. As soon as they entered the auction house, they were greeted by an extremely spacious hall. In the hall, countless figures had gathered. A rough estimate put there at least hundreds of thousands of people. Around the hall were rooms for distinguished guests. Of course, they were prepared for powerful people or people with prominent identities. Most of the people could only stay in the hall. Lu Ming randomly found a seat in the hall and sat down. As time passed, the number of people increased. An hour later, the auction began. The first auction item made Lu Ming's eyes widen. That was because it was a monarch weapon. Lu Ming sighed. This grand auction of the Heavenly Emperor City was indeed extraordinary. The first item to be auctioned was actually a sovereign weapon. Although Lu Ming was envious, the sovereign weapon's price was shocking. Moreover, a group of people were fighting for it. The price had risen to a terrifying level. Lu Ming could only look on and sigh. In the end, the sovereign weapon was bought by someone in the VIP room at a terrifyingly high price. It was probably a martial emperor. The auction continued, and the second item was far less valuable than the monarch weapon. This was only natural. There would be at least a few hundred treasures in an auction. It was impossible for every single one of them to be as valuable as a monarch weapon. But even so, the second item was a rare treasure. The bidding was intense, and one treasure after another was won. Lu Ming was envious of many of the treasures. Unfortunately, the prices were too high and he had to give up. He had bid for a few good sacred elixirs. Rock of Chaos, the 120th treasure, a tear of life. On the auction stage, an old man who was hosting the auction announced. As soon as he said that, the entire place fell silent. Many people's eyes lit up. It's actually the tear of life. This is a rare treasure that contains endless vitality. Indeed, it can save lives at critical moments. Many people were discussing with fiery eyes. It's actually the tear of life. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as well. In the divine wilderness continent, he had once obtained the elixir of life and helped his father to heal his injuries, allowing him to embark on the path of martial arts again. After that, he even used the life potion to help the Nine Suns Supreme Master form a new body. Even his clone used the life potion. The tear of life and the water of life had the same magical effect, but their effects were completely different. Comparing the water of life to the tear of life was like comparing copper and iron to diamonds. Qian and Lu Xiangxiang were in VIP room 6. Lu Xiangxiang's eyes lit up. She had a body of life, so the tear of life was very useful to her. It could greatly speed up her cultivation speed. Xiangxiang, you want to buy the tears of life? Qian looked at Lu Xiangxiang and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, but Xiangxiang doesn't have that many raw gemstones. Let's forget it. Xiangxiang Bella nodded and said. Huh, silly girl. If you don't have any raw stones, 111 give them to you. Qian smiled. That won't do, I won't take a reward without any work. Xiangxiang Bella shook her head. Just take it as I'm lending it to you. You can pay me back in the future. Wait a moment, you can raise the price. Qian said with a smile. And, that's good. Xiangxiang thanks Senior He Xiao first. Xiangxiang Bella cupped her fists towards Qian gratefully. Qian smiled and nodded, revealing a satisfied expression. This was the reason why he had brought Lu Xiangxiang out to attend the auction. He wanted to take the opportunity to get closer to her and increase her impression of him. When the time came, Lu Xiangxiang would be able to cultivate the 4 seasons technique smoothly. 1 tier of life. The starting price is 200,000 superior grade raw stones. The old man who was hosting the auction announced. 250,000. 300,000. Immediately, the price of the tear of life rose steadily, and soon reached a high price of 500,000. Lu Ming shook his head. Although the tears of life were precious, there was no need to spend such a high price to buy them. If Xiangxiang is here, I can buy it to help her cultivate. Lu Ming had an idea. At the thought of this, he sighed. He wondered how Xiangxiang and the rest were doing. Back then, Ice Dragon Valley's master had brought Xuanixin, Tian Chui, and Xiangxiang Bella to escape. Later on, they had encountered danger, and Xuaningxin and Xiangxiang Bella had been separated. How were they now? However, the Yuan mountain was so vast, where could he go to find them? The price of the tear of life continued to rise, and it soon reached 800,000 superior-grade raw stones. 1,000,000 superior-grade raw stones. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice was heard. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Ming's heart trembled. This is Xiangxiang's voice. Lu Ming could not help but look at VIP room number 6. Although Xiangxiang Bella's voice in his memory was more immature, and this voice was more mature and had some changes, Lu Ming could still tell that this voice was Xiangxiang Bella's voice. Why would Xiangxiang appear here? And in the VIP room, how was that possible? Could it be that I'm hearing things because I'm so eager to see you? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. 1,100,000. After the bidder from guest room number 6 called out the bid, the number of people who increased the bid decreased significantly. However, there were still people who increased the bid, and the price rose to 1,000,000. 1,200,000. In VIP room number 6, the clear voice sounded again. It's Xiangxiang, it's definitely Xiangxiang. Lu Ming was certain that this was Xiangxiang Beilah's voice. As for why Xiangxiang Beilah didn't recognize his voice, it was because he didn't use his original voice. Who knew if there were any Heng family experts here who could recognize his voice? Next, the tear of lives price rose to 1,500,000 superior-grade raw stones, and it was bought by Xiangxiang Beilah. Qian smiled slightly. 1,500,000 superior-grade raw stones were nothing to him, but it was worth it to win a good impression. The bidding continued, but Lu Ming seemed to be a little uneasy. He couldn't wait to go to VIP room number 6 immediately to see if it was really Xiangxiang. After all, there were people with similar voices in the world. However, the bidding was not over yet, so he could only wait. The bidding continued. Lu Ming was even less focused on the following bidding. He was constantly paying attention to the people in VIP room number 6. Auction item number 216 is a chaos gem. The voice of the old man who was hosting the auction rang out, causing Lu Ming to be in high spirits. There was actually a stone of chaos. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Not only him, but the eyes of the others were also shining. Chaos gems were born in the chaos before the creation of the world. They contained chaos chi and were rare treasures in the world. There was actually a bid for them in this auction. Everyone was staring at the old man with fiery eyes. The martial emperor powerhouses in all the guest rooms could not suppress their feelings and revealed greedy looks. If they could smelt the chaos gems into their small worlds, they would be able to make their small worlds more solid, more stable, and more powerful. But, at this moment, the old man slowly spoke again. However, for some reason, the chaos chi on this chaos gem has dried up. What? There's no more chaos chi. A chaos gem without chaos chi is just an ordinary stone. It's not of much use. I was excited for nothing. Many people shook their heads. Chaos gems were the most precious when they contained chaos chi. Without chaos chi, their value would drop by countless times. Lu Ming also revealed a look of pity. Everyone, even without the chi of chaos, the rock of chaos is still a rare material for smithing. It's extremely strong, and if it's used as the main material, it can be used to forge a monarch weapon. The old man in charge said again. Many people shook their heads. It was just a material for a monarch weapon and wasn't of much use. They might as well buy it directly. The emperor-level experts shook their heads. They had lost interest in the rock of chaos. One must get this chaos gem. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Although there was no chaos chi in the chaos gem, Lu Ming cultivated the chaos law. Even if the chaos gem did not have chaos chi, it might be useful to him. Alright, they'll start bidding now. The base price is 200,000 superior grade raw stones. The old host announced. 250,000. Someone immediately started bidding. Although the chaos gem did not have any chaos chi, it was still a rare treasure. Some people were curious and wanted to buy it to take a look. It would be good to keep it as a collection. Reunion of master and disciple. Everyone started bidding for the chaos gem. Very quickly, the price of the chaos gem was raised to 500,000 superior grade raw stones. However, at this price, the number of people bidding decreased. After all, this chaos gem no longer had any chaos chi and could only be considered a smithing material. Although it could be used to forge monarch weapons, there was still a chance of success. If it failed, the material would be wasted. As such, unless it was a complete sovereign weapon, the materials would not be as expensive as they were. Soon, the price reached around 800,000 raw gemstones, and almost no one else raised the bid. 800,000 raw stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The old man in charge asked, his voice reverberating throughout the auction house. 1 million. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his mouth and called out a high price of 1 million. Previously, he had not made a bid because he wanted to wait for the auction to start so that he could win it in one fell swoop. The host's eyes lit up. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "This young master has bid 1 million superior grade raw stones. Are there any higher bids?" After that, the old man asked 3 times, but no one made a bid. 1 million superior grade raw stones was already on the high side for a chaotic stone without any chaotic chi. Naturally, no one made a bid. In the end, Lu Ming bought the raw gemstone at the price of 1 million. A young and beautiful lady came to Lu Ming with the stone of chaos. "Young master, this is a rock of chaos." The young woman said, meaning that they would hand over the money and the goods at the same time. "May first ask if I can use my monarch weapon to pay?" Lu Ming said. "Of course you can." The young woman smiled. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. A pair of tiny wings appeared in his palm. Then, the wings slowly grew larger and exuded a strong emperor aura. Lu Ming had obtained this pair of wings from the Golden Crow Crown Prince when he killed him. This is a monarch weapon. Many people's eyes lit up. I didn't expect this young man to have a monarch weapon. Some people's eyes flashed with greed. He's so young and he already has a monarch weapon. He must be a heaven's chosen from the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy. Someone else said. These words caused the hearts of those who had previously been greedy to tremble, and they dispelled their greed. Almost all of the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy came from powerful forces. If one wanted to lay their hands on these people, they might not even be able to survive. Of course, you can use your monarch weapon to offset the price. You can auction your monarch weapon directly and the extra raw gemstones will be given to you on the spot. The young woman said with a smile. Then let's do this. Lu Ming nodded and handed the monarch weapon to the young lady. The young lady then passed the storage ring with the chaos gems to Lu Ming. Right after that, the auction started with Lu Ming's sovereign weapon. In the end, the sovereign weapon was sold for 5 million high-grade raw stones. After deducting the 1 million stones of chaos and the handling fee, Lu Ming was left with nearly 4 million high-grade raw stones. The bidding continued. The further it went, the more precious the treasures were. Even true emperors and martial emperors had joined the bidding for the last few treasures. The prices had reached a jaw-dropping level, which was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. Compared to those martial sovereigns and even true sovereigns, his wealth was simply a drop in the ocean. Finally, with the success of the last treasure, the auction came to an end. After the auction ended, Lu Ming left the auction house in advance and waited outside. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. From the auction house, many figures flew out and flew in all directions of Heavenly Emperor City. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw an old man flying out of the auction house with a young girl. Fragrance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although the young lady had grown up and was much taller, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that she was his disciple, Lu Xiangxiang. Lu Ming hurriedly chased after him. Fortunately, Qian did not go too fast. He seemed to have the intention of bringing Xiangxiang Bella around to tour the Heavenly Emperor City. Therefore, Lu Ming could still keep up. After following them for a while, they flew for a long distance. In front of them, He Xiao and Lu Xiangxiang suddenly stopped. "Little fellow, you followed me all the way here from the auction house. What is it for?" He Qian spoke coldly, and a powerful aura burst forth. This aura was earth-shattering and heaven-shaking, causing Lu Ming's body to shake violently. He retreated 1,000 meters at an extreme speed and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was also because the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have died with just one breath. "Senior, you've misunderstood. I'm here to look for Xiangxiang." Lu Ming quickly spoke, using his original voice. Hearing Lu Ming's voice, Xiangxiang Bella's delicate body trembled. She revealed an extremely surprised look and shouted, "Master, you. Are you my master?" "What?" He Qian was slightly stunned. A cold killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes, but it disappeared in a flash and was not revealed. "Xiangxiang, it's me. However, it's not convenient for me to reveal my true body now." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xiangxiang Bella. He was not familiar with He Qian, so he naturally kept his guard up. "Master, it's really you." With a swoosh, she pounced on Lu Ming and plunged into his arms. "Master, where did you go? Xiangxiang misses you so much." Xiangxiang Wan swallowed, tears welling up in her eyes. "Silly girl, aren't we reunited now?" "That's right, Valley Master, where's senior brother Tian Chui?" Lu Ming asked. "They're at the He family," Xiangxiang Bella said. The He family. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There was a He family in the Heavenly Emperor City that was as famous as the Han family. Lu Ming had naturally heard of them. Could it be this He family? "Huh, Xiangxiang, this little brother is the master you've always mentioned." At this moment, He Xiao smiled and walked over. "And, that's right. He is my master." "Master, this is Senior He Qian, the true emperor expert of the He clan." Xiangxiang Bella introduced them to Lu Ming. "Greetings, Senior." Lu Ming greeted He Qian. "Young heroes indeed come from young people. Little brother, Xiangxiang has missed you a lot during this period of time. How about this? It's rare for us to meet, so let's go to the He family first. How about it?" He Qian said with a smile, showing his goodwill. "And, Master, let's go together. Grandpa Valley Master and Uncle Tian Chui will definitely be very happy to see you." Lu Xiangxiang pulled on Lu Ming's arm, a bright smile on her face. Lu Ming nodded. Together with Xiangxiang Bella, they followed He Qian and headed to the He family. When they arrived at the He family, Tian Chui and Ice Dragon Valley Master were stunned when they saw Lu Ming. However, they were overjoyed when they heard Lu Ming's voice. The few of them gathered together and chatted for a while. Lu Ming learned that when Ice Dragon Valley Master, Tian Chui, and Xiangxiang Bella were separated from Xuanixin, they happened to meet He Qian and were brought back to the He family by He Qian. When Tian Chui and Ice Dragon Valley Master knew that Xuanixin was fine, they were naturally overjoyed. "Lu Ming, I have something to discuss with you." At this time, He Xiao opened his mouth and said. Killing with a borrowed knife, divine clothes for tribulation. He Qian spoke and said that he had something to discuss with Lu Ming. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He Qian was a true emperor expert. What matter did he have to discuss with him? And NBSP. When Ice Dragon Valley Master heard this, his expression suddenly changed, and deep worry flashed through his eyes. Lu Ming and Qian left their residence and came to a quiet place. It's better for you to return to your original appearance. There's no effect in changing your appearance in front of this old man. Qian was the first to speak. He looked at Lu Ming with his bright eyes. Lu Ming's expression did not change. He had long known that Qian would definitely be able to tell. Qian was a true emperor expert. At such a close distance, even the divine breath technique couldn't hide from him. Moreover, when he saw Tian Chui and Ice Dragon Valley's master earlier, the two of them were initially stunned, but they were soon overjoyed. From this point alone, it was not difficult to guess that Lu Ming had disguised himself. With a single thought, Lu Ming returned to his original appearance and cupped his fists. Senior, Junior had his own reasons for doing so and didn't mean to hide it. What's your name? You don't need to hide it from me, it's not difficult for this old man to find out your background. Qian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Junior's name is Lu Ming. Lu Ming muttered his real name after a moment of silence. Just as Qian had said, since he had revealed his true appearance, with the other party's ability, it would be easy to find out who he was. Moreover, the He family and the Heng family had a grudge. They wouldn't tell the Heng family, right? After hearing Lu Ming reveal his real name, Qian's expression changed. You're Lu Ming, the son of chaos from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The Lu Ming who pulled out the celestial Thearch sword and led the kings to fight against the Eternal Star River. If Senior says so, then it's Junior. Lu Ming touched his nose and said. More than a year ago, Lu Ming had caused a huge commotion. Even now, the Heng family had emperor-level experts guarding outside the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. That incident had even triggered a battle between emperor-level experts. Lu Ming's name had long spread throughout the Heavenly Emperor City. Anyone with some cultivation had heard of his name. I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've seen you, you're truly a peerless heaven's favorite, a true dragon among men. He Gao chuckled. Senior is too kind. I wonder why Senior has called me here. Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked. Qian didn't specifically look for him just to ask about his true identity, right? I heard that you are Xiangxiang's master. Qian spoke. That's right, Xiangxiang Bella is my true disciple. Lu Ming was stunned. Lu Ming, I won't hide it from you. Xiangxiang Bella's physique is very suitable to inherit my legacy. Therefore, I also want to take her as my last disciple. However, Xiangxiang Bella said that it's up to you. So, you'd better persuade her to take me as her master. Qian went straight to the point and spoke his thoughts. Senior, are you asking me to persuade my disciple to switch sides? Lu Ming's expression changed. I'm just giving her a better choice. Lu Ming, I'm the true emperor. Xiangxiang will be able to unleash her potential better if she's under my tutelage. Furthermore, you're in a precarious situation now. You're surrounded by the Heng family. Xiangxiang is with you. Do you want her to take the risk with you? He Gao said. This, Lu Ming looked pensive. Lu Ming, if you're doing this for Xiangxiang, you should persuade her to join my family. She can only reach the peak with the He family's resources supporting her. Qian continued. Senior, the matter of acknowledging a master is purely personal. One can go and persuade Xiangxiang, but whether she is willing or not will depend on her. Lu Ming said. A sharp glint flashed in the depths of Qian's eyes, and then he smiled and said, That's good. You go and persuade her first. Since you've reunited with an old friend, you can stay at the He family for a few more days. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and Qian called for someone to bring Lu Ming back to where Xiangxiang Bella was staying. After Lu Ming left, a cold murderous intent flashed in Qian's eyes. Humph, you want to brush me off, you really don't know what's good for you. Qian snorted coldly. Based on his experience, he could tell at a glance that Lu Ming was just brushing him off. He did not really want to persuade Xiangxiang to be his master. I didn't expect the master Xiangxiang Bella mentioned to be that brat Lu Ming. As long as that brat is dead, Xiangxiang Bella will still have to obediently acknowledge me as her master and cultivate the 4 seasons technique. Moreover, this kid is very valuable now. A cold killing intent flashed in Qian's eyes. Then, he took a step out of the He clan and headed in another direction of the Heavenly Emperor City. Not long after, a vast palace complex appeared in front of them. This was the Heng family. Qian wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, the Heng family's knife. Who is it? Qian's arrival at the Heng family naturally alerted the Heng family's experts. Boom! The aura of a true emperor erupted from Qian's body, enveloping the entire hall of the Heng family. Get your true emperor to come out and see me. Qian's voice rang out. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the Heng family's palace complex. A middle-aged man stepped out and stood in the air, looking at Qian. Qian, you old fogey, why have you come to my Heng family? The true emperor expert from the Heng clan said coldly. The Heng family and the He family had never been on good terms since ancient times, so he naturally didn't treat Qian well. I'm here to make a deal with you. Qian said with a slight smile. What deal? The Heng clan's true emperor said. It's regarding Lu Ming's deal. He Gao said. Lu Ming. Isn't he in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy? Don't tell me you have a way to enter the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and capture Lu Ming. The Heng family's true emperor sneered in disdain. There were 3 great emperors in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Even the great emperor from the Heng family had no way of entering the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy directly to capture Lu Ming. He didn't believe that the other party had a way. Who said that Lu Ming is in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute now? Qian smiled. Not at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Impossible. Our Heng family has always had experts guarding the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The Heng clan's true emperor's expression changed. Humph, that's because you Heng family people are useless. Lu Ming has already left the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. He Gao sneered. Qian, do you know where Lu Ming is? The Heng clan's true emperor's eyes lit up. That's right, but I can't give you the information for free. You have to pay a price. He Gao said. What do you need? The Heng clan's true emperor's eyes narrowed. Divine tribulation clothes. Qian slowly opened his mouth. The Heng clan's true emperor's expression changed drastically as he shouted, divine clothing for tribulation transcendence. Qian, you're simply asking for an exorbitant price. This is impossible. To a martial emperor, the divine clothes for tribulation transcendence were shockingly valuable. This was because the divine robe could help martial sovereigns transcend their tribulations. It was several times more valuable than ordinary tribulation transcending heavenly treasures. An ordinary tribulation transcending heavenly treasure was completely useless to a martial emperor powerhouse. However, the divine clothing for tribulation transcendence was extremely useful to even void emperors and true emperors. It could increase the success rate of transcending the tribulation. Escape from the He family. Every 33,333 years, a martial emperor powerhouse would have to face a calamity of heaven and earth, and each calamity would be more powerful than the last. Since ancient times, countless experts, peerless emperor-level experts, had all turned into dust under Rhe heavenly tribulation. There were very, very few people who could stay alive. Since they had reached the true emperor realm, no one would be willing to die under a great tribulation. Therefore, a divine robe that could increase the chances of a martial emperor transcending a tribulation was extremely valuable to a martial emperor. If he could survive one tribulation, he would be able to live for another 300,000 years. In these 300,000 years, he could go to some dangerous places to take risks and obtain opportunities. His cultivation might even rise to a higher level, and he might be able to survive the next tribulation. The moment Qian opened his mouth, he wanted to wear the divine tribulation robe. No wonder the Han clan's true emperor had such a big reaction. I'm telling you, Lu Ming will return to the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy soon. When he returns, it will be impossible for you to take him down and get the Celestial Emperor sword. You have to think carefully, which is more important, the divine clothing or the Celestial Emperor's sword. He Gao sneered. The Han family's true emperor's expression flickered as if he was considering the possibility. The divine clothes for tribulation transcendence, give it to him. At this moment, another voice came from the Han family's palace. Then, a white-haired elder stepped out. This person was also a true emperor. Qian's expression changed slightly. His figure moved and retreated 100 miles, afraid that he would be besieged by the other party. The He family and the Han family had been enemies since ancient times, so he naturally had to be on guard. Qian, I can give you the divine clothing for tribulation transcendence, but I hope you don't lie to us. Otherwise, the Han family will kill you even if we have to mobilize all our forces. The white-haired old man said coldly. Give me the divine clothing for tribulation transcendence and it'll bring you to Lu Ming. He Gao said. All right, I'll give it to you. The white-haired elder nodded and returned to the Han family. After a while, he came out again and waved his hand. A storage ring flew towards Qian. Qian received it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. His face revealed a look of wild joy. This time, it was really killing two birds with one stone. He could get rid of Lu Ming, make Lu Xiangxiang give up on him, take him as her master, cultivate the 4 seasons technique, and obtain the divine clothing for the tribulation. As long as his plan succeeded, he was 90% confident that he would be able to survive this disaster and increase his lifespan by another 33,333 years. Qian, can you tell me now? Where is Lu Ming? The true emperor from the Han family asked. Lu Ming, stay as a guest in my mansion. Qian smiled proudly. Let's go, well go with you. The Han clan's white-haired true emperor said. Together with the previous true emperor, they followed Qian and headed towards the He clan. After Lu Ming and Qian separated, he frowned. He did not expect that the other party actually wanted to take Xiangxiang as a disciple. A true emperor taking Xiangxiang as a disciple was naturally a good thing for her. However, Lu Ming did not know why, but he felt uncomfortable when he was with Qian. He felt that Qian did not simply want to take Xiangxiang Bella as his disciple. Qian gave Lu Ming an extremely dangerous feeling. Therefore, when he promised Qian just now to persuade Xiangxiang, it was purely perfunctory. We have to bring Xiangxiang and the rest away as soon as possible. As long as we enter the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, we will be safe. But how do we bring them away? Lu Ming quickly thought of countermeasures in his mind. After a while, he saw Xiangxiang Bella's courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Ice Dragon Valley Master was pacing back and forth, seemingly very anxious. The master of the ice-cold valley was overjoyed to see Lu Ming. The person who led the way also said his goodbyes and left. Lu Ming, what did Qian say to you? Is he asking you to persuade Xiangxiang to acknowledge him as her master? Ice-Cold Valley Master hurried over and asked. That's right. Valley Master, you know about it too. Lu Ming nodded and answered. Lu Ming, you must not agree to Qian's request. Otherwise, Xiangxiang will be in danger. Ice-Cold Valley Master said anxiously. Valley Master, what's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed and he asked. Qian is most likely making use of Xiangxiang. The Ice-Cold Valley Master immediately explained that Qian might have used Xiangxiang to cultivate and resist the heavenly tribulation. What? Detestable. Lu Ming was shocked after hearing that. He roared in anger and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Qian wanted to take Xiangxiang as his disciple. He was not sincere at all. He only wanted to make use of Xiangxiang. No wonder Lu Ming had a bad feeling previously. Not good. Qian knows my true identity. He definitely won't let me go. We have to leave immediately. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. At this moment, all kinds of possibilities flashed through Lu Ming's mind. If he was Qian, he would have killed Lu Ming directly. This way, it would be much easier for Xiangxiang Bela to join another sect without her master. He could even go to the Heng family to seek benefits, killing two birds with one stone. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was extremely anxious. Valley Master, let's go. We have to leave the Heng family immediately. Having said that, Lu Ming rushed into the courtyard. When he saw Xiangxiang Bela and Tian Chui, Lu Ming immediately summoned the mountain and river diagram and said, Valley Master, Xiangxiang, senior brother, quickly enter the mountain and river diagram. I'll take you out of the He family. Master, this is, Xiangxiang Bela revealed a puzzled expression. There's no time to explain, hurry. Lu Ming shouted. A white light flashed and Xiangxiang Bela and Tian Chui were kept into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming, do you have any way to get out? Ice Dragon Valley Master asked anxiously. Valley Master, don't worry. I have my ways. However, I need to borrow your clothes. Lu Ming said. The Valley Master's eyes flickered. Then, a set of clothes appeared in his hand and he handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming then put the Valley Master into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's body began to transform into the appearance of the Ice Dragon Valley Master. Even his aura was exactly the same. Lu Ming quickly changed into Ice Dragon Valley Master's clothes and walked outside. Ice Dragon Valley Master and the others were allowed to move within a certain range. And NBSP as Ice Dragon Valley Master walked out, he secretly glanced at him, but he only glanced at him and ignored him. Lu Ming walked around and came to a remote place. There were no longer any eyes watching him. At this moment, he happened to meet a middle-aged man walking towards him. Lu Ming glanced around and could tell that the middle-aged man had the cultivation base of the Great Sage Initial Realm. Lu Ming walked toward the man without a word. When he got close, Lu Ming struck like lightning and knocked the man unconscious. Then, he took off the man's clothes and changed into them. Following that, Lu Ming's figure began to transform into the man's appearance. The middle-aged man was thrown into the mountain and river diagram by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming swaggered out of the He family's gate. Along the way, no one stopped him. Very soon, Lu Ming left the He family residence smoothly. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as soon as he left the He residence. He saw a few figures in the distance rushing into He residence at a terrifying speed. One of them was Qian. There really are experts from the Heng family. Lu Ming's eyes were gloomy. He had seen the other two people who came with Qian. They were two of the three true emperors from the Heng family who had entered the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy to capture him. Chapter 1924, Suicide, Let's Go. 11 Lu Ming did not hesitate. He accelerated to his maximum speed and rushed towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He wanted to use the fastest speed to return to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. On the other side, Qian brought the two true emperors from the Heng clan to the He clan and arrived outside Lu Xiangxiang's residence. Lu Ming, I'll leave it to you. It's not convenient for me to go in. You can't touch the little girl inside. As for the others, you can do as you please. One Qian warned. The two true emperors from the Heng clan nodded and stepped out. They arrived in the air above Xiangxiang Bella's courtyard and scanned the area with their spiritual senses. With a single glance, their faces darkened and a hint of anger flashed in their eyes. The two of them moved and arrived in front of He Gao, their eyes burning with anger. "He Xiao, you dare to play with us?" One, the white-haired true emperor, said coldly. "Playing with you? Why do you say that?" One, He Xiao's face darkened as he said this. He did not know why, but he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. "There's no one in the courtyard. Are you playing with us?" The expression of the other true emperor from the Han family became even uglier. He Qian's expression changed drastically. "There's no one here." "How is that possible?" He Qian said. After saying that, he rushed into the courtyard like a gust of wind and swept out his spiritual sense violently. There was no one. The courtyard was empty. "Damn it, where are they?" He Qian bellowed in rage. His spiritual consciousness spread out to the other residences of the He family like a storm. However, he did not find Lu Ming and the rest anywhere it passed. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, two figures flew out and landed in front of He Hao. They were the experts that He Yan had used to secretly monitor Xiangxiang and the others. "Where are they? Where are the people in the courtyard?" He Qian roared in rage. His face was twisted in anger. "People? Weren't they in the courtyard? We didn't see them come out. Could it be? It's an estate world treasure." The two of them thought of something, and their expressions changed drastically. "You two idiots!" He Qian rebuked angrily, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. He said in a low voice, "The art of disguise. Lu Ming is proficient in the art of disguise. I didn't expect this kid to be so meticulous. I was too careless." Although he knew that Lu Ming was proficient in the art of disguise, he had thought that Lu Ming would at least stay at the He family for a day. He had already rushed over to look for the Han family. As long as Lu Ming stayed any longer, he would not be able to escape. He did not expect that as soon as he left, Lu Ming brought Xiangxiang Bella and the rest and left the He family. He knew that he had miscalculated. "He Xiao, what tricks are you playing? If you want to lie to us, hand over the divine tribulation robe." The two true emperors from the Han clan appeared on either side of He Qian with dark expressions. Their powerful auras enveloped He Qian. "You two, this is the He family," He Qian said coldly. The expressions of the two true emperors from the Han clan changed. That's right, this was the He family. If he made a move against He Qian, he would definitely be attacked by the experts of the He family. At that time, they would all be in danger. He Qian, the Han family's tribulation transcending outfit isn't that easy to trick. If you don't return it, you'll have to wait for the Han family's revenge unless you hide in the He family forever. The white-haired true emperor of the Han family said coldly, and the aura around him became even stronger. "What are you guys so anxious about? No matter where that little bastard Lu Ming is hiding, I will be able to find him." He Qian sneered. Then, he began to form a magical seal with both hands. This was the seal to control the soul-devouring insects. No matter how far away they were, as long as he formed the seal, he could control the soul-devouring insects and sense Lu Ming's location through them. Lu Ming used all his strength and flew towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy like a bolt of lightning. The He clan wasn't too far away from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He was rapidly approaching the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's expression changed. He sensed that something was happening in the mountain and river diagram. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram. Part of his mind controlled the mountain and river diagram and continued to fly towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Roar! As soon as Lu Ming entered, he saw the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley holding his head with his hands and roaring like a wild beast. His face was full of pain. "Ah! And NBSP, the Ice Dragon Valley Master's head heavily smashed into the mountain, causing it to shake and sending debris flying. Grandpa Valley Master, what's wrong? Xiangxiang Bela stood at the side, not knowing what to do, her eyes filled with tears. Poisoned, Valley Master must have been poisoned. Damn it, that Qian is so vicious. Tian Chui roared. And NBSP just now, Ice Dragon Valley Master had already explained the matter to them, so they understood the cause and effect. Qian let Xiangxiang cultivate the Four Seasons technique because he wanted to use Xiangxiang's primordial yin to improve himself. How vicious. The two of them felt a wave of fear after hearing that. Valley Master, what poison did you get? Lu Ming came to the side of Ice Dragon Valley Master and asked. It's the soul-devouring insects. Qian has already returned to the He family and knows that we have escaped. This is bad. He can determine our location through the soul-devouring insects. Lu Ming, kill me, kill me. And NBSP, kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. Damn it. How did this happen? Tian Chui, Xiangxiang Bela, and Lu Ming's faces were extremely ugly. Quickly kill me. Otherwise, Qian will catch up with me very soon. You're courting death. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. His originally gentle face was now twisted in pain. His head slammed heavily on the mountain peak once more, creating a huge pit. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master's face was covered in blood, his white hair scattered. Even with his status as the Valley Master and his absolute Saint Realm cultivation, he still found it difficult to endure. It was clear how terrifying he was. The hearts of Lu Ming and the other two started to tremble. Qian, I will definitely kill you. Lu Ming roared in his heart. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Hurry up and do it. And NBSP, kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. Valley Master. Grandpa Valley Master, we can't do it. Xiangxiang Bela shook her head repeatedly. How was it possible for them to kill the Ice Dragon Valley Master? Valley Master, we will reach the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy soon. After we reach the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, one will think of a way to ask the Emperor to help you take out the soul-devouring insects. Lu Ming shouted. It's too late. Qian will catch up with us very soon. By then, none of us will be able to escape. I'm old, and my cultivation has reached its limit. One have no hope of breaking through in the future, but you can't die. You have a bright future. Dragon God Valley will depend on you in the future. Hurry up and do it. And NBSP, kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. No, you can't. The three of them shook their heads firmly. If you guys aren't going to do it, then I'll do it myself, die. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. The saint energy in his body surged crazily, then rushed to his head. Not good. Lu Ming, Tian Chui, and Xiangxiang Bela's faces changed drastically. However, it was too late for him to stop it. Boom! And NBSP, a boom exploded in Ice Dragon Valley Master's mind, and then he stood there in a daze. Valley Master. Grandpa Valley Master. Lu Ming and the other two turned pale with fright and rushed to the side of Ice Dragon Valley Master. And NBSP, but at this moment, Ice Dragon Valley Master was no longer breathing. He had died and destroyed his own soul to avoid being located by Qian. Chapter 1925 Killing Intent. Ice Dragon Valley Master had destroyed his own soul. Once the soul was destroyed, the soul would be scattered and the martial artist would naturally die. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's body exploded with a terrifying aura. His body exuded an extremely cold killing intent, causing the temperature in the mountain and river diagram to drop rapidly. Qian, He family, I, Lu Ming, will definitely get my revenge. Lu Ming roared in his heart and his eyes were bloodshot. Although the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley had not known Lu Ming for a long time, he was a gentle person. Back then, he had always stood on Lu Ming's side and helped him a lot with the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He was a humble and kind elder who always thought for the younger generation in Dragon God Valley. He had chosen to die in order to preserve the hope of Dragon God Valley. He could die but Lu Ming and the rest could not. Beside him, Tian Chui clenched his fists tightly, his killing intent incomparably thick. Grandpa Valley Master. Xiangxiang Bella hugged Ice Dragon Valley Master tightly and cried. Over the past few years, Ice Dragon Valley Master had led them on the run. They had experienced too much and had long established a deep relationship. But now, she also understood that Qian had planted soul-devouring insects in Ice Dragon Valley's master long ago, but he had never told her. She didn't know how much he had suffered for her in secret. However, she didn't know any of those hardships. This time, Ice Dragon Valley Master had chosen to commit suicide not because he couldn't bear the pain, but because of them. Thinking of this, Xiangxiang Bella was in even more pain. One will definitely take revenge for this. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Then, with a thought, he left the mountain and river diagram and rushed towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute with all his might. He understood that now was not the time to be sad. Ice Dragon Valley Master had committed suicide because of them. They could not let down Ice Dragon Valley Master's painstaking efforts. Lu Ming flew at high speed, getting closer and closer to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. In the He family, Qian's expression suddenly changed. Damn old dogs, you actually committed suicide, but you won't be able to escape from my hands. He Gao shouted in anger and said to the two true emperors of the Han clan, Lu Ming is rushing to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy at full speed. Chase after him. Buzz. 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 The three true emperor powerhouses moved and disappeared without a trace, chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew at full speed. However, he did not fly in from the main gate of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. Instead, he flew from the side of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. There was a Han clan martial emperor guarding the main gate of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. If the Han clan martial emperor received the news and stopped him, he would not be able to enter the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. In front, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was already in sight. The saint energy in Lu Ming's body circulated at full force as he rushed towards the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. See La. At this moment, the void behind Lu Ming shattered and a few figures stepped out from the spatial crack. It was Qian and the two true emperors from the Han family. Qian swept his gaze and saw Lu Ming flying at full speed. Lu Ming, get over here. Qian bellowed. He stretched out his hand and a huge hand formed, grabbing at Lu Ming. Explode, 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 go. Lu Ming roared. The saint energy in his body exploded like gunpowder, producing a shocking power that increased his speed. This method couldn't last long, only for a short time, and it was very harmful to the body. But now, Lu Ming could not care so much. Lu Ming's speed increased sharply and he rushed out of the range of Qian's large hand, rushing into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Not good, he has rushed into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. What should we do? The two true emperors from the Han family had ugly expressions. If Lu Ming rushed into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute, he would be under the protection of the institute. 111 Take him down no matter where I go. Qian's face was ferocious and filled with cold killing intent. Lu Ming actually dared to take Lu Xiangxiang away. He deserved to die. Lu Xiangxiang was related to whether he would be able to survive the next major tribulation. This was more important than anything else. If Lu Ming dared to stop him, he could not wait to cut him into 1,000 pieces. And that old dog, Ice Dragon, actually killed himself. He really got off easy. Buzz. Qian rushed straight into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He stretched out his hand and condensed another huge hand, grabbing towards Lu Ming. This huge hand covered the sky and covered the sun. This time, Lu Ming could not escape at all. However, at this moment, a beam of divine light burst out from the depths of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The divine light was like a sword. With a slash, Qian's huge hand instantly shattered. The terrifying divine light did not stop and continued to slash towards He Hao. Boom! Qian tried his best, but it was still useless. He was directly sent flying out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. His face was as pale as paper, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His aura was extremely weak. A hole had appeared in his chest, and the terrifying destructive power was corroding his flesh. Great Emperor! Qian muttered, revealing a deep fear. A true emperor actually dares to attack a disciple of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Do you think my words are nonsense? An ancient voice rang out from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. As the last word was spoken, a sound wave surged towards Qian and the two true emperors from the Han clan. The three of them had a huge change in expression as they frantically retreated. However, their bodies still trembled and they were severely injured. Especially Qian, his injuries were even more severe. If there's a next time, I'll kill. The great emperor's voice rang out again, and then it fell silent. Damn it! Qian bellowed in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, his heart filled with unwillingness. Lu Ming had taken Lu Xiangxiang away just like that. His plan was ruined. Furthermore, he had just been severely injured by the great emperor's attack. His chances of surviving the next tribulation were even lower. He was furious. He roared in his heart and was extremely unwilling. He wanted to tear Lu Ming into pieces, but he did not dare to enter the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The great emperor had already given the order. If he stepped in again, the great emperor would definitely kill him. Old dog Qian, if you don't die, one will personally cut off your dog head in the future. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on Qian from afar as his cold voice was heard. Just you. You better stay in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy for the rest of your life and never come out. Qian said coldly. Old dog, just you wait. This matter isn't over yet. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he moved and left the place. Humph, little bastard, you're far away. Qian snorted coldly and planned to leave and return to the He family. However, in a flash, the two true emperors from the Han family blocked Qian's path. What's the meaning of this? He Gao asked with a cold face. What do you mean? We didn't catch Lu Ming. It's time to return the tribulation transcendence clothes to us. The white-haired true emperor of the Han clan said coldly. Return it to you. I've already provided you with information about Lu Ming, and you've seen him. The tribulation transcending sage robe is mine. As for whether you've caught Lu Ming or not, it's none of my business. He Xiao's eyes turned as he said slyly. Now that he had lost Xiangxiang and was injured by the great emperor, his chances of success in the next great tribulation were even lower. Right now, the divine robe was his only hope. How could he hand it over to the Han family? If he handed over the divine clothing, he would definitely not be able to survive the next great tribulation and would die in it. This was a matter of life and death. The revenge begins. Qian, you're trying to trick the Han family's tribulation transcending outfit. Be careful that you won't be able to use it even if you have the life to take it. One of the Han clan's true emperors shouted, and his powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming. If you can't capture Lu Ming, you have no right to take the Han family's divine robe for tribulation transcendence. Hand it over. The Han clan's white-haired true emperor shouted coldly, and the divine light of the world bloomed from his body. If Qian didn't hand over the divine tribulation transcending robe, he would attack at any moment. The divine clothing for tribulation transcendence was extremely precious. It could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. Moreover, it was a one-time use. After transcending the heavenly tribulation once, it would be useless the next time. Initially, it was worth it to take down Lu Ming and obtain the Celestial Emperor's sword. However, Lu Ming had not been taken down and the Celestial Thearch sword had not been obtained. How could they be willing to let it be regarded as a piece of divine clothing for tribulation transcendence for no reason? Qian's expression was unsightly. He was truly unwilling to hand over the treasure that he had obtained. "All right, 111 return it to you. But one provided the information after all, so you should at least compensate me." He Gao said coldly. "Compensation? What do you want?" The white-haired true emperor of the Han clan asked. "A true emperor weapon." Qian spoke. "A true emperor weapon?" The two true emperors of the Han clan looked at each other and nodded. "All right, we agree to your request." The Han clan's white-haired true emperor said with a nod. Although true emperor weapons were precious, they were still far inferior to the tribulation transcending divine clothes. "All right, then I'll give you the divine clothing for tribulation transcendence." Qian revealed an expression of heartache one. He took out a storage ring and threw it to the Han clan's white-haired true emperor. The white-haired true emperor of the Han clan waved his hand and grabbed the storage ring. At this time, Qian's eyes revealed a ruthless look as he muttered, "Explode." Boom! The storage ring exploded, and the destructive power sent the white-haired true emperor of the Han family flying. This way, there was a gap in the encirclement of the two true emperors of the Han family. "Run!" Qian seized the opportunity and flew out like a bolt of lightning, fleeing in the direction of the He clan. "Damn it, Qian, you're looking for death." The Han family's white-haired true emperor let out a heaven-shaking roar. "What can you do to me if I hide in the He family?" Qian sneered, his voice coming from afar. Now, his heavenly tribulation was more important. There were less than 100 years left. At most, he would hide in the He family for the next 100 years. 100 years was just a blink of an eye to him. The He family was as famous as the Han family. As long as he hid in the He family and didn't come out, the Han family couldn't do anything to him. He flew toward the He family like a bolt of lightning. "Qian, how dare you covet the Han family's treasure? Your He family will pay the price." Behind him, the other true emperor from the Han family roared and chased after Qian. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, a figure flashed and Lu Ming appeared. Lu Ming had seen everything that had happened to the three true emperors earlier. "It looks like Qian tipped the Han family off and used my information to exchange for the Han family's treasure. Now they're in a mess." "Very well, He family, Han family, just you wait. I'll make you pay soon." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He took a step forward and his figure disappeared. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, a new tomb appeared on a mountain peak rich with original qi. Lu Ming, Xiangxiang Bela, Tian Chui, and Xuaningxin were kowtowing in front of the tomb of the Ice Dragon Valley Master. Behind him, the other members of the Dragon Alliance also bowed. After a long time, Lu Ming stood up. He took out a pot of wine and poured it in front of the tomb of the Ice Dragon Valley Master. Then, with a single thought, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the tomb of the Ice Dragon Valley Master. This person was the one who was brought out of the He family by Lu Ming. He was also a member of He Hao's mansion. "Valley Master, today, I will offer the blood of this person from the He family to you. In the future, I will personally take off Qian's dog head and come to offer it to you." With that, Lu Ming raised his knife and cut off the man's head. "Valley Master, I'll make the He and Han families pay some interest soon," Lu Ming muttered. Then, he turned around and left the place. It was useless to be overly sad. Lu Ming would use his actions to make the He family regret. In Lu Ming's residence, he took out the Stone of Chaos and studied it carefully. I've lost the chaotic original Qi as expected. What a pity. Lu Ming took a look. He injected his saint energy and chaos laws into it, but there was no reaction. There was no chaos Qi in the chaos gem at all. However, a chaos gem was still a chaos gem. Even without chaos Qi, it could still be used as the main material to craft monarch weapons. Lu Ming used his holy weapon to attack the Rock of Chaos, but he could not even leave a mark on it. Lu Ming refined it. At a critical moment, it might be used as a defensive treasure to resist the enemy's attack. After that, Lu Ming closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. 3 days later, Lu Ming was back to his peak state. He then used the divine breath technique to change his appearance and left the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. Outside the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, there were still experts from the Heng family standing guard. When they saw Lu Ming coming out, they scanned him with their spiritual senses but found nothing unusual. Lu Ming swaggered away. Lu Ming had come out for nothing but revenge. He didn't have the power to fight the He and Heng families yet, but he could collect some interest first. Lu Ming's first stop was Vientiane Tower. Firstly, Lu Ming bought all the information about the Heng family and the He family at Vientiane Tower. He even bought the information of some important figures in the two families. Of course, it cost a lot of money. After Lu Ming took away the information of the important figures of the two families, he began to study it in detail. 3 days later, Lu Ming went to Vientiane Tower again to inquire about some people from the Heng family and He family. Drunken Immortal Restaurant, one of the 3 buildings in Heavenly Emperor City, was extremely famous. That was because the beauties in the Drunken Immortal Restaurant were the most famous in the Heavenly Emperor City. Of course, there was also good wine that could make immortals drunk and dream of death. Therefore, this place had become the gathering place for the young geniuses of many forces in Heavenly Emperor City. Not only the young geniuses, but even the older generation would come. He Yutong was one of the top heaven's favorites in the younger generation of the He family. He was placed in an important position in the He family at a young age. Although he did not have a king physique, he was a heaven's favorite second only to the king physique. Now, his cultivation had reached the great saint perfection realm. However, he had been very depressed during this period of time. He was also cultivating in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. However, the supreme talents of the He family didn't have much achievements. They were suppressed in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Out of the 4 sets of array discs, the He family didn't get a single one. In the end, they could only choose to join the Divine Fire Alliance. Therefore, he was very unhappy. In his spare time, he would run out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, return to the He clan, or go to the Drunken Immortal Restaurant to relax. In Drunken Immortal Restaurant, there was a mirror-like lake. On the lake, there were sailboats floating, and on the lakeshore, there were many pavilions. He Yutong was lying in a pavilion with 2 beautiful girls. One was massaging his shoulders and the other was lying in his arms. She was soft and fragrant. He closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed it. He Yutong, get out here. At this moment, a loud roar broke the silence. Intensifying the conflict between the two families, a loud roar broke the silence and He Yutong's mood. Which bastard dares to disturb this young master? He's courting death. He Yutong stood up and stepped out of the pavilion. He looked ahead with cold eyes. In front of him, a middle-aged man stood on the lake with his hands behind his back. Who are you? He Yutong looked at the middle-aged man and narrowed his eyes. He did not know this man. The person who wants your life. The middle-aged man said coldly. Then, he dashed toward He Yutong. Saint power surged in his hand and formed a long sword. Like a rainbow light, the long sword stabbed toward He Yutang as fast as lightning. He Yutang was shocked. He exploded with all his power and a saber appeared in his hand. He slashed at the middle-aged man. Clang! The long sword and the saber collided, creating a buzzing sound. He Yutang's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Eternal Spring's laws. You're from the Heng family. Why do you want to kill me? He Yutang roared. At this time, the people in the sailboats and other pavilions on the lake had long been alarmed. They looked over in their direction and were all shocked. The laws of Eternal Spring were unique to the Heng family. Only the bloodline and body constitution of the Heng family could comprehend the laws of Eternal Spring. The Heng family came to kill He Yutang. The Heng family and the He family were sworn enemies. 1,000 years ago, there had been a fierce battle between them. However, in the last few hundred years, their relationship had eased a lot. Although there were still some conflicts, there were very few people who would kill each other in front of the public for no reason. Now, why did the middle-aged man want to kill He Yutang? He Qian, old dog, you're so shameless. You took away the Heng family's treasure and didn't return it. Then, it'll make your He family disciples pay the price. The middle-aged man said coldly. His aura exploded, and a terrifying sword light cut through the air and slashed toward He Yutang. No, run! He Yutang roared madly. He wanted to escape, but the difference in combat strength between him and his opponent was too great. With a slash of the sword, all his resistance collapsed. His entire body was cut in half, and his corpse fell into the lake. He Qian, old dog, you only have yourself to blame. The middle-aged man left these words and soared into the sky, leaving the place. This middle-aged man was naturally Lu Ming in disguise. Previously, at the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy, he had seen He Qian and the two true emperors of the Heng family in conflict. From the words of the other party, Lu Ming speculated that He Qian must have used him as a condition to take the Heng family's treasure. Later on, the Heng family wanted it back, but He Qian did not return it. Back then, the two true emperors of the Heng family had shouted that they wanted the He family to pay the price. Now, Lu Ming was taking advantage of this and attacking the He family members to provoke a conflict between the two sides. As for Lu Ming's chaos laws, other than the kingly laws and the 10 ultimate laws, all the other laws could be changed. The laws of Eternal Spring were not the laws of the King Path. Naturally, Lu Ming could change them. An expert from the Heng family had killed He Yutang, the pride of the He family. The reason was that He Qian of the He family had taken the Heng family's treasure. After Lu Ming left, this piece of news spread at a terrifying speed from the drunken Immortal restaurant. Not long after, a few old men sat in a hall of the He family. The atmosphere was very serious. Bang! He Qian slammed the table heavily, his eyes full of anger, preposterous. Is the Heng family going to start a war with our He family? They had already received the news of He Yutang's death and were currently discussing this matter. It's all because of you. You embezzled the Heng family's divine robe for tribulation, which caused such a disaster. He Yutang also died because of you. The other old man said coldly. What do you mean by that? He Qian's eyes were cold as he looked at the person. That person was in existence at the same level as He Qian, so how could he be afraid of He Qian? He sneered and said, it's very clear what I mean. If you didn't take the Heng family's treasure, why would they send people to kill my He family? No matter what, you have to pay the price for this. Hand over the divine robe and it will belong to the family. Of course, the He family was not united. It was divided into various factions. Bullshit, one deserved the divine clothing. If you want it, fight me. Let's see what you can do. Die. He Gao shouted, his powerful aura filling the hall. Alright, stop arguing. The most important thing now is how to deal with the Heng family's revenge. The other old man waved his hand and said. At worst, well, just fight the Heng family. He Gao said coldly. It was impossible for him to hand over the divine clothing for tribulation transcendence. The divine clothing was related to whether he could survive the heavenly tribulation or not, and it was more important than anything. At this moment, they received a message at the same time. They took out their jade voice transmission talismans and their expressions changed again. Damn it, the Heng family is too much. Is this an all-out war? The few elders roared. They had just received news that 2 more experts from the He family had been killed by the Heng family. If it could be tolerated, then who couldn't? The Heng family was obviously going to take revenge. If they delayed any longer, who knew how many people would be killed? Let's go to the Heng family. I'd like to see if they want to start a full-scale war. An old man sitting at the head of the table said coldly before walking out. The other elders, including He Qian, also followed. They left the hall and headed straight for the Heng family. In a hall of the Heng family, some elders were discussing some matters. Who sent people to kill the He family? Someone asked. We didn't do that. Although He Qian was despicable and took the divine clothing for himself, we were still thinking of a way and didn't send anyone to kill the He family members. The white-haired true emperor who had given the tribulation transcending divine robe to He Qian said with a frown. The others also looked at each other. They didn't send anyone, so who was it that killed the He family? Could it be a private act of the Heng family's descendants? The people of the He clan are despicable and shameless. In my opinion, we should just kill them. The other true emperor said coldly. 1,000 years ago, the He clan and the Heng clan had an intense war. These emperor-level figures had all fought with the He clan back then and had great enmity with them. So what if they killed a few people of the He clan? Boom! Boom! At this moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from outside the Heng family. Many powerful auras filled the air. Humph, it seems like the people from the He family have come. He Qian took our divine clothing for tribulation transcendence, and the people of the He clan still dare to come here. Make them hand over the divine clothing. The elders snorted and rushed out of the hall. Outside the Heng family, He Qian and the other experts of the He family stood in the sky. Terrifying auras emanated from their bodies as they pressed down on the Heng family's palace. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. In the Heng family, many experts appeared in a flash. In the end, a few elders from the Heng family flew over. Each of them exuded a vast aura that negated the aura of the He family's powerhouses. He Qian, you still dare to come? Hand over the divine clothing. The Heng clan's white-haired true emperor stared at He Qian, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Chapter 1928 War between two races. Your Heng family still wants my tribulation transcending outfit? In your dreams. You secretly sent people to kill my He family members. How do you explain this? He Qian shouted. We didn't send anyone to kill the people of the He family. An expert from the Heng clan spoke. Bullshit. You used the laws of eternal spring to kill the people of the He family. Do you think we're blind? An expert of the He clan shouted. What a joke. He Qian took my tribulation transcending clothes, and we didn't even go to his house. Your He family only lost a few useless pieces of trash, and you came to my Heng family. Do you want to start a war? An expert from the Heng clan coldly spoke. The He clan and the Heng clan had always been mortal enemies. Although they had eased up a little in recent years, these martial emperor powerhouses had lived for a long time and had fought with each other countless times. Their enmity was not that easy to resolve. Every time they met, it was always with swords drawn and bows bent. Good, very good. You killed members of the He family. Do you think we're easy to bully? Unless you don't go out in the future, hee hee. Qian sneered. In other words, if the Heng family could kill the He family could also kill the Heng family. Qian, then I'll kill you first. The white-haired true emperor from the Heng clan had a very strong killing intent. Qian had taken one of their divine tribulation transcending clothes, so he wanted to kill Qian immediately and take it back. At this moment, a figure flew over at high speed and arrived beside the Heng family expert. True Emperor, it's not good. The He family has been secretly hunting the experts of my Heng family. 2 great saints and 1 absolute saint have been killed by the He family. The man reported. What? You should die. When the Heng family's true emperor expert heard this, he was instantly enraged. On the surface, the He family had come to denounce their crimes, but they had secretly sent people to kill the Heng family members. They were despicable and shameless. Nonsense. We didn't send anyone to kill your Heng family. An old man from the He family said with a frown. You're obviously using the law of the 4 seasons, yet you dare to say that you're not a member of the He family. The person who came to report the news shouted. The He family inherited the law of the 4 seasons, which was similar to the eternal spring law of the Heng family. In the distant past, the He family was even known as the descendants of the celestial emperor, which was why they were mortal enemies with the Heng family. Damn it, you took the Heng family's divine tribulation robe and now you're sending people to kill my Heng family members. Today, all of you can stay. One of the Heng clan's true emperors was furious. He activated his world energy and a terrifying sword light shot towards the He clan's true emperor. If you want to start a war, don't think that the He family will be afraid of you. The true emperor of the He clan was also furious and launched a counterattack. Do it. The other experts of the Heng family also made their moves. Terrifying swordlights burst out and attacked the experts of the He family. However, the He clan's experts were all at the true emperor level, so they also launched their counterattacks. The entire area was blown up. The terrifying force was rampant. The entire heavenly emperor city seemed to be shaking. The chaotic battle of true emperors was too terrifying. Countless people were alarmed and flew up to watch. Heavens, a battle between true emperors. That's the experts of the Heng and He families. Are the 2 families going to have another war after 1,000 years? In the distance, many people watched in fear. In the distant sky, Lu Ming transformed into a dark-skinned young man and watched from afar. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. In fact, his plan wasn't very brilliant. He used the chaos laws to split up the Heng family and the He family and kill the other side's people to trigger a conflict between the 2 sides. As long as the 2 families calmed down and discussed this plan, it would not be difficult for them to see through it. They might even suspect Lu Ming. However, the enmity between the 2 families was deep to begin with. It was like gunpowder that would ignite at the slightest spark. Moreover, there was also Qian's matter, so it was impossible for the 2 families to sit down and get along. After a few words, they really started fighting. Boom! Boom! Terrifying sword and saber lights filled the entire sky. The space cracked open, revealing a terrifying pitch-black space. However, this was the Heng family. As soon as they started, powerful auras were released in the Heng family. Some terrifying experts woke up from their seclusion and joined the battle. The He family's true emperor expert was instantly at a disadvantage. Rush out and return to the He family. A true emperor from the He clan roared. There were 5 true emperors from the He clan who came. The 5 of them joined forces and attacked madly. However, there were more and more true emperors from the Heng family. They were at a complete disadvantage and couldn't charge out at all. Attack the rest of the Heng family. Qian's eyes revealed a malevolent look as he slashed out a blade light. It wasn't aimed at the other true emperors, but at the Heng family's palaces and those below the true emperor realm. Not good, despicable. The Han clan's true emperors roared in anger. Two of them rushed out to help, but it was too late. Qian's blade light was hundreds of miles long. As it fell, countless Han family members were turned into ashes. A hundreds of miles long crack appeared in the palace of the Han family and continued to extend forward. He Xiao, you're looking for death. The Han clan's true emperors were enraged, and some of them charged towards Qian. However, Qian's face was filled with ferocity as he slashed at the other members of the Han family. The few true emperors had no choice but to block Qian's saber light. Normally, when true emperors fought, they wouldn't attack the weak. However, Qian's great tribulation was approaching. This time, he did not have much confidence, so he acted extremely crazily and did not follow any rules. When the Han clan's true emperors went to rescue the others, an opening appeared in the encirclement. Qian and the other 5 true emperors from the He clan broke out of the encirclement and rushed towards the He clan. He family, you must pay with your blood. The Han family's true emperor let out an angry roar. In the distance, Lu Ming sneered. His figure flashed and he headed towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Next, he didn't need to do anything. He just had to watch. A war would definitely break out between the Han family and the He family. Not long after Lu Ming returned to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, in the Heavenly Emperor Alliance, Xiangxiang wielded his combat sword and charged towards the Divine Fire Alliance. In the Divine Fire Alliance, he killed the He family's #1 prodigy, a powerful king body. This matter shook the entire Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The He clan elite was in the top 10 of the Saint King ranking. He was terrifyingly talented and was the second in command of the Divine Fire Alliance. However, he had been killed just like that. No one in the Divine Fire Alliance dared to stop the Eternal Star River. After hearing this news, the He family was in an uproar. He was the #1 heaven's favorite of the He family, with a powerful king body and unparalleled talent. He was regarded as the future hope of the He family and a figure who had the potential to break through to the great sovereign realm. But now, he was killed by the Star River just like that. Start the battle. An angry voice came from the He family. Start the battle. It was the same in the Han family. On this day, the Han clan and the He clan both sent out terrifying experts. They met in the central area of the two clans. There was nothing to say, and a terrifying battle immediately broke out between the two clans. Heavenly Emperor Mountain, battle between great emperors. The He clan and the Han clan each sent out thousands of experts, and a terrifying battle broke out in the area between the two clans. This battle had shocked the entire Heavenly Emperor city. This battle was extremely brutal. The sun and the moon had lost their light. The area around the Heavenly Emperor city had been razed to the ground. That battle lasted for an entire day. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses before they retreated. It was said that many experts from both sides had died in this battle. Even more than 10 martial emperors and even true emperors had fallen. In the Heavenly Emperor city, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. This was because everyone knew that the war between the two clans would not end just like that. On the contrary, it was only the beginning. Sure enough, after this battle, the two families were at war. Both sides sent people to attack each other's businesses. Both sides were constantly fighting and experts were constantly being killed. The enmity between the two sides had reached an irreconcilable point. The battle was getting more and more intense, and even true emperors would often kill each other. Every day, there would be experts dying. This intense battle lasted for 3 months, and countless experts from the Han and He families had died. However, this did not stop the two parties. Instead, their hatred grew even more intense. On this day, a piece of news shook the entire Heavenly Emperor city, and even the entire Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. The Han clan's great emperor had challenged the He clan's great emperor. Half a month later, they would fight to the death at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The battle between great emperors shocked the world. Countless people were dumbfounded and shocked. He didn't expect that the confrontation between the two families would eventually lead to a battle between great emperors. Heavenly Emperor City was the #1 holy land among the 9 holy lands in Mount Yuan. It was the most powerful. As one of the most powerful forces in Heavenly Emperor City, the Han family and the He family both had great emperors. In half a month, the great emperors of the two clans would fight at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. When Lu Ming heard this news, he was somewhat dumbfounded. He did not expect that things would develop to this stage. However, this was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Wasn't his original intention to let the He family and the Han family fight each other? He would use the blood of the Han and He families to pay tribute to the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley. It would be even more perfect if a great emperor died. Lu Ming sneered. A battle between great sovereigns was a rare sight. This incident had alarmed most of the powerful forces in the Yuan Mountain. In the past half a month, many experts had come to the Heavenly Emperor City, wanting to see the great sovereigns. Time flew by, and half a month passed in a flash. On this day, countless people gathered at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Normally, when great emperors fought, no one would dare to get close to watch. Great sovereigns were too powerful. Even a wisp of their qi would be disastrous. They would definitely die. Even ordinary martial sovereigns would not be able to survive. However, it would be different at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Legend had it that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was the place where the Heavenly Emperor had cultivated and verified his Tao. On it, the Heavenly Emperor's Qi engine filled the air. Ordinary people would not be able to climb up the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Even for martial emperor powerhouses, their cultivation would be greatly suppressed when they ascended the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It was said that even true emperor powerhouses could not fly when they entered the Heavenly Emperor Mountain's range. Only the great emperor powerhouses could fly when they entered the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. However, they would be greatly suppressed. The fluctuations from the battle would also be suppressed and would not cause any disastrous consequences. On this morning, the sky surrounding the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was filled with countless figures. There were countless people of all cultivation levels. There were martial royal realm, saint realm, martial emperor realm, and even true emperor realm experts. A battle between great emperors was a rare sight. It might be of help to a true emperor. Under the lead of a few true emperor-level teachers from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy also came to the void far away from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. They looked on from afar. Lu Ming and the others were among them. See La. See La. At this moment, the void not far away from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain suddenly cracked. From two openings, a figure stepped out. Two figures were completely shrouded in endless light. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but they had a strong and boundless aura that spread in all directions. Although they were very far away, at this moment, countless people felt as if a divine mountain was pressing down on their bodies. This kind of pressure was like facing the heavenly Tao, and they were unable to resist. Two great emperors. The great emperors of the He and Han clans had arrived. The two great emperors looked at each other from a distance and exploded with an even more shocking aura. This time, 111 kill you. A voice was heard. This voice was cold and full of arrogance, like a god looking down on all living beings. Lu Ming had heard this voice before. It was the great emperor of the Han family. Back then, it had sounded at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and he had even fought with Emperor Notionless. You're the one who's going to die. The other figure was clearly the great emperor of the He family. His voice was deep and filled with endless dominance. Buzz. Buzz. Next, the two figures moved at the same time and flew towards the top of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. In the beginning, their speed was so astonishing that many people could not see them clearly. However, as soon as the two of them entered the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, they seemed to have felt a terrifying pressure. Their speed had drastically slowed down. The closer they got to the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the slower their speed became. In the end, the light on the two figures disappeared, and their bodies were revealed to everyone. The Emperor of the Hung family was an old man with gloomy eyes. The great Emperor of the He family, on the other hand, looked like a middle-aged brawny man with a burly figure and unparalleled dominance. Of course, one couldn't judge a person's age by their appearance. The two great emperors of the Hung and He families had lived for countless years. Both of them landed on the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and faced each other. Then, both of them suddenly rushed to each other and struck out their palms at the same time. Thump! With a muffled boom, the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain seemed to be shaking. As for Lu Ming and the rest, even though they were very far away, they could feel the intense fluctuations in the space. So terrifying. Is this the strength of a great emperor? This is the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, yet it can cause such a shocking shock. An ordinary void emperor at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain could barely contend with them. They could not fight with them at all. Indeed, the strength of the great emperor realm is not a small matter. Some people were discussing. After the exchange of blows, the great emperors from the Hung clan and the He clan both retreated slightly before launching another attack at each other. The two of them clashed again, creating a shocking shockwave. If this was outside, the world would probably be turned upside down. After that, the two of them continued to fight, but it was very normal. It was like two low-level martial artists fighting, one move after another, and the speed was not particularly fast. This made many people look at each other. Were great emperors always so ordinary? Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, and the rest were also at a loss. They could not see what was so brilliant about it. However, the few true emperor teachers from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy all had a serious expression on their faces as they stared intently. The blood of a great sovereign. Changes in Mount Emperor don't underestimate this kind of fight. It's the most dangerous kind of fight. Every move is a collision between the great Tao and the power of the world. It's extremely terrifying. One mistake and you'll die. The voice of a teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy rang out as he explained to the disciples. A great emperor expert controls the great Tao of heaven and earth. With every move, the great Tao will be added to the body and the power of the world will follow closely. This is the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. If it was in the outside world, a casual attack would be able to turn the world upside down and have the power to destroy the world. The teacher continued to explain while everyone observed carefully. Unfortunately, their cultivation was too low. They hadn't reached the Great Emperor realm yet, so it was difficult for them to understand the mysteries of the Great Emperor realm. They could only watch the show. Boom! Boom! On the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the speed of the two people's fight became faster and faster. Their expressions also became more and more serious. Each time they exchanged blows, a terrifying vibration would burst out. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain would tremble slightly and the space would shake violently. On the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, a layer of hazy halo spread out. It was extremely mysterious and locked most of the force inside. Soon, the two great emperors exchanged 100 moves and were evenly matched. Then, they both took out their weapons. The Han clan's great emperor used a sword while the He clan's great emperor used a saber. Without a doubt, they were both terrifying monarch weapons. The two continued to fight. However, the two of them had similar cultivation and combat power. After many moves, they were still unable to determine the winner. Just as the two of them were engaged in an intense battle, a figure suddenly appeared at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Everyone was shocked. Yes, at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, there had only been two great emperors fighting. How could there be an extra figure? Clearly, this figure did not appear out of thin air. Instead, he had hidden on the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. As soon as this figure appeared, he launched an attack at the great emperor of the He family. His attack was extremely violent and was no weaker than the two great emperors. It was obvious that he was also a great emperor. Everyone was shocked. How could a great emperor suddenly appear at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Luo, it's you. You're so despicable. The great emperor of the He clan roared. Luo. Many people were shocked. There was only one emperor surnamed Luo in the Yuan Mountain Holy Land, and that was the ancient Sun Holy Land's Daluo Heaven Sect's emperor. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. This emperor who had suddenly appeared was probably the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven Sect, the grandfather of Luo Cangqiong. Apparently, the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven Sect had been hiding at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain for a long time. They were waiting for the opportunity to join hands with the great emperor of the Heng family to kill the great emperor of the He family. I told you, the one who will die today is you. The Heng clan's great emperor coldly spoke as his battle sword continued to slash towards the He clan's great emperor. Facing two experts of the same level, the great emperor of the He clan was no match for them and was immediately at a disadvantage. Not good. Heng family, you're despicable. The people of the He family roared in anger. Their faces were extremely ugly and they were extremely worried. If the great sovereign of the He family were to die, it would be a disaster for the He family. Without a great emperor, they couldn't fight against the Heng family at all and would be destroyed by the Heng family. The He family, which had been passed down for countless years, would be annihilated. All's fair in war, you don't even know this. The experts of the Heng family sneered. They were ecstatic. They hoped that their great emperor could kill the great emperor of the He family. Then, their Heng family would become even more powerful. Everyone was looking at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain nervously. If a great emperor had truly fallen, it would involve a lot of people. It would change the situation of the Heavenly Emperor City. The great emperor of the He clan tried his best to resist, but he was no match for the two great emperors. Not long after, the He family's great emperor was hit by the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven Sect. His body shook, his face flushed, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! The battle sword of the Heng clan's great emperor slashed over, but the He clan's great emperor dodged it by a hair's breadth. Kill! The Heng clan's great emperor let out a long roar, and his sword technique became faster and faster. The injured great emperor of the He clan found it harder and harder to dodge. After a few more moves, the He clan's great emperor finally couldn't dodge and was slashed in the chest by the Heng clan's great emperor. A long sword wound appeared and his entire body was almost cut in half. The great emperor's blood splattered everywhere and scattered on the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The great emperor of the He family roared and wanted to retreat, but his retreat was blocked by the Daluo Heaven Sect. He roared, he was unwilling. If they were not at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, everything of theirs would have been suppressed. If they were outside the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, even if the two great sovereigns joined hands, they might not be able to stop him. With his strength, he would have no worries in escaping. However, this was the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, it would be different. He understood that he had fallen into a trap. Going to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain to fight with the great emperor of the Heng clan was clearly the other party's scheme. Great Emperor! The people of the He clan cried out in sorrow, their hearts trembling with fear. Could it be that the great emperor of the He clan was really going to fall here today? The Heng family members were ecstatic. But at this moment, a change suddenly occurred. Buzz! Suddenly, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain started to shake violently. Endless brilliant radiance spread out. Boom! Boom! Next, a shocking explosion sound emerged from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and shattered rocks flew everywhere. What's going on? Many people's expression changed drastically. Why did such a shocking change suddenly appear at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Such a thing had never happened before. It's the blood of the great sovereign, the blood of the great sovereign has been absorbed by the heavenly Emperor Mountain. Some of the true Emperor Realm cultivators shouted. Their eyes were sharp and their spiritual senses were sharp. Even from far away, they could still notice this. Everyone's heart trembled. It was actually because of the great Emperor's blood. However, why would the blood of the great Emperor cause such a change to the heavenly Emperor Mountain? Boom! 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 At this moment, 3 extremely terrifying auras spread out from the Heaven and Earth Mountain. It was the aura of 3 great emperors. Previously, the chi of the great emperor had been completely suppressed by the heavenly Emperor Mountain. Now, the heavenly Emperor Mountain seemed to have lost its suppressing effect. Get lost! The great emperor of the He clan let out a long howl as a terrifying and boundless power erupted. With a slash of his blade, the vast sky was split open and a spatial crack of unknown length appeared in the sky. The great emperor of the He clan transformed into a blade light and charged into the spatial crack. Don't even think about leaving. The great emperors from the Hung family and the Daluo Heaven sect chased after the great emperor from the He family and rushed into the spatial crack. And NBSP the void in the spatial rift immediately exploded with terrifying ripples. Boom! 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 The heavenly Emperor Mountain continued to shake. The radiance grew brighter and brighter. Finally, the radiance condensed into a figure. This figure was dressed in a white robe. He looked very young, like a young man in his 30s. He was tall, handsome, and had the aura to swallow the world. He just stood there as if he was the only one in the world. Heavens! Celestial Emperor, could this be the Celestial Emperor? Many people's voices trembled. Selah, the spatial crack appeared again and the figure of the Hun clan's great emperor appeared. His face was somewhat gloomy as he also looked at the heavenly emperor apparition in the sky above the heavenly Emperor Mountain with a surprised expression. Then, the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect also appeared beside him. Selah. In the distance, spatial fluctuations could be felt as the great emperor of the He family appeared. The celestial Thearch's figure. The appearance of the 3 great emperors meant that the great emperors from the Hung family and the Daluo Heaven sect couldn't do anything to the great emperor from the He family. Once they lost the suppression of the heavenly Emperor Mountain, in the outside world, it would be difficult for 2 great emperors of the same level to kill the other one unless the difference in strength was too great. Seeing that the great emperor of the He clan was fine, everyone in the He clan let out a long sigh of relief. The 3 great emperors all looked at the shadow in the sky. Heavenly Emperor's projection, said the emperor of the Hun clan. His expression was grave, but he was also filled with anticipation. At this moment, the space above Lu Ming and the others fluctuated and a figure appeared out of thin air. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. This person was Emperor Wuxiang of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The teachers and students of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy were just about to bow when Emperor Wuxiang waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to bow. At this moment, the figure in the sky was becoming more and more corporeal, and everyone was shocked. Could it be that the celestial Thearch was about to be resurrected? Or was this just a mark left by the heavenly emperor when he was in seclusion? Everyone guessed that today's matter had exceeded their expectations. Buzz! Just as the heavenly emperor apparition had condensed to the extreme, his figure suddenly flew towards the heavenly Emperor Mountain. He entered the mountain and disappeared. Boom! In the next moment, with a shocking boom, the entire heavenly Emperor Mountain exploded. The majestic heavenly Emperor Mountain exploded. Then, a light beam shot out from below the heavenly Emperor Mountain and pierced through the sky. That is, a flower. Someone exclaimed. At the foot of the heavenly Emperor Mountain, a beam of light shot into the sky. Between the light beam, a flower emerged. This flower did not look like it had bloomed yet. It was only in the shape of a bud and looked like a lotus. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? This flower is just an illusion, not a real entity. Look, there's a cave down there. It keeps going down. The strange movements at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had caused a clamor in all directions. Lu Ming fixed his eyes on it. Indeed, the flower in the sky was not a real entity. It was more like a projection. Originally, there was a cave under the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. That light pillar had shot out from this cave. Could it be that there was some treasure in that cave? The Heavenly Emperor Mountain had always been suppressing this treasure. At the thought of this, many people's eyes burned with passion. If it was a treasure, even the celestial Thearch would value it. Even the emperor couldn't remain calm. In a flash, the great emperors of the Hung family, the Daluo Heaven sect, the He family, and the formless emperor appeared in the sky above the cave at the same time. The great emperor of the Hung clan glanced at the great emperor of the He clan coldly but didn't say anything. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain had exploded. Without the suppression of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, he knew that he could not kill the great emperor of the He clan. The four great emperors looked down at the cave below, and their faces were filled with shock. The others couldn't help but feel an itch in their hearts. Even the great emperor revealed a surprised expression. What exactly was at the bottom of the cave? Everyone wanted to go and take a look personally, but the great emperor was there, so no one dared to go. If they angered the emperor, only death awaited them. This is the world left behind by the celestial emperor. It should belong to my Hung family. Please leave. The Hung clan's gaze swept across the great emperors of the He clan and Emperor Formless. What a joke. We don't even know if this was left behind by the Heavenly Emperor. Even if it was left behind by the Heavenly Emperor, what does it have to do with your Hung family? Don't say that you're a descendant of the Celestial Emperor. The great emperor of the He clan sneered. What's the meaning of this? Emperor Hung's eyes were cold. It's simple. The Hung family can't take over this place. The great emperor of the He clan said coldly. He then turned to Emperor Formless. Wuxiang, what do you think? The Heavenly Emperor has been dead for countless years. So many years have passed, and nothing can be explained clearly. Therefore, the things left behind by the Heavenly Emperor should only be known to those who are fated. Emperor Formless said. What he meant was simple. The Heavenly Emperor had fallen for so many years, so who could say for sure if the Hung family was the descendant of the Heavenly Emperor? After so long, the treasures of the celestial Thearch should be known to those who were fated. The emperor from the Hung family had an unsightly expression on his face, but even with the help of the Daluo Heaven sect's emperor, he couldn't do anything to the two emperors. What's more, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was established by three great emperors. Now that the other great emperor had yet to appear, this made him very afraid. Then I'll have to rely on my own abilities. The emperor of the Hung family said coldly. Then, he suddenly rushed down into the cave. The great emperors of the Daluo Heaven sect, the great emperors of the He family, and the great emperors of the Formless Heaven sect all rushed down into the cave at the same time and disappeared. The others looked at each other, but they didn't dare to follow the four great emperors. They could only wait with their eyes wide open. Boom! 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 At this moment, a violent roar came from the underground cave. There seemed to be endless gales blowing over there. The light pillar that rushed out was even more dazzling. Then, the four figures rushed out of the cave. No, they didn't seem to have rushed out by themselves. They seemed to have been blown out by the wind. Everyone was shocked. What was in the cave that could blow out great emperors? And there were four of them. This was too terrifying. The four emperors stood in the sky with dark expressions. After a while, the emperor of the Hung clan seemed to be unwilling to give up and rushed down again. However, he was still blasted out after a while. You, go down and take a look. The great emperor of the Han family pointed at a true emperor expert of the Han family. You, go together. The great emperor of the He clan looked at one of the true emperors of the He clan, Emperor Formless, and called out to another true emperor expert of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The three true emperors flew forward and charged into the cave. However, not long after, the three true emperor experts were blasted out by a force just like the four great emperors from before. Following that, a few great emperors called for the void emperor of the small emperor throne, but they were still blasted out. Then, he called a few more emperors to go down. But this time, they weren't blasted out. Instead, they blocked the power from below. It seemed that the power in the cave would change according to the cultivation of the person who went down. The stronger one's cultivation was, the stronger the power in the cave would be. What is in the cave? Why do the great emperors value him so much? Many people couldn't help but wonder. Your Majesty, there seems to be a force down there blocking us. We can't get in. The elder said. An emperor-to-be from the Han clan reported to the great emperor. Everyone perked up their ears to listen. This lotus flower has 9 petals, and each petal represents a world. The lotus flower hasn't bloomed yet, so it's not time to enter. Emperor Formless spoke. He didn't hide anything, and his voice traveled far and wide. Everyone's heart trembled. Could it be that there was a small world beneath the cave? Gather all the powerhouses below the martial supreme realm in the Han clan. Emperor Han gave the order and then left. The Lotus World. The great emperor of the Han clan gave the order to gather all the powerhouses below the martial emperor realm in the Han clan and left. After that, the He clan's great emperor also gave the same order to gather all the powerhouses below the martial emperor realm in the He clan. Then, he also left the place. Then, Emperor Notionless and the great emperor of the Daoyuo Heaven sect left. Let's go and take a look. As soon as the great emperor left, the others could no longer suppress their curiosity and rushed to the sky above the cave. For a moment, the sky was filled with countless figures. Lu Ming and the rest followed the crowd and flew to the sky to look down. Lu Ming and the rest were shocked when they saw it. On the ground, there was a very large cave. No one knew how deep it was. In the cave, there was a bright light spreading out. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a lotus flower. This lotus flower was still in its bud state and had not bloomed. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it had 9 petals. It was obvious that the lotus in the sky was a projection of this lotus. Everyone couldn't help but think of Emperor Notionless' words. The lotus had 9 petals, representing 9 worlds. The lotus had not bloomed yet, so he could not enter for the time being. Did the 9 petals of that lotus flower represent 9 worlds? Was this the world left behind by the celestial emperor? Everyone's imagination ran wild. However, they soon realized that only those below the martial supreme realm could enter. I don't believe it. There were void emperor and even true emperor experts who flew down into the cave. However, when they entered the cave, a terrifying energy seemed to have been produced inside the cave. All these emperor-level experts were blown out without exception. Only the powerhouses below the martial supreme realm could stabilize their bodies. However, they were also blocked by a powerful force when they approached the lotus. Countless people went down to test it out, but the result was the same. Everyone knew that they still had to wait. They had to wait for the moment the lotus bloomed. Lu Ming and the rest did not go down to test the waters. The great emperor had said that there was no need for them to go down. They just had to wait patiently. After that, they followed the teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and returned to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Following that, the news of this place spread to the entire Yuan Mountain at a terrifying speed. It was very likely that the celestial Thearch had left behind some ruins that had shocked countless people. One after another, powerful forces descended upon Heavenly Emperor City. The forces of the other 8 sacred lands and some ancient clans had also sent their experts over. Ancient Moon Holy Land, Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, Wan Family, Sirius Tower, Golden Crow Clan, etc. All had experts coming, and they were all led by true emperors. They brought many experts below Martial Emperor, and most of them were Emperor-to-be. This was very likely a relic left behind by the Celestial Emperor, and everyone wanted a share of it. If an Emperor-level expert couldn't go down, the best choice would be an Emperor-to-be. As time passed, more and more powerful martial artists arrived at Heavenly Emperor City. As time passed, the lotus flower slowly bloomed. A month later, when the lotus was about to fully bloom, countless people gathered in the area. At a glance, it was unknown how many people there were. Most of them were at the Absolute Saint realm and Emperor-to-be realm. Get lost, let's go. A loud shout rang out as a group of experts exploded forth with a terrifying aura. The crowd couldn't help but make way for them. They were from the Han clan. The Han clan had sent over 100 people, and the leaders were a few true emperor experts. Although the Han family was overbearing, many people did not dare to voice their anger. The Han family was a great emperor's force. With a great emperor in charge, which force would dare to provoke them? The Han family is really overbearing. A cold voice rang out. Following that, the people of the He clan also arrived. They said that the Han clan was overbearing, but they weren't any different. The true emperor opened up a path, and the crowd forcefully opened up a path for him. The Han family and the He family were at daggers drawn. Then, the powerhouses of the Daluo Heaven sect also arrived, followed by several powerful ancient clans. The teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy had also arrived with a group of young geniuses. See La. Hiss. Suddenly, the space near the cave was torn open. A few figures appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. It was the aura of a great emperor. Everyone couldn't help but step back. The emperors all looked at the lotus below. Half a day later, the lotus flower was finally in full bloom. Go down. The emperor from the Han family said. The Han family's powerhouses immediately rushed down the cave. Of course, they were all below the martial emperor realm. Most of them were Emperor-to-be and absolute saints. Then, the powerhouses of the He family and the Daluo Heaven sect also rushed into the cave. Lu Ming saw Luo Cangqiong and Luo Pokong among the powerhouses of the Daluo Heaven sect. Let's charge too. The people from the other forces shouted one after another. Then, they gathered together and rushed into the cave. The emperors didn't stop them, and they all entered the cave. You guys go too. The teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy looked at Lu Ming and the rest. In fact, there weren't many heaven's favorites following the teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The majority of the major powers had arrived. Those geniuses all returned to their respective powers and followed them into the caves. Only a few people remained in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Lu Ming and the rest nodded and then rushed toward the cave. The cave was huge, and even though countless people were flying down, it did not seem crowded. Lu Ming and the rest looked down and realized that when many people approached the lotus, their bodies would shrink rapidly. Then, they would rush toward one of the petals and disappear among the petals. It seemed to be random. You couldn't go to any petal you wanted to. You would enter a random petal. Many people from the major forces flew over and entered the different flower petals. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt that danger was approaching. Buzz! A terrifying golden light shot toward Lu Ming from his right. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he threw a punch to the right. Boom! With a loud boom, the golden light was destroyed. Then, Lu Ming saw a group of people in golden robes staring at him coldly. It's an expert from the Golden Crow clan. On the side, Huang Ling spoke. The Golden Crow race. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. These people were obviously the absolute saints of the Golden Crow race, and even emperor-to-be experts. The person who had ambushed Lu Ming was an absolute saint in the Great Circle. An expert from the Golden Crow clan actually launched a sneak attack on a junior. If you want to fight, let's fight. An old man beside Huang Ling said coldly. This old man was an expert from the Phoenix Palace. The Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect had sent their experts here, following Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, you killed the crown prince of the Golden Crow clan. We must settle this score. One hope you don't run into us when you enter the world left behind by the celestial Thearch. An expert from the Golden Crow race coldly said. I hope hell always be so lucky. Another cold voice rang out. It did not come from the Golden Crow race, but another force. The Wan family. There were also experts from the Skywolf Tower and other forces nearby. They all looked at Lu Ming coldly, full of murderous intent. The first battle in the Lotus world, I'll kill every single one of you I see. Lu Ming said coldly, his gaze sweeping across the experts of the Golden Crow clan, the Wan family, and the Sirius Tower. Then we'll wait and see who will die. One of the experts from the Golden Crow race said coldly. After that, the group of people increased their speed and rushed down. The other forces did the same. They rushed down and entered different flower petals. However, Lu Ming noticed one thing. No one had entered one of the 9 petals. It seemed that only 8 petals could enter. Very soon, Lu Ming and the rest were approaching the lotus. When they approached the lotus, a powerful force acted on their bodies. This force was a kind of attraction force. It was extremely powerful and difficult to resist. Their bodies were pulled toward different petals. Qiu Yu, Luo Tianyi, Huang Ling, Desolate Power, and the rest separated from Lu Ming and entered different petals. Buzz. As for Lu Ming, he was falling towards one of the petals. Brother Lu Ming, I want to go with you, Chirpy. Bubble's voice was heard. Initially, she was flying toward another petal. However, Bubble cast the spacetime law and broke free from the confinement of gravity. She rushed to Lu Ming's side and entered the petal with him. Lu Ming felt his head spinning. The next moment, he appeared in a dense forest. Bubble, it's gone. Lu Ming swept his gaze and realized that Bubbles was not by his side. Lu Ming guessed that he would randomly appear in different places when he entered the world of flower petals. What is this place? Let's take a look in the air. Lu Ming pondered, his figure soared into the sky and flew high. Lu Ming was stunned when he flew high up in the sky. He noticed that there were many figures in the sky. Clearly, they were all like him, people who had entered this place from the outside. It's an island. Then, Lu Ming looked down. Standing at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, one could clearly see that below them was an island. Outside the island was the vast and endless sea. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. At this moment, a few figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. A powerful and terrifying aura enveloped Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be in the same territory as us. Today is the day you die. One of them laughed out loud, his killing intent extremely strong. This man was an expert from the Golden Crow race, an emperor-to-be. On the side, the other people were not from the Golden Crow race. From their auras, they were from the Sirius Tower, the Wan family, and the Purple Extreme sect. There were 5 people in total. 2 were at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm, 2 were in the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint realm, and 1 was an emperor-to-be. A few elders are actually dealing with a young man. Interesting. It is indeed very interesting. All around, the others cast sidelong glances at Lu Ming. However, no one recognized Lu Ming. The people who entered this time were absolute saints and emperor-to-be from various forces. They came from different holy lands and forces. Very few of them had seen Lu Ming before, so naturally, none of them had seen him before. A young man has also entered this place. He's overestimating himself. An old man said while stroking his long beard. He was an emperor-to-be. This time, almost all the people who entered the Lotus world were absolute saints, and there were many emperors-to-be among them. If a young man wanted to come in and fight for the treasure, he must be overestimating himself. Very good. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room as he spoke indifferently. Very good. The Golden Crow clan's expert was stunned. You've come to die, very good. Lu Ming added. Ha ha ha, we're here to die. Young man, you really don't know how to be modest. Let's see how you're going to kill me. An expert from the Wan clan laughed. He was an absolute saint in the Great Circle, and his acupoints lit up one after another. Saint weapons flew out continuously, and terrifying battle weapon chi gathered and blasted out. You're not that good at the 10,000 soldier scroll, are you? Lu Ming said coldly. An absolute saint weapon, a sword, appeared in his hand. With a slash, the chi of the Wan family's combat weapon was destroyed. The sword light did not stop as it continued to slash down. The Wan family's expert did not even have the strength to fight back. He was directly split in half by Lu Ming's sword and died here. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the saint weapons and storage rings of the Wan family's experts. How is that possible? The others were shocked, and their eyes widened. An absolute saint in the Great Circle was actually lulled by Lu Ming with a single sword. This kind of strength was too terrifying. The experts from the Skywolf Tower and the Golden Crow clan gasped in disbelief. It had only been a short while, but Lu Ming was already able to kill someone in the absolute saint perfection. This rate of improvement was too shocking. The people from the other forces were also dumbfounded. He's so young and has such combat power. Who is he? Could he be a supreme genius from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy? Those people discussed and no longer dared to underestimate Lu Ming. Let's join forces and kill him, attack. The Golden Crow tribe cultivator shouted. A river of laws appeared on his body, converging into a terrifying attack that charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the other few people also launched an attack on Lu Ming. The combat sword in Lu Ming's hand flew out and turned into a destructive sword light, killing everything. Lu Ming's sword gleam pierced through the head of an absolute Saint Peak expert. Then, Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and punched out continuously. Illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared and pressed down on the crowd. The remaining two absolute saints couldn't fight back at all under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel. Their bodies were torn apart. Only the emperor-to-be could resist it. Boom! Boom! The emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow race, the River of Laws, turned into a terrifying flame. Several suns appeared and collided with the shadow of the prison-suppressing steel, blowing it apart. However, his body also trembled violently and he continued to retreat. His eyes were filled with shock. He was an emperor-to-be who had comprehended a law to perfection and formed a river of laws. He was one step into the martial emperor realm. With his cultivation level, not only did he not suppress Lu Ming, but the few collisions just now made him feel that his river of laws was about to be broken. How can this little bastard's combat strength be so strong? Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu took a deep breath and suddenly turned around to run. He had a feeling that if he continued to fight, he would die here. Do you think you can leave now? Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. He stretched out a hand and pointed at the void. High up in the sky, the wind and clouds gathered and a huge finger was formed, pressing down on Quasi-Emperor Golden Crow. The emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow race let out a long cry and transformed into his true form. His wings were hundreds of meters wide. The river of laws surrounded him, and he launched his most powerful attack at the chaos finger of tribulation. Boom! After a violent boom, Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu groaned and his body was sent flying down the island like a cannonball. Killing an emperor-to-be. Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu was blasted off the island by Lu Ming's chaotic finger of tribulation. His huge body created a huge pit that was thousands of meters wide. Buzz! In the next moment, Quasi-Emperor Golden Crow rushed into the sky, trying to escape. At this moment, he was trembling with fear. He realized that he was no match for Lu Ming. The attack just now had pierced through his river of laws, causing him to be seriously injured. The life force of an emperor-to-be is really tenacious. However, he must die today. Lu Ming said coldly. He rushed out like lightning and chased after Quasi-Emperor Golden Crow. Lu Ming's current cultivation base had reached the Absolute Saint's greater mastery. As he mastered the chaotic finger, his combat strength became stronger and stronger. He had thought that he could easily kill an emperor-to-be with his combat strength, but it seemed that it would not be so easy. The battle strength of an emperor-to-be was more powerful than he had imagined. However, it would only take a little more effort. Lu Ming's speed was astonishing as he approached Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu at an extreme speed. Chaos Finger. When he was within a certain distance, Lu Ming cast the Finger of Calamity of Chaos again. The giant finger of chaos, like the finger of a god, pressed down from the sky. It was a shocking scene. Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu was like a fly, unable to hide from the chaos finger. He could only resist with all his might. However, the finger of tribulation of primal chaos struck down. He screamed in pain and was blasted off the island again. The sky was filled with golden crow feathers. This time, Lu Ming would not let his opponent escape. He appeared in the sky above Quasi-Emperor Golden Crow with an ultimate holy weapon spear in his hand. He swooped down and charged toward Quasi-Emperor Golden Crow. Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu struggled madly, but the result was already determined. The long spear pierced through Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu's head and destroyed his soul. An emperor-to-be was killed by Lu Ming. In all directions, everyone's eyes were solemn. This was a fiend who could even kill an emperor-to-be. It was too shocking. He used the law of chaos. One know who he is. He is Lu Ming, the son of chaos. Someone exclaimed as he recognized Lu Ming. It's him. One heard that he was a character who stirred up a storm in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He pulled out the sword of the Celestial Emperor and united the various kings to fight against the Xiangxiang River. After that, he established the Dragon Alliance in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. So it's him. No wonder he has such strong battle prowess. A series of surprised voices rang out. Although most of the people had not seen Lu Ming before, many of them had heard of his name. The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy gathered the strongest geniuses of the entire Yuan Mountain and attracted the attention of many. Some of the powerful geniuses there were also paid attention to by many forces. After all, if these geniuses didn't die, they would definitely become the rulers of the Yuan Mountain in the future. Lu Ming put away the storage rings of Quasi-Emperor Jin Wu and the others and continued to fly above the island. The others also gathered their emotions and began to observe the surroundings. The area of the island was not small. However, it did not take Lu Ming long to finish touring it. After flying one round, Lu Ming did not meet any familiar faces. It seems that only a small portion of the people who entered the world of petals have appeared on this island. The others should be in other places. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming discovered that no one lived on the island. It was filled with lush forests and some weak demonic beasts. It seems that if one want to know the situation of this world, one have to leave this place first. I wonder if there's anyone living in this world. Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. Then, He flew into the distance and into the vast sea. The Lotus World was sealed under the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It should be related to the Heavenly Emperor. If he could get some of the treasures left by the Heavenly Emperor, it would definitely be an unparalleled opportunity. The rest of the people walked around the island and left one after another, flying toward the boundless ocean. Lu Ming transformed into a ray of light and sped across the sea at an astonishing speed. During this period, he saw huge sea beasts in the sea. However, most of them did not have high cultivation. The strongest sea beast he had seen was only at the Bright Saint realm. He did not know if Lu Ming was unlucky or what, but he did not see the next island as he flew. This world was bigger than Lu Ming had imagined. Lu Ming had been flying for 7 days. He did not know how far he had flown. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. A huge island had appeared in front of him. From a distance, this island was extremely majestic and vast. It was much larger than the previous island. Lu Ming flew towards the island. As he neared, he heard a loud shout coming from a direction. "There's someone." Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he flew in the direction of the sound. Not long after, he saw an empty land. There was an army riding on strange beasts, galloping across the earth with a majestic aura. The earth kept shaking. Most of them are at the spiritual god realm. There are also some at the martial royal realm. Lu Ming used his spiritual senses to scan the area and discovered the general cultivation level of this soldier. Tens of thousands of soldiers ran back and forth on the vast land. Their auras intersected and converged into a flood dragon that roared into the sky. Based on Lu Ming's experience, it was not difficult for him to tell that this was an army training. Lu Ming strolled in the void and looked around. He realized that there was a huge military camp nearby. "Stop! Who are you?" Suddenly, a loud shout was heard and a few figures appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. "Everyone, I'm just passing by and want to find someone to inquire about some information." Lu Ming cupped his fists and smiled. "To gather information. One think you're a spy. Men, take him down and bring him to young Master Yen." A middle-aged burly man with a gloomy expression waved his hand. A few armored figures stepped forward and surrounded Lu Ming, their cold killing intent enveloping Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head secretly. These people were only around the 7th level martial emperor realm. Lu Ming could kill them with a single thought. These people's cultivation is low and they're no threat to me. Why don't I go and meet that young Master Yen and ask about the situation in this world? A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. He did not resist and said, "I'll go with you. Take him away." The middle-aged man waved his hand and took the lead. Soon, they arrived at a military camp and walked into a huge military tent. There were a few figures standing on both sides of the tent. Lu Ming scanned them with his spiritual senses and found that they were all half-saints. One of them had even reached the initial Bright Saint realm. At the top of the military tent sat a young master in luxurious clothes. His gaze was cold and arrogant as he looked down at Lu Ming from above. "Young Master Yen," this person suddenly broke into the military camp. "One suspect that he is a spy sent by another country to spy on our military intelligence. I will bring him here and hand him over to young master to deal with." The middle-aged man saluted the young master with a humble attitude. "I'm not a spy." The young master lay on his side in his seat, while I picked up a glass of wine and took a sip. He then glanced at Lu Ming casually and said, "Since you're a spy, why did you bring him here? Just cut it." Then, he casually waved his hand. "Yes." The middle-aged man acknowledged the order and walked towards Lu Ming with a cold gaze. "Wait a moment." These people wanted to kill Lu Ming without saying anything. He was speechless. He stopped the middle-aged man in his tracks and looked at Lu Ming coldly. "Brat, what else do you have to say?" I've already said that I'm not a spy. I just happened to pass by and wanted to ask you some questions. Lu Ming explained helplessly. Nonsense. Who in the entire Mingyan country doesn't know that this is the garrison of the Divine Dragon Army? You actually said you were passing by. Isn't that ridiculous? The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Why are you talking nonsense with a spy? Drag him down and behead him. Sir Yen said impatiently. On both sides, the others looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile on their faces. It was an expression of superiority, as if he was looking at an ant. The middle-aged man's expression immediately changed. He revealed a ferocious look and said, "Kid, kneel down." He took a step forward and appeared next to Lu Ming. His claws were like an eagle's claws as he tried to grab Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming did not dodge. He stood there without moving. The middle-aged man's claw landed accurately on Lu Ming's shoulder. A majestic energy burst out and surged into Lu Ming's body, trying to make Lu Ming kneel. However, Lu Ming did not move. Even his expression did not change. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He felt as if his claws had grabbed onto a piece of metal. Kneel down. The middle-aged man roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his clothes puffed up. He circulated his LV-9 martial royal realm cultivation to the maximum and a vast amount of power continued to blast into Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming still stood there, not moving. In Lu Ming's eyes, a mere LV-9 martial royal realm was no different from an ordinary person who did not know how to cultivate. Even if Lu Ming stood still and let the other party kill him, the other party would not be able to touch a single hair on his body. Above the tent, young Master Yen stopped drinking and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. The few people on both sides of the tent also looked at Lu Ming in surprise. To be able to remain unmoving and move like a divine mountain under the power of a LV-9 martial royal realm expert, one's cultivation must not be weak. Little bastard, kneel down. The middle-aged man roared. His face was completely red as he roared. In front of young Master Yen, he could not even make Lu Ming kneel down. This would definitely leave a bad impression in young Master Yen's heart. This was related to his future. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Interesting. Lu Quan, you may leave. Master Yen waved his hand. The middle-aged burly man, Lu Quan, glared at Lu Ming with a murderous look and retreated with hatred. It seems that you have some ability. Now, kneel down and answer me. Tell me your origin, and I may leave you with an intact corpse. Young Master Yen said lightly. He was still full of arrogance, as if it was a great gift to Lu Ming to leave his corpse intact. Lu Ming frowned slightly. I've already said that I'm just passing by. One want to find out some information. Since this place is not welcome, 111 take my leave. Having said that, Lu Ming was about to turn around and leave. How audacious. Impudent, you ungrateful dog. How dare you have such an attitude in front of young Master Yen? Hurry up and kneel. The few people on both sides of the tent shouted one after another. Their powerful auras enveloped Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear him and continued to walk out. Above the tent, young Master Yan's face darkened. Lu Ming actually dared to treat him with such an attitude. He was simply courting death. Take him down, but don't kill him yet. Break his limbs. Master Yen said coldly. Yes. On both sides of the tent, several half-saints received the order and surrounded Lu Ming in a flash. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to young Master Yen. Then, destroy your cultivation. Perhaps young Master Yen will be kind and spare your dog life. Lu Quan was making a scene again. Lu Ming frowned again. Initially, Lu Ming did not think much of these people as they were too weak. He could not be bothered to lower himself to their level. However, the other party kept pressing on, which made Lu Ming a little unhappy. Brat, why aren't you kneeling? A half-saint shouted and was about to attack. Stop! At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Then, a group of people walked into the tent. The person in the lead was actually a young woman. This woman was extremely beautiful. She was wearing a fiery red armor that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Moreover, she had a heroic spirit. Her temperament was completely different from the women that Lu Ming had met. Behind the young woman, there were 4 strong men. Each of them had a strong aura and was filled with killing intent. Clearly, they were all battle-hardened generals. Seeing this woman, the half-saint's expressions changed. They all bowed and saluted. Greetings, General Tian Jiao. Back down. The young woman's eyes were like lightning as she glanced at the half-saints. The half-saints looked at young Master Yen with embarrassment. Master Yen waved his hand, and the half-saints left. Heavenly Flood Dragon, you're here. Master Yen smiled and stood up from his seat. Yen Song, this place is my divine dragon army. What right do you have to kill people in my divine dragon army? The young woman's eyes were bright as she stared at Yen Song. Yen Song's eyes revealed a hint of gloominess, but in the next moment, he revealed a smile and said, Tian Jiao, this man is a spy. He is here to spy on the military. I didn't inform you, and I was planning to drag him out and kill him. A spy? The young woman looked at Lu Ming with a hint of killing intent in her eyes. I'm not a spy. I just happened to pass by. Lu Ming spread his hands. Impudent. You still dare to quibble. You simply don't know what's good for you. Tian Jiao, I'll have this person killed first, then I'll talk to you in detail. Yen Song berated. A half-saint immediately stepped forward to take Lu Ming down. Stop. The young woman waved her hand, since you're a spy, then I have to interrogate you even more. You can all leave. Yes. The 4 strong men who came with the young woman bowed and left. And you guys? The young woman looked at Yen Song. Tian Jiao, this person has some cultivation. One don't feel at ease leaving you alone. Yen Song said. If he can kill me, what's the point of you staying? The young woman said, full of confidence in herself. She was the marshal of the Heavenly Dragon Army, the youngest war goddess of the Mingyan country. If even she couldn't defeat him, what was the point of Yen Song and the others staying? Yen Song's expression was ugly. He cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and left with those people. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.